One of the men in the building knew about roofs, so he fixed the roof so it wouldn't leak and stain the walls again. As Nietzsche walked down the hall, she saw Gadi, without his shirt, sitting up the stairway in the shadows. He was using his big knife to whittle at a piece of wood, and in so doing make clear his dangerous nature. Later, the women living in the building would tisk and clean it up. Gadi, not happy about people nagging at him of late, leered down at her. She now had something for him to leer at, now that she had gained her weight back. Richard's second job at night enabled him to be able to afford more food. He brought home things she had missed for months: chicken, oil, spices, bacon, cheese, and eggs. She could never find such things in the city stores. Nietzsche had thought they sold the same food everywhere in the city shops, but Richard's travels while delivering things, he said, took him to places where they sold a wider variety of food. Camille and Nabi, sitting on the front steps, saw her through the open door. They stood and bowed politely as she came down the hall. "Good evening, Mrs. Cypher," Camille said. "Can we help you carry that?" Nabi asked. She found it all the more irritating because she knew for a fact that they were sincere. They liked her because she was Richard's wife. "Thank you, no, I'm there now." They held the door for her and closed it behind her when she had passed into her room. She thought of them as Richard's soldiers. He seemed to have a private army of people who broke into grins when they saw him coming. Most people seemed only too pleased to do whatever they thought Richard might like done. Camille and Nabi would have washed diapers, if he asked it, for the chance to ride with him at night in the wagon as he picked up and delivered things around Alto Orang. He only rarely took them with him, saying that he could get in trouble with the workers' group. The youths didn't want Richard to get in trouble and lose his job, so they patiently waited for the rare times when he tilted his head for them to come along. Their room had been transformed. The ceiling had been cleaned and whitewashed. The fly-blown walls had been scrubbed and painted a salmon color, a color she had picked, thinking that Richard would not possibly be able to come up with the rare ingredients needed for the color. The walls were now mockingly salmon. One day, a man had shown up with an armload of tools. Camille said that Richard had sent him over to fix their room. The man spoke a language Nietzsche didn't understand. He waved his arms a lot and chattered and laughed good-naturedly, as if she must understand at least a little of what he told her. He pointed around at walls and asked questions. She hadn't the foggiest notion of what he was there to do. She suspected he had come to fix the wobbly table. She rapped the top with the flat of her hand, and then showed him how it wobbled. He nodded and grinned and chattered. She finally left him to his work while she went to the city store to wait in line to buy bread. She was there the entire morning. In the afternoon, she waited in line for millet. When Nietzsche finally returned home, the man was gone. The old window, broken and not only long painted over but also painted shut, had new glass, and it was raised. And they had a new window in the other wall. Both windows were open. A cool cross breeze let fresh air into the stuffy room. Nietzsche stood in the center of the room, stunned to be looking through the window to the building next door. She gaped out the window in the wall where there had been no window before. She was able to see the street. Mrs. Shah Rim from next door had smiled and waved as she'd walked past. Nietzsche set down the wash basket and opened the window at the side to get some air into the stifling room. She pushed the curtains back. With windows you could see through, she had decided that curtains were in order. Richard somehow got her fabric. When she was finished, he told her she had done a wonderful job. Nietzsche found herself grinning just as everyone else grinned when Richard told them they had done well. She had brought Richard to the worst place in the old world, to the worst building she could find, and he somehow ended up making everything better, just as she had insisted was his duty. But she had never meant it to be like this. She didn't know what she'd meant. She only knew that she lived for the times Richard was with her. Even though she knew he hated her and wanted nothing more than to be away from her and back with his Kalin, Nietzsche could not help feeling her heart rise into her throat when he came home. Through the link to Kalin, she thought that at times she could feel the woman's longing for him. Every inch of her ached with understanding of Kalin's longing. The room grew darker as she waited. Life didn't start until Richard came home. As the daylight faded, the lamplight took its place. They had a real lamp now, not just a wick through a wooden button floating in linseed oil. The door opened. Richard put one foot inside. He was speaking to Camille as the young man was going off to his family's place upstairs. It was getting late. Finally, still smiling, Richard came in and shut the door. The smile faded as it always did. He held out a burlap sack. "I came across some onions, carrots, and some pork. I thought you might like to make a stew." Nietzsche lifted a hand weakly toward the millet she had spent the afternoon in line to buy. It had bugs in it. It was moldy. "I bought millet. I thought I would make you a soup." Richard shrugged. "If you prefer. Your millet soup saw us through some pretty lean times." Nietzsche felt that flash of pride that he had acknowledged what she had done as valuable. She shut the windows. It was dark out. With her back to the windows, as she watched him, she closed the curtains tight. Richard stood in the center of the room, watching her, a puzzled frown creasing his brow between his eyes. Nietzsche closed the distance to him. She was aware of the exposed flesh of her bosom rising and falling above the top of her black dress. Gadi had just been staring at her bosom. She wanted Richard to stare at her like that. Richard watched only her eyes. Her fingers tightened around his muscled arms. "Make love to me," she whispered. His brow drew down. "What?" "Richard, I want you to make love to me. Now." He appraised her eyes for an eternity. Her heart thundered in her ears. Every fiber of her being screamed out for him to take her. She teetered on the edge, waiting, her life suspended in the exquisite anguish of expectation. His voice came not at all harsh. If anything, it was tender, but it was also resolute. "No." Nietzsche felt as if 1,000 needles of ice were dancing up her arms. His refusal stunned her. No man had ever refused her. It hurt to her core, worse than anything Jagang or any other man had ever done. She had thought... Blood rushed to her face, melting the ice in a flash of heat. Nietzsche flung open the door. "Come out into the hall and wait," she commanded in a shaky voice. He was standing in the center of their room, looking into her eyes. The lamp on the table cast harsh shadows across his face. His shoulders looked so broad, tapering down to his waist, a waist she ached to encircle with her arms. She wanted to scream. Instead, she spoke softly, but with authority he could not mistake. "You will come out into the hall and wait, or..." Nietzsche made a snipping gesture with 2 fingers. By the look in his eyes, he knew that she was not bluffing. Kalen's life now hung by a thread, and if he didn't do as she ordered, she would not hesitate to cut that thread. With his gray eyes on her the whole time, Richard stepped out into the hall. She put a finger to the center of his chest and pushed until his back was against the wall beside their door. "You are to wait right there on that spot until I tell you that you may move from it." She gritted her teeth. "Or Kalen will die. Do you understand?" "Nietzsche, you're better than this. Think about what you're... Or Kalen will die. Do you understand?" He let out a breath. "Yes." Nietzsche marched to the stairwell. Gadi stood halfway up the stairs, his dark eyes watching. He arrogantly descended toward her until he was at the bottom with her. He had a fine form, she supposed, displayed as it was without a shirt. He was close enough to feel the heat of him. Nietzsche looked him in the eye. He was the same height as she. "I want you to have sex with me." "What?" "My husband does not adequately take care of my needs. I wish you to." A smirk spread on his face as his gaze slid to Richard. He looked back at her bosom, at what was within his power to possess. Gadi was young and bold and stupid enough to believe himself irresistible to her, to believe his puerile primping had swept away her inhibitions to the point of helpless lust for what he had to offer. One arm pulled her to him. With his other hand he swept his hair out of the way. His thin lips kissed her neck. When his teeth raked her flesh, she moaned to encourage him to be rough. The last thing in the world she wanted was tenderness. There could be no retribution in tenderness. Tenderness would not cleave Richard's soul with anguish. Tenderness would not hurt him. Gadi's hand squeezed her bottom, pulling her hard against his groin. He moved against her in a lewd fashion. She panted in his ear to encourage his confidence in his dominion over her body. "Tell me why." I'm sick of his gentle nature, his kind touch, his caring ways. That's not what a real woman needs. I want him to know what a real man can do. I want what he can't give me." She nearly cried out in pain when he twisted her nipple. "Yeah? Yes. I want what a real man like you can do for a woman." His rough hand squeezed her breast. She performed another moan. He smiled. "My pleasure." His smirk sickened her. "No, mine," she whispered in breathy submission. He cast one more hateful glare at Richard, then bent to slip a hand up the front of her dress to see if she really meant it, if she would really let him have his way with her. His hand slid up the inside of her bare thigh, commanding surrender. She obediently parted her legs for him. Nietzsche held onto his shoulders as he groped her. His upper lip curled in a haughty grin. His fingers worked without mercy. Her eyes watered. She trembled and bit the inside of her cheek to hold back her cry. Mistaking agony for lust, he was inflamed by her whimpers. Jagang and his friend Kadar Kardif, to name but a few, took her without her consent. None of it had ever approached the sense of violation she felt at that moment as she stood there in the hall, letting that smirking little thug do to her as he would. She forced her hand down between them and seized him. "Gadi, are you afraid of Richard? Are you man enough to take me while he is outside the room listening to us, knowing you are his better with me?" "Afraid of him?" His voice came in a husky growl. "Just tell me when." "Right now. I need it from you now, Gadi." "I thought so." Nietzsche smiled inwardly at his solemn look of lust. "Say please first, you little whore." "Please." She ached only to crush his worthless skull. "Please, Gadi." With his arm around her waist, Gadi gave Richard a taunting sneer as he swaggered past. Nietzsche's fingers on Gadi's back urged him to go on into their room and wait. He smiled over his shoulder and did as she wanted. Nietzsche paused to glare into Richard's eyes. "We are linked. What happens to me happens to her. I hope you are not foolish enough to think I wouldn't make you sorry for the rest of your days if you don't stay right there. I swear to you, she will die this night if you don't stay there." "Nietzsche, please don't do this. You're only hurting yourself." His voice was so tender, so compassionate, she almost threw her arms around him to beg him to stop her, but the flame of his refusal still burned shamefully in her heart. Nietzsche turned back from the doorway and gave Richard a vicious grin. "I hope your Kaylin enjoys this as much as I'm going to enjoy it. After tonight, she will never believe in you again." Kaylin gasped. Her eyes opened. She could only make out obscure shapes in the swirling darkness. She gasped again. A feeling she couldn't define, couldn't interpret, couldn't put a nature to, welled up in her. It was something totally foreign, yet at the same time bewitchingly familiar. Something inappropriate, yet longed for. It filled her with a kind of passionate terror that undulated seductively to indecent pleasure, pushing before it a sense of shapeless dread. She felt the weight of a shadow over her. Feelings and sensations she could not grasp or control inundated her even as she fought them. Nothing seemed real. She gasped again at the crude sensation. It confused her. It hurt, and at the same time she felt a kind of wild hunger awakening. It was as if Richard were there, in bed with her. It felt so good again. She was panting. Her mouth was dry as dust. In Richard's intimate embrace, she had always felt a kind of expectant delight that their shameless lust could never be completely sated, that there was always a spark of something left to explore, to reach toward, to define. She had always exulted in the idea of that endless quest for the unattainable. She drew a sharp breath. She felt herself in that headlong rush now. But this was something she had never imagined. Her fists clutched at the sheets. Her mouth opened in a silent scream against the ripping thrust of pain. This was not human. It made no sense. She gasped again in panic as the most awful feelings burgeoned through her. She moaned at the horror of it, at the hint of pleasure in it, and at the confusion of nearly enjoying the sensation. The realization came to her. She knew what this meant. Tears stung her eyes. She rolled onto her side, torn between the joy of feeling Richard and the pain of knowing that Nietzsche was feeling him in this way, too. She was slammed onto her back. She gasped again, her eyes going wide, her whole body rigid. She cried out at the pain. She twisted and struggled, covering her breasts with her arms. Her eyes watered at agony she couldn't explain or completely identify. She missed Richard so much. She wanted him so badly, it hurt. She gave in to him. Even in this, she surrendered herself to him. A low wail escaped her throat. Her muscles knotted as tight as oak roots. She was racked with wave after wave of startling pain mixed with an unsatisfied longing that had turned to revulsion. She couldn't get her breath. She burst into tears as it ceased, her body finally able to move again, but too exhausted to do so. She had hated every violent, appalling, brutal second of it, and grieved that it had ended because she had at least felt him. She felt joy that she had so unexpectedly sensed him, and blind rage at what it meant. She clutched the sheets in her fists as she wept inconsolably. "Mother Confessor?" A dark form slipped into the tent. "Mother Confessor!" It was Kara's whisper. Kara set a candle on the table. The light seemed blindingly bright as Kara looked down. "Mother Confessor, are you all right?" Kaelin pulled a ragged breath. She was lying on her back in the bed, tangled in her blanket. It was twisted around between her legs. Maybe it was just a dream. She wished it was. She knew it wasn't. Kaelin ran her fingers back into her hair as she sat up. "Kara!" It came out as a choking sob. Kara knelt on the ground beside her and gripped Kaelin's shoulders. "What is it?" Kaelin struggled to get her breath. "What's wrong? What can I do? Are you hurt? Are you sick?" "Oh, Kara, he's been with Nietzsche." Kara held her at arm's length, her face a picture of concern. "What are you talking about? Who's been—" Her words cut off when she realized what Kaelin meant. Kaelin struggled against Kara's grip. "How could he?" "She no doubt made him," Kara insisted. "He must have done it to save your life. She would have had to threaten him." Kaelin was shaking her head. No, he was enjoying it too much. He was like an animal. He never took me like that. He never acted... Oh, Kara, he's fallen for her. He couldn't resist her any longer. Kara shook her until Kaelin thought her teeth would come loose. "Wake up! Open your eyes, Mother Confessor. Wake up! You're half asleep. You're still half dreaming." Kaelin blinked as she looked around. She was panting, still getting her breath. She had stopped crying. Kara was right. It had happened. There was no doubt in Kaelin's mind. But it had happened when she was sleeping. And in her sleep, it had taken her unaware. She hadn't reacted rationally. "You're right," Kaelin said in a voice hoarse from crying. Her nose was stuffed up, so that she could only breathe through her mouth. "Now," Kara said in a calm voice, "tell me what happened." When she felt her face go red, Kaelin wished for the darkness. How could she tell anyone what had happened? She wished Kara hadn't heard her. "Well, through the link," Kaelin swallowed, "I could sense that Richard made love to Nietzsche." Kara looked skeptical. "Did it feel like when, are you sure? Could you tell it was him?" Kaelin felt her face go a darker shade of red. "Not exactly, I guess. I don't know." She covered her breasts. "I could feel his teeth on me. He was biting." Kara scratched her head, averting her gaze, unsure how to frame her question. Kaelin answered it for her. "Richard never hurt me like that." "Oh, well then, it wasn't Richard." "What do you mean it wasn't Richard? It had to be Richard." "Did it? Would Richard want to make love to Nietzsche?" "Kara, she could make him, threaten him." "Do you think Nietzsche is an honorable person?" Kaelin frowned. "Nietzsche? Are you out of your mind?" "There you go, then. Why must it be Richard? Nietzsche may have simply found some man she had to have, some handsome farm boy. It could be nothing more than that." "Really? You think so?" "You said it didn't seem like Richard. You were half asleep and in shock. You said he never—" Kaelin looked away. "No, I suppose not." She looked back at the moored Sith in the dim light. "I'm sorry, Kara. Thank you for being here with me. I'd not have liked it if it had been Zed or someone else. Thank you." Kara smiled. "I think we'd best keep this between the two of us." Kalen nodded gratefully. If Zed ever started in asking all his detailed questions about this, well, I'd die of embarrassment. Kalen realized then that Kara was wrapped in a blanket that was open in the front enough to reveal that she was naked underneath. There was a dark mark on the upper half of her breast. There were a few more, but faint. Kalen had seen Kara naked and didn't recall there being any such mark on her. In fact, except for her scars, her body was exasperatingly perfect. Frowning, Kalen gestured. "Kara, what's that there?" Kara glanced down and then threw the blanket closed. It's just a bruise." A love bruise from a man's mouth. "Is Benjamin over there in your tent with you?" Kara got to her bare feet. "Mother Confessor, you are still half asleep and having dreams. Go back to sleep." Kalen smiled as she watched Kara leave. The smile faded as she lay back in her bed. In the quiet loneliness, her doubts crept back. She cupped her breasts. Her nipples throbbed and ached. As she moved on the bed a little, she winced, as she only then began to realize how much she hurt and where. She couldn't believe that even in her sleep a part of it had been... She felt her face reddening again. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame at what she had done. No, she had done nothing. She was only sensing something through her link to Nietzsche. It wasn't real. She hadn't really experienced it. Nietzsche had. But Kalen suffered the same injuries. As she had at various times, Kalen still felt that connection to Nietzsche through the link as an aching sort of caring about the woman. What had happened left Kalen feeling saddened. She felt that Nietzsche had so desperately wanted something. Kalen slipped her hand down between her legs. She flinched in pain as she touched herself. She brought her fingers up to the candlelight. They glistened with blood. There was a lot of blood. Despite the burning pain of being torn inside, the confused embarrassment and the shadow of shame, she most of all felt a sense of relief. She knew without doubt. Kara was right. It had not been Richard. Chapter 52. Anne peered among the stand of birch trees, crowded in the deep shadows of cliffs for which the place was named. The dense wood was thick with the trees, their peeling white bark covered with dark blotches, making it disorienting and difficult to make sense of anything. To become disoriented here, and wander into the wrong place uninvited, was the last mistake you would ever make. It had been in her youth that she'd last come here, to the Healers of Redcliffe. She'd promised herself she would never return. She'd promised the Healers as much, too. In the nearly 1,000 years since, she hoped they had forgotten. Few people knew of the place, and even fewer ever came here. With good reason. The term Healers was an odd and highly misleading designation for such a dangerous lot, yet it wasn't entirely without merit. The Healers of Redcliffe weren't concerned with human ailments, but with the well-being of things that mattered to them. And very odd things indeed mattered to them. To tell the truth of it, after all this time, she would be surprised to find them still in existence. As much as she hoped their talents could help, and as desperately as she needed help, she hoped to find that the Healers no longer stalked the Redcliffe wood. "Visitor," hissed a teasing voice from the dim shadows in the crags of the cliff off behind the trees. Anne stood still. Cold sweat dotted her brow. Among the confusion of lines and spots made by the trees, she could not make out what it was she saw move. She didn't really need to see them. She had heard the voice. There were no others like theirs. She swallowed and tried to sound composed. "Yes, I am a visitor. I'm glad to find you well." "Only us few left," the voice said, echoing among the rock walls. "The chimes took most." That was what Anne had feared. What she had hoped. "I'm sorry," she lied. "Tried," the voice said, moving through the trees. "Could not heal the chimes away." She wondered if they could still heal at all, and how long they would last. "Comes she for healings?" teased a voice from the depths of the jagged clefts to the other side. "Come to let you look," she said, letting them know she had terms, too. It would not be all their way. "Costs, you know." Anne nodded. "Yes, I know." She had tried everything else. Nothing had worked. She had no other choice, at least none she could think of. She was no longer sure if it mattered to her what happened, if it mattered if she ever came out of the Red Cliff Wood. She was no longer sure if she had ever done any real good in her entire life. "Well?" she asked into the shadowy silence. Something flashed back behind the trees, back in the shade under low rock ledges, as if inviting her further along the path, deeper into the twisting cleft in the mountains. Rubbing her knuckles, which still ached from the burns long healed, she followed the path and the rustle of brush. Shortly she came to a small gap in the trees. Back through that gap she could see the craggy opening of a cave. Eyes watched from that dark maw. "Comes she in?" the voice hissed. In resignation, Anne let out a sigh as she stepped off the trail and into a place she had never forgotten, despite how much she had tried. Kalen's hair whipped around, lashing at her face. She gathered it in a fist over the front of her armored shoulder as she made her way through the hectic camp. Thunderstorms collided violently with the mountains at the east side of the valley, throwing off lightning, thunder, and intermittent sheets of rain. Sporadic gusts bent the trees, and their leaves shimmered as if trembling in fright before the onslaught. Usually the camp was relatively quiet, so as not to give any unwanted information to the enemy. Now the noise of camp breaking up was jarring by contrast. The noise alone was enough to make her pulse race. If only that were all. As Kalen hurried through what to the untrained eye would look like mass confusion, Kara, in her red leather, shoved men out of the way to break a clear path for the Mother Confessor. Kalen knew better than to try to get the Mord Sith not to do it. At least it caused no harm. Most of the men, when they saw Kalen in her leather armor, with a Daharan sword at her hip and the hilt of the Sword of Truth sticking up over her shoulder, moved out of her way without Kara's help. Horses nearby reared as they were being harnessed to a wagon. Men shouted and cursed as they struggled to get the team under control. The horses bellowed in protest. Other men ran through camp, leaping over fires and gear as they rushed to deliver messages. Men sprang out of the way as wagons sped along, splashing mud and water. A long column of lancers, 5 men wide, was already marching off into the threatening gloom. Their supporting archers were scrambling to fall in with them. The path to the lodge was set with stones so people heading for it would not have to walk in the mud, though one still had to run the gauntlet of mosquitoes. Rain swept in just as Kalen and Kara made the door. Zed was there with Addy, General Myford and several of his officers, Verna, and Warren. They were all loosely gathered around the table pulled to the center of the room. 6 maps lay atop one another on the table. The mood in the room was tense. "How long ago?" Kalen asked without any greetings. "Just now," General Myford said. "They're taking their time striking camp. They're not organizing for an attack. They're simply forming up to move out." Kalen rubbed her fingertips against her brow. "Any word on the direction?" The general shifted his posture, betraying his frustration. "The scouts say that by all indications, they're going north, but nothing more specific than that yet." "They aren't coming after us?" "They could always change course or send an army over here, but right now it appears they aren't interested in coming in here after us." "Jagang doesn't need to come after us," Warren said. Kalen thought he looked a little pale. Small wonder she imagined they were all a little pale. "Jagang has to know we are going to come at him. He's not going to bother coming in here after us." Kalen couldn't dispute the logic. "If he goes north, he has to know we're not going to sit here and wave goodbye." The Emperor had changed his tactics again. Kalen had never seen a commander like him. Most military men had their preferred methods. If they had once won a battle in a certain way, they would suffer a dozen losses with the same tactics, thinking it had to work because it once had. Some were limited by their intellect. Those were easy enough to read. They usually waged an artless campaign, content to throw men into a meat grinder, hoping to clog it with sheer numbers. Some leaders were clever, inventing tactics as they went. Those often thought too much of themselves and ended up on the point of a simple pike. Others slavishly went about using textbook tactics, thinking of war as a kind of game, and that each side should oblige the other by following rules. Jagang was different. He learned to read his enemy. He held to no favored method. After Kalin had hit him with quick, limited attacks driven into the center of his camp, he learned the tactic and, instead of relying on his overpowering numbers, sent the same kind of attack back at the Daharan army to good effect. Some men could be driven to making foolish mistakes by shaming them. Jagang didn't make the same mistake twice. He reined in his pride and changed his tactics again, not obliging Kalin with foolhardy counterattacks. The Daharans had still managed to carve him up. They had taken out Imperial Order troops in unprecedented numbers. Their own losses, while painful, were remarkably low considering what they had accomplished. Winter, though, had killed far more of the enemy than anything Kalin and her men could conceive. The Imperial Order, being from far to the south, was unfamiliar with and ill-prepared for winter in the New World. Well over 500,000 men had frozen to death. Several 100,000 more had succumbed to fevers and sickness from the harsh life in the field. The winter alone had cost Jagang nearly 750,000 men. It was almost beyond comprehension. Kalin now commanded roughly 300,000 troops in the southern reaches of the Midlands. Under ordinary circumstances, that would be a force capable of crushing any enemy. The men streaming up from the Old World had replaced the enemy losses several times over. Jagang's army was now well over 2.5 million men. It grew by the day. Jagang had been content to sit tight for the winter. Fighting in such conditions was, for the most part, impossible. He had wisely waited out the weather. When spring had come, he still sat. Apparently, he was smart enough to know that warfare in spring mud was a deadly undertaking. In the muddy season, you could lose your supply wagons if they got strung out. Streams became impassable floods. Losing wagons was a slow death by starvation. Cavalry were next to useless in the mud. Losses to falls in a cavalry charge cost valuable mounts, to say nothing of the men. Soldiers could make an attack, of course, but without supporting services, it was likely to be a bloodbath for no real gain. Jagang had sat out the spring mud. His minions had used the time to spread the word about Jagang the Just. Kalin was infuriated when she got reports, weeks after the fact, about envoys of peace who had shown up in various cities throughout the Midlands giving speeches about bringing the world together for the good of all mankind. They promised peace and prosperity if they were welcomed into cities. Now, with summer finally upon them, Jagang was beginning his campaign anew. He planned his troops to now visit those cities his envoys had been to. The door burst open. It was not the wind, but Rika. The moored Sith looked like she hadn't slept in days. Kara went to her side to be ready to offer assistance if requested, but didn't directly lend a hand for support. A moored Sith did not look favorably upon help in front of others. Rika stepped up to the table opposite Kalin and tossed 2 Aegil down atop the map. Kalin closed her eyes for a moment, then looked up into Rika's fierce blue eyes. What happened? I don't know, Mother Confessor. I found their heads impaled on pikes. Their Aegil were tied to the pikes. Kalin held her anger in check. Are you satisfied now, Rika? Galina and Solvig died as Mord Sith would want to die. Galina and Solvig died for nothing, Rika. After the first 4, we knew it wouldn't work. With the Dreamwalker in their minds, the gifted are not vulnerable to Mord Sith in the way that would otherwise be the case. It could have been something else. If we can catch their gifted where the Mord Sith can get at them, then we might be able to take them out. It's worth the risk. Their gifted can cut down thousands of soldiers with a sweep of their hand. I understand the wish, Rika. Wishing, however, does not make it possible. We have 6 dead Mord Sith to show us the reality of what is. We will not throw away the lives of any more because we refuse to recognize the truth of it. I still think those of us here have important things to decide. I don't have time for this. Kaelin put her fists on the table and leaned toward the woman. "I am the Mother Confessor and the wife to Lord Rahl. You will do as I say, or you will leave. Do you understand?" Rika's blue eyes shifted to Kara. Kara stood as expressive as a stone. Rika looked back at Kaelin and let out a long sigh. "I wish to remain with our forces and do my duty." "Fine. Now go get yourself something to eat while you still have a chance. We need you to be strong." For a Mord Sith, Rika's little nod was about as close to a salute as it came. After she was gone, Kaelin swatted at the plague of mosquitoes and returned her attention to the map. "So," she said, removing the two Aegil from the map, "who has any suggestions?"
"I'd say we have to keep at their edges," Zed offered. "Obviously, we can't be throwing ourselves in front of them. We can do nothing but to continue to fight them as we have been doing."
"I agree," Verna said. General Meifert rubbed his chin as he stared down at the map spread out before them on the table.
"What we have to worry about is his size."
"Well, of course we have to worry about the size of the Order," Kaelin said. "They have enough men to split up and still be too huge to handle. That's what I'm talking about. What we're going to do when he splits. If I were him, that's what I'd do. He knows how it would complicate our lives." There was an urgent knock. Warren, over by the window, not bothering to look at the map with the rest of them, opened the door. Captain Zimmer stepped in, giving a quick salute of his fist to his heart. Panting as he entered, he brought with him a swirling rush of warm air that smelled like a horse. Ignoring the rest of them, Warren returned to his brooding at the window.
"He's splitting his force,"
Captain Zimmer announced, as if their fear had given birth to the reality. Most in the room sighed unhappily with the news. "Any direction yet?" Kaelin asked. Captain Zimmer nodded.
"From the looks of it, he's sending maybe a third, possibly a little more, up the Calicidran Valley toward Gallia. The main force is heading to the northeast, probably to enter and go north up the Kern Valley."
They all knew the eventual goal. Zed made a fist.
"There's no joy in being right, but that's just what Kaelin and I talked about. That was our guess."
General Meifert was still rubbing his chin as he studied the map.
"It's an obvious move, but with the size of his force, the obvious is not a liability."
No one wanted to broach the issue, so Kaelin settled the matter. "Gallia is on its own. We're not sending any troops to help them." Captain Zimmer finally waggled a finger at the map.
"We need to put our forces in front of their main force to slow them down. If we stay on their heels instead, we will only be cleaning up the mess they make."
"I have to agree." The general shifted his weight to his other foot.
"We have no choice but to try to slow them. We'll have to keep giving ground, but at least we can slow them. Otherwise, they're going to move up through the center of the Midlands with the speed and power of a spring flood."
Zed was watching the young wizard, off by himself at the window.
"Warren, what do you think?"
Warren looked up at the sound of his name, as if he hadn't been paying attention. Something about him didn't look well. He took a breath and straightened, his face brightening, making Kaelin think she had been mistaken. Hands clasped behind his back, Warren strode to the table. He peered at the map from over Verna's shoulder. "Forget Gallia. It's a lost cause. We cannot help them. They will suffer the sentence imposed upon them by the Mother Confessor, not because she spoke the words, but because her words were simple truth. Any troops we sent to help would be forfeit." Zed cast a sidelong glance at his fellow wizard.
"What else?"
Warren finally moved closer to the table, wedging himself between Verna and the general. With authority, he firmly planted his finger on the map, far to the north, almost 3/4 of the way to Adendril from where they were camped. "You have to go there." General Meifert frowned.
"Up there? Why?"
"Because," Warren said, "you can't stop Jagang's army, his main force. You can only hope to slow them as they move north up into the Kern Valley. This is where you must make a stand, if you hope to delay them next winter. Once they move through you, they will be upon Adendril."
"Move through us?"
General Meifert asked in a surly manner. Warren looked up at him. "Well, do you suppose you are going to be able to stop them? It wouldn't surprise me if by then they have 3.5 to 4 million men." The general let out an ill-tempered breath.
Then why do you think we should be at that spot, right in their way?
You can't stop them, but if you harry them sufficiently as they move north, you can keep them from reaching Aidendrill this year. At this spot, they will be running out of time before the weather closes in. With a bit of stiff resistance, you can grind them to a halt for the winter, buying Aidendrill one more season of freedom. Warren looked up into Kalen's eyes. The following summer, a year from now, Aidendrill will fall. Prepare them for it in whatever way you are able. But make no mistake, the city will fall to the Order. Kalen's blood ran cold. To hear him say the words aloud staggered her. She wanted to slap him. To contemplate the Imperial Order taking their attack into the heart of the Midlands was horrifying. To accept as foreordained the Imperial Order seizing the heart of the New World was unthinkable. Kalen's mental image of Jagang and his bloodthirsty thugs strolling the halls of the Confessor's palace sickened her. Warren leaned around the general to look at Zed. The wizard's keep must be protected. You know that better than I. It would be the end of all hope if their gifted were to gain the keep and the dangerous things of magic stored there. I think the time has come to keep that above all else in our thinking. Holding the keep is vital. Zed smoothed back his unruly white hair.
I could hold the keep by myself if I had to.
Warren looked away from Zed's hazel eyes. You may have to, he said in a quiet voice. When we get to this place, he tapped the map again, then you can do no more with the army, Zed, and you must go to safeguard the wizard's keep and the things of magic kept there. Kalen could feel the blood heating her face. You're talking about this as if it's all settled, as if it has been decided by fate, and there is nothing we can do about it. We can't win if we hold such a defeatist attitude. Warren smiled, his shy manner suddenly surfacing. I'm sorry, Mother Confessor. I didn't mean to give you that impression. I am only offering my analysis of the facts of the situation. We aren't going to be able to stop them. There's no use deluding ourselves about that. They grow larger by the day. We must also take into account that there are going to be lands, such as Anderith and Galea, which fear the Order and will join them rather than suffer the brutal fate of those who refuse to surrender. I lived in the old world as it fell bit by bit to the Imperial Order. I've studied Jagang's methods. I know the man's patience. He methodically conquered the entire old world when such a feat seemed inconceivable. He's spent years building roads just to be able to accomplish his plans. He never wavers from his goal. There are times when you can anger or humiliate him into a rash action, but he quickly comes to his senses. He quickly comes to his senses because he has a cause that is paramount to him. You must understand something important about Jagang. It's the most important thing I can tell you about the man. He believes with all his heart that what he is doing is right. He revels in the glory of conquest and victory, to be sure, but his deepest pleasure is being the one who has brought what he sees as righteousness to those he views as heathens. He believes that mankind can only advance ethically if they are all brought under the moral authority of the Order. That's just nonsense, Kalen said. You may think so, but he truly believes he is serving the cause of the greater good for mankind. He believes piously in this. It is a sacred moral truth to him and his ilk. He believes that murder, rape, and enslavement are just? General Myford asked. He would have to be out of his mind. He was raised at the feet of priests of the Fellowship of Order. Warren lifted a finger to make sure they all noted his point. He believes that all those things and more are justified. He believes that only the next world matters, because then we will be in the eternal light of the Creator. The Order believes that you earn that reward in the next world by sacrificing for your fellow man in this world. All those who refuse to see this, that would be us, must either be brought to follow the Order's ways or die. So, General Myford said, it's his sacred duty to crush us. It's not plunder he seeks primarily, but his bizarre version of the salvation of mankind. Exactly. All right, Kalen said with a sigh. So what do you think this holy man of justice will do? He basically has two choices, I believe. If he is to conquer the New World and bring all of mankind under the authority of the Order, he must take two important places, or he has not really succeeded. Aidendrill because it is the seat of power in the Midlands, and the People's Palace in Dahara, because it reigns over the Daharan people. If those two fall, everything else will crumble. He could have gone for either. Emperor Jagang has now made his choice of which falls first. The imperial order is going for Adendril in order to split the Midlands. Why else would they go north? What better way to defeat an enemy than to cleave them in two? After they have Adendril, they will turn their swords to an isolated Dahara. What better way to demoralize an enemy than to first go for their heart? I am not saying that it is preordained, but merely telling you the way the order goes about its grisly work. This is the same thing Richard has already figured out. Given that we can't realistically expect to stop them, I think it only wise to face the reality of what is, don't you? Kalen's gaze sank to the map. I believe that in the darkest hours, we must believe in ourselves. I do not intend to surrender the Daharan Empire to the imperial order. We need to wage the best war we can until we can turn it around.
The Mother Confessor is right, Zed insisted with quiet authority. The last great war I fought in my youth seemed just as hopeless for a time. We prevailed and drove the invaders back to the place from where they had come.
None of the Daharan officers said anything. It was Dahara that was that invader.
But things are different now. That was a war pressed by an evil leader.
Zed met the gaze of General Meifert, Captain Zimmer, and the other Daharan officers.
Every side in a war has good people, just as they all have the bad. Richard, as the new Lord Rao, has given those good people a chance to flourish. We must prevail in this. As difficult as it may now be to believe, there are good people in the old world, too, who would not wish to be under the boot heel of the order, or to press a war for the order's reasons. Nonetheless, we must stop them.
So, Kalen said, gesturing at the map before Warren, how do you think Jagang will press the war? Warren tapped the map again to the south of Adendril. Knowing Jagang and the way he conquers his opponents, I think he will stick to his grand plan. He has a goal, and will doggedly continue to move toward it. There is nothing we have shown him that he has not seen from other opponents for his whole life. With that experience, I'm sure he finds this war unexceptional. I don't mean to discount our efforts. All war has its surprises, and we've given him some nasty ones. I would say, though, that it is going largely as he expected. It will take them the summer to advance to this place I've shown you, given his usual pace and the fact that you will be harrying them. Jagang, in general, has always moved slowly, but with unstoppable force. He will simply pour in enough men to crush the opposition. He feels that if he takes time to get to his enemy, it only gives them more time to tremble in fear of him. When he finally arrives, his enemies are often ready to crumble from the agony of the wait. If you put your force there where I showed you, you will be able to protect Adendril next winter, as Jagang will be content to bide his time. He has learned what a hardship the winters are in the New World. He will not needlessly press a winter campaign. But in the summer, when they move again like they do now, then Adendril will fall, whether or not you stand against the weight of their main force. When they move on Adendril, we must hold the Wizard's Keep. That is all we can do. The room was silent. The fire was cold now. Warren and Verna had already packed their things and were ready to go, as was most of the rest of the army. Warren and Verna were losing their home. Kalen glanced to the side, letting her gaze linger on the curtains she had long ago made for them. Their wedding seemed but a dim memory. Her own wedding seemed but a distant dream. Every time she woke, Richard seemed almost a ghost to her. Mind-numbing, relentless, never-ending war seemed the only reality. There were occasional fleeting moments when she thought that she might have only dreamed him, that he couldn't possibly have really existed, that their long-ago happy summer home in the mountains never happened. Those moments of doubt terrified her more than Jagang's army. Warren, Kalen asked in a soft voice, what then? What do you think will happen the following summer, after they have taken Adendril? Warren shrugged. I don't know. Maybe Jagang will be content to digest Adendril for a while, to establish firm control over the Midlands. He believes it is his duty to his Creator to bring all of mankind under the order.
Sooner or later he will move on Dahara. Kaylin finally directed her attention to Captain Zimmer. Captain, get your men ready. While we're getting all our supplies and such on the way, you might as well go and remind Jagang that we have kept our blades sharp. The captain grinned and clapped his fist to his heart. Kaylin swept her gaze across everyone in the room. I intend to make the order shed blood for every inch they take. If that is all I can do, then I will do it, until I breathe my last breath. Chapter 53. The dead, still air was sweltering and reeked of stagnant sewage. Richard wiped sweat from his brow.
At least, as long as his sturdy wagon was rolling through the streets, he could enjoy a little breeze.
Distracted out of his concern over knowing Kaylin and Kara had to have long since left the safety of their mountain home, he noticed an unusual amount of activity for the middle of the night. Shadowy figures hurried down the dark streets to dart into dim buildings. Slashes of light briefly fell to the street until doors could be pulled shut. The moon was out, and in the darker alleys he thought he saw people watching him, waiting until he passed before they went on their way.
Over the rumble of his wagon's wheels, he couldn't hear anything they might be saying.
As he turned onto the road that would take him out to the charcoal maker, he had to pull his team up short as men with long pole weapons stepped out and blocked his way. A guard seized the horse's bits. Other of the city guards swept out of the side street to point lances up at him. "What are you doing out here?" one of the voices asked from the side of the wagon. Richard calmly yanked up on the lever to set the brake. "I have a special pass to move goods at night. It's for the Emperor's palace." The words Emperor's palace were usually enough to have him on his way. The guard waggled his fingers. "If you have a special pass, then let's see it." This night, the guards wanted more. Richard pulled a folded piece of paper from a protective leather sleeve inside his shirt and held it down to the guard. Metal squeaked as the guard slid open a tiny door on his shielded lantern, letting a narrow slit of light fall across the paper. Several heads bent in to read the words and inspect the official seals. They were all genuine. They should be. They had cost Richard a small fortune. "Here you go." The guard handed the paper back to Richard. "Have you seen anything unusual as you have gone through the city?" "Unusual? What do you mean?" The guard grunted. "If you had seen anything, you wouldn't have to ask." He waved his hand. "On your way." Richard made no effort to leave. "Should I be worried?" He made a show of looking around. "Are there highwaymen about? Am I in danger? Is it safe for a citizen to be out? I'll take the wagon back if it's dangerous." The man chuckled derisively. "You've got nothing to be afraid of. It's just some foolish people making trouble because they've nothing better to do." "That's all it is? Are you sure?" "You have work to do for the palace. Get to it." "Yes, sir." Richard clicked his tongue and flicked the reins. The heavy wagon lurched ahead. He didn't know what was going on, but suspected the guards were out to catch some more insurgents for questioning. They probably wanted to get back to their post, so anyone they got their hands on was likely to end up being an insurgent. A man from Ishak's place had been arrested several days before. He had been drunk on homemade liquor and left a meeting early. He never made it home. A few days later, Ishak had received word that the man had confessed to crimes against the order. The man's wife and daughter were arrested. The wife was released after receiving a specified number of lashes for confessing to speaking ill of the order and having hateful thoughts about her neighbors. The daughter had not yet been released. No one even knew where she was being held. Eventually, he reached the edge of the city where it gave way to open fields. Richard took a deep breath of the agreeable aroma of freshly turned earth.
Lights from occasional farms glimmered like lonely stars.
In the moonlight, Richard could finally see the rough skyline of forest. As he rolled into the charcoal maker's place, the charcoal maker, a nervous man named Favel, scurried up to the side of the wagon.
"Richard Cipher, there you are. I was worried about you coming."
"Why?" The man let out a high-pitched titter. Favel frequently giggled at things that weren't funny. Richard understood that it was just his way. He was a jumpy fellow, and his laugh was not meant as disrespect, but was rather something he couldn't help. A lot of people, though, avoided Favel because of his strange laugh, fearing he might be crazy. A punishment, they believed, imposed on sinners by the Creator. Others got angry at him because they thought he was laughing at them.
That only made Fauvel more nervous, which made him laugh all the more. Fauvel was missing his front teeth, and his nose was crooked from being broken a number of times. Richard knew the man couldn't really help it, and so never gave him trouble about it. Fauvel had taken a liking to him. "I don't know. I just thought you might not come." Fauvel's big eyes blinked in the moonlight. Richard's face wrinkled in a puzzlement. "Fauvel, I said I was coming. Why would you think I might not?" Fauvel's fingers worried at his earlobe. "No reason." Richard climbed down. "The city guard stopped me." "No!" Fauvel's titter rippled out through the darkness. "What do they want? Did they ask you anything?" "They wanted to know if I'd seen anything unusual." "But you didn't." He giggled. "They let you go. You saw nothing." "Well," Richard drawled, "I did see that fellow with the 2 heads." Crickets chirped in the silence. Fauvel blinked in astonishment. In the moonlight, Richard could see his mouth hanging open. "You saw a man with 2 heads?" This time it was Richard who laughed. "No, Fauvel, I didn't. It was just a joke." "It was? But it wasn't funny." Richard sighed. "I suppose not. Have you got the load of charcoal ready? I've got a long night ahead of me. Victor needs a load of steel, and Priska needs charcoal, or he said he would have to close down. He said you didn't send your last order." Fauvel giggled. "I couldn't. I wanted to, Richard Cipher. I need the money. I owe the loggers for the trees I made into this charcoal. They told me they were going to quit bringing me wood if I didn't pay them." Fauvel lived at the edge of a forest, so his source of wood was handy, but he wasn't allowed to cut the wood. All resources belonged to the order. Trees were cut when the loggers, who had permits, needed work, not when someone needed wood. Most of the wood lay on the ground and rotted. Anyone caught picking up wood was liable to be arrested for stealing from the order. Fauvel held his hands up as if to implore Richard's understanding. "I tried to get the charcoal transported to Priska, but the committee denied me permission to transport it. They said I don't need the money." "Don't need the money? Can you imagine?" He laughed painfully. "They told me that I was a rich man because I had a business, and that I had to wait while they saw to the needs of the common people first. I am only trying to live." "I know, Fauvel. I told Priska that it wasn't your fault. He understands. He has troubles like that of his own. He's just desperate because he needs the charcoal. You know Priska. He gets hot at those who have nothing to do with the problem. I told him I would bring a load of charcoal tonight and another 2 tomorrow night. Can I count on you for 2 more loads tomorrow?" Richard held out the silver coins for the load of charcoal. Fauvel clapped his hands together prayerfully. "Oh, thank you, Richard Cipher. You are a savior. Those loggers are a nasty lot. Yes, and 2 tomorrow. I have them cooling now. You are as good as a son to me, Richard Cipher." He motioned off into the darkness as he tittered. "They are there, cooking. You will have them." Richard could see the dozens and dozens of mounds, like little haystacks, that were the earthen ovens. Small pieces of split wood were tightly stacked around in a circle, with tinder stuffed in the center, building them up into a rounded pile, which was then covered over with fern leaves and broom, and then plastered over with firm earth. Fire was put in at the bottom, then that opening was closed over. Moisture and smoke escaped from small vents in the top for 6 to 8 days. When the smoke ceased, the vents were sealed to kill the fire. After it cooled, the earthen ovens could be opened and the charcoal removed. It was a labor-intensive occupation, but rather simple work. "Let me help you load your wagon," Fauvel said. Richard caught the man's shirt at his shoulder as he started away. "Fauvel, what's going on?" Fauvel put a finger to his lower lip as he laughed. It almost sounded like it was painful for him to laugh. He hesitated, but finally whispered his answer. "The revolt. It has started." Richard had suspected as much. "What do you know about it, Fauvel?" "Nothing. I know nothing." "Fauvel, it's me, Richard. I'm not going to turn you in." Fauvel laughed. This time it sounded more like relief. Of course not. Forgive me, Richard Cipher. I get so nervous I wasn't thinking." "So what about this revolt?" Fauvel turned up his hands in a helpless gesture. "The order. They strangle people. We can't live. If not for you, Richard Cipher, I would be... Well, I don't want to think about it. But others, they are not so fortunate. They starve. The order takes the food they grow. People have loved ones who have been arrested. They confess to things they did not do. Did you know that, Richard Cipher? That they confess to things they did not do? I never believed it myself. I thought that if they confessed, then they were guilty. Why confess if you are innocent?" He giggled. "Why? I thought they were terrible people wanting to hurt the order. I thought it served them right.
and I was glad they were arrested and punished.
So what changed your mind?
My brother.
Fauvel's chuckles suddenly were sobs.
He helped me make charcoal. We made it together. We supported our families making charcoal. We worked from sunup until sundown. We slept in the same house there. That one there. One room. We were together all the time. Last year at a meeting, where we all had to stand up and tell how the order made our lives better, as we were leaving, they arrested him. Someone gave his name as maybe an insurgent. I was not worried. My brother was not guilty of anything. He makes charcoal.
Richard waited in the darkness, sweat trickling down his neck, as Fauvel stared off into the dark visions.
For a week, I went every day to the barracks to tell them that he would not do anything against the order. We loved the order. The order wishes all people to be fed and cared for. The guards said my brother finally confessed. High crimes, they called it, plotting to overthrow the order. They said he confessed it to them. The next day, I was going to go to see more people, the officials at the barracks. I was so angry to tell them that they were cruel animals. My wife, she cried and begged me not to go back to the barracks yet again for fear they would arrest me too. For her sake and the children, I did not go. It would do no good anyway. They had my brother's confession. No one who confesses is innocent. Everyone knows that. They put my brother to death. His wife and children live with us still. We can hardly...
Fauvel giggled as he bit down on his knuckle. Richard put a hand on the man's shoulder. I understand, Fauvel. There was nothing you could have done. Fauvel wiped at his eyes.
Now I am guilty of thinking hateful thoughts. That is a crime, you know. I am guilty of it. I think about life without the order. I dream of having a cart of my own, just a cart, and my sons and nephew could deliver the charcoal we make. Wouldn't that be wonderful, Richard Cypher? I could buy...
His voice trailed off. He looked up in confusion.
But the order says such thoughts are a crime because I am putting my wants before the needs of others. Why are their needs more important than mine? Why? I went to ask for a permit to buy a cart. They say I cannot have one because it would put the cart drivers out of work. They said I was greedy for wanting to put people out of work. They called me selfish for having such thoughts.
That's wrong, Richard said in quiet assurance. Your thoughts are not a crime, nor are they evil. It's your life, Fauvel. You should be able to live it as you see fit. You should be able to buy your cart and work hard and make the best of your life for you and your family. Fauvel chortled.
You sound like a revolutionary, Richard Cypher.
Richard sighed, thinking about how useless the whole thing was. No, Fauvel. Fauvel appraised him in the moonlight for a time.
It has already started, Richard Cypher. The revolt. It has begun.
I have charcoal to deliver. Richard went around the back of the wagon and hoisted a basket up onto the wagon bed.
Fauvel helped with the next basket. You should join them, Richard Cypher. You are a smart man. They could use your help.
Why? Richard wondered if he dared get his hopes up. What do they have planned? What are they going to do with this revolt?
Fauvel giggled. Why, they are marching in the streets tomorrow. They are going to demand changes.
What changes?
Well, I think they want to be able to work. They are going to demand they be allowed to do what they want. He giggled. Maybe I can get a cart? Do you think, Richard Cypher? Do you think that when they have this revolt, I can get a cart and deliver my charcoal? I could make more charcoal then.
But what do they plan to do? How are they going to change anything if the order says no, which they will?
Do? Why, I think they will be very angry if the order tells them no. They may not go back to their jobs. Some say they will break into the stores and take the bread.
Richard's hopes faded back into the shadows. The man clutched at Richard's sleeve.
What should I do, Richard Cypher? Should I join the revolt? Tell me.
Fauvel, you should not ask anyone else what you should do about something like this. How can you endanger your life, the lives of your family, on what a man with a wagon says?
But you are a smart man, Richard Cypher. I am not so smart as you.
Richard tapped his finger against the man's forehead. Fauvel, in here, in your head, you are smart enough to know what you must do. You have already told me why the order can never help people have better lives by telling them how they must live. You figured that out all on your own. You, Fauvel the charcoal maker, are smarter than the order.
Fauvel beamed. You think so, Richard Cypher?
No one ever told me before that I was smart. You're smart enough to decide for yourself how much it means to you and what you want to do about it. I fear for my wife and my brother's wife and all our children. I don't want the order, but I'm afraid for them if I am arrested. How would they live? Richard heaved another basket into the wagon. Fava, listen to me. Revolt is the kind of thing you must be sure of. It's dangerous business. If you are going to join a revolt, you have to be sure enough of what you want to do to be ready to lay down your life for your freedom. Really? You think so, Richard Cypher? The spark of hope was gone. Fava, you stay here and make charcoal. Priska needs charcoal. The order will arrest those people, and then that will be the end of it. You're a good man. I don't want to see you arrested. Fava grinned. All right, Richard Cypher. If you say so, I will stay here and make charcoal. Good. I'll be back tomorrow night. But, Fava, if there is still trouble, I may not make it tomorrow night. If there is still marching going on and the streets and roads are blocked, I may not be able to make it out here. I understand. You will be back as soon as you can. I trust you, Richard Cypher. You never let me down. Richard smiled. Look, if they are having a revolt tomorrow, and I can't make it out here right away, here's the money for the next load. He handed the man another silver mark. I don't want those loggers to stop getting wood for you. The foundries need charcoal. Fava giggled in genuine delight. He kissed the silver mark and slipped it down his boot. The charcoal will be ready. Now, let me help you load your wagon. Fava was only one of the charcoal makers with whom Richard dealt. He had a whole string of them he kept going so the foundries could have charcoal. They were all humble people, just trying to get along in life. They did the best they could under the yoke of the order. Richard made a little profit selling the charcoal to the foundries, but he made more selling iron and steel he bought from them. Charcoal was just a small sideline to help fill his nights. As long as he was out with his wagon, what he made from the charcoal covered the bribes mostly. He made a good bit more hauling the odd load of ore, clay, lead, quicksilver, antimony, salt, molding powders, and a variety of other things the foundries needed but couldn't get permits for or get transported when they needed them. There was as much of that business as Richard could want. It paid for the care of his team with some profit left over. The iron and steel was pure profit. By the time he made it to the foundry with the load of charcoal, Priska, the hulking foundry master, was pacing. His powerful hands grabbed the side of the wagon. He peered in. About time. I had to wait for an hour after I came from Fava's while the city guards inspected the load. Priska waved his beefy arms. Those bastards! It's all right, calm down. They didn't take any. I have it all. The man sighed. I tell you, Richard, it's a wonder I've kept my furnaces going. Richard ventured a dangerous question. You're not involved with the trouble in the city, are you? In the light coming from his office window, really no more than a hut, Priska appraised Richard for a time. Richard, change is coming. Change for the better. What change? A revolt has begun. Richard felt the spark of hope grow anew, but stronger this time, not so much for himself, his chains held him too tenaciously, but for the people who yearned to be free. Fava was a kind man, a hard-working man, but he was not the clever man, the resourceful man that Priska was. Priska was a man who knew more than it would seem possible for him to know. Priska had given Richard the names of all the officials who could be bribed for papers and advised him how much to offer. A revolt? Richard asked. A revolt for what? For us. For the people who want to be able to live our lives as we wish. The new beginning is starting. Tonight. In fact, it has already begun. He turned to his building and pulled open the doors. When you get to Victor's, you must wait for him, Richard. He must speak with you. About what? Priska waved dismissively. Come, give me my charcoal and then load your steel. Victor will bite my head off if I keep you. Richard pulled the first basket out of the wagon and carried it to the side, where Priska added another. What have these people who started the revolt done? What are their plans? Priska leaned close as Richard dragged another basket to the rear of the wagon. They have captured a number of officials of the order, high officials. Have they killed them yet? Killed them? Are you crazy? They aren't going to harm them. They will be held until they agree to loosen the rules, satisfy the demands of the people. Richard gaped at the man. Loosen the rules? What are they demanding?
Things must change. People want to be allowed more say in their businesses, their lives, their work. He lifted a basket of charcoal. Less meetings. They are demanding to have their needs taken more into consideration. This time the spark of Richard's hopes didn't dim. Rather, it plunged into icy waters. He didn't much pay attention to Priska as they unloaded the wagon and then loaded the steel. He didn't really want to listen to the plans for the revolt. He couldn't help getting the gist of it anyway. The revolutionaries had it all figured out. They wanted public trials for those people the order arrested. They wanted to be allowed to see prisoners. They wanted to have the order give them a list of what had happened to a number of people who had been arrested but never heard from. There were other details and demands, but Richard's mind wandered to other things. As Richard was climbing up into his wagon to leave, Priska seized his arm in an iron grip. "The time has come, Richard, for men who care to join the revolt." The two of them shared a long look. "Victor is waiting." Priska released Richard's arm and grinned. "So he is. I'll see you later, Richard. Perhaps the next trip you make here will be after the order meets the demands, and you will be able to come in the day, without papers." "That would be grand, Priska." By the time he arrived at Victor's, Richard had a headache. He felt sick over what he'd heard, and what he feared yet to hear. Victor was there, waiting for him. It was a little early yet for the man to be there. Usually he didn't arrive until closer to dawn. The blacksmith threw open the doors to his outer stockroom. He set a lantern on a shelf, so Richard could see to back his wagon close. Victor was wearing a wolfish grin as Richard stepped down. "Come, Richard, unload your wagon. Then we will have some lardo and talk." Richard went methodically about his task, not really wanting to talk. He had a good idea what Victor wanted to talk about. Victor, as was his way, left Richard to unload. He was the man buying the steel, and enjoyed the service of having it delivered where he wanted it. It was a service he could rarely get from a transport company, despite the higher price. Richard didn't mind being left alone. Summer this far south in the old world was miserable. The humidity was oppressive, with the nights rarely better than the days. As he worked, he thought about the sparkling, bright days spent with Kaylin beside the brook at their mountain home. It seemed a lifetime ago. His hopes of ever seeing her again were difficult to keep alive, but his worry for her, now that summer was here, never ceased. Sometimes it hurt so much to think about her, to miss her, to worry, that he had to put her from his mind. At other times, thoughts of her were all that kept him going.
By the time he had finished, the sky was turning lighter. He found Victor in the far room, the doors open wide so that dawn's light lit Victor's marble monolith. The blacksmith was gazing at the beauty in his stone, at the statue, still inside, that only he saw.
It was a long moment before he noticed Richard standing not far away. "Richard, come have lardo with me." They sat on the threshold, looking out over the site of the retreat, watching the miles of stone walls turn pink in the hazy dawn. Even from the distance, Richard could see along the top of one wall the vile figures representing the evil of mankind. Victor handed Richard a pure white slice of lardo. "Richard, the revolt I told you about has started, but you probably already know that." "No, it hasn't," Richard said. Victor stared dumbfounded. "But it has." "A lot of trouble has started. It is not the revolt you and I spoke of." "It will be. You will see. Many men will be marching today." Victor gestured expansively. "Richard, we want you to lead us." Richard had been expecting the question. "No." I know you think the men don't know you and they won't follow you, but you are wrong, Richard. Many do know you, more than you think. I have told many of them about you. Priska and others have spoken of you. You can do it, Richard." Richard stared out at the walls, at the carvings of cowering men. "No." Victor was taken aback this time. "But why not?" "Because a lot of men are going to die." Victor chuckled. "No, Richard, no, you misunderstand. This will not be that kind of revolt. This will be a revolt of men of goodwill. This is a revolt for the betterment of mankind. That is what the order always preaches. We are the people. They say they are for the people, and now, when we put the demands of the people to them, they will have to listen and give in." Richard shook his head sadly to himself. "You want me to lead you?" "Yes." "Then I want you to do something for me, Victor." Of course, Richard, name it. You stay far away from anything to do with this uprising. Those are my orders to you as your leader. You stay here and work today. You stay out of it.
Victor looked as if he thought Richard might be making a joke. After a moment, he saw that Richard was not joking.
But why? Don't you want things to get better? Do you wish to live like this all your life? Don't you want things to improve?
Are you willing to kill those men of the Order that have been captured?
Kill them? Richard, why do you want to talk about killing? This is about life. About things being better.
Victor, listen to me. These men you go up against are not going to play by your rules.
But they will want...
You stay here and work, or you will die along with a lot of other men. The Order will crush this uprising within a day or two, and then they will go after everyone they even suspect had a hand in it. A lot of people are going to die.
But if you were to lead us, you could present our demands. That is why we want you to lead us, to prevent that kind of trouble. You know how to convince people. You know how to get things done. Just look at how you help all the people in All Tuarong. Fauvel, Priska, me, and all the others. We need you, Richard. We need you to give people a reason to follow the revolt.
If they don't know what they stand for and what they want, then no one can give them a reason. They will only succeed when they burn for freedom and are not only willing to kill for it, but to die for it. Richard stood and brushed the dirt from his pants. Stay out of it, Victor, or you will die with them. Victor followed him to his wagon. In the distance, men were arriving to work on the Emperor's palace. The blacksmith picked at the wood on the wagon's side, apparently wanting to say more.
Richard, I know how you feel. I really do. I, too, think these men are not burning with the kind of hunger for freedom that I have. But they are not from Kavatura, as I am. So perhaps they do not know what true freedom is. But for now, this is all we can do. Won't you give it a try, Richard? Richard Rahl of the Daharan Empire to the north understands our passion for freedom and would try.
Richard climbed up into his wagon seat. He wondered where people heard such things, and marveled at how the spark of such ideas could travel so far. After he took up the reins and whip, Richard shared a long look with the sober blacksmith, a man intoxicated with the whiff of freedom in the air. Victor, would you try to hammer cold steel into a tool?
Of course not. The steel must be white-hot before it can become something.
So must men, Victor. These men are cold steel. Spare your hammer. I'm sure this Richard Rahl would tell you the same thing. Chapter 54. The uprising lasted a day. Richard stayed home. He asked Nietzsche to stay home, too. He told her that he'd heard rumors of possible trouble and said he didn't want her to get hurt. The purge of the insurrectionists by the Order, on the other hand, lasted a week. Men who had participated in the marching had been slaughtered in the streets or captured by the city guard. Those who were captured were questioned until they eventually confessed the names of others. People questioned by the Order always confessed. The ripples of arrest, confession, and further arrest spread through the city and went on for days. Hundreds of men were buried in the sky. Eventually, the fires of unrest were snuffed out. The ash of regret covered every tongue as people wanted to forget the whole thing. The marches were rarely even mentioned, as if it had never happened. Richard finally went back to work at the transport company, rather than risk having his wagon out at night. Jory had nothing to say as they rolled through the city, past the poles holding up rotting corpses buried in the sky. Jory and Richard made trips out to the mines to pick up ore for the foundries. They made one trip to a sandstone quarry a little ways to the east of the city. That took the whole day there and back. The next day they delivered the stone to the west side of Retreat, where it was needed for a buttress. There were a number of poles, maybe 50 or 60, on the other side of the walls, over near the carving area. Apparently, some of the workers had been purged, too. On the way out, they went up the road past the blacksmith shop. Richard jumped down off the wagon and told Jory that he would go up the hill and join him after the wagon made its way around the twists in the road. He said he had to report to the blacksmith about their next delivery. Inside the dark workshop, Victor was hammering a long piece of steel, bending the red-hot metal over the horn of an anvil. He looked up and when he saw it was Richard, thrust the hot metal in the liquid beside this anvil, where it bubbled and hissed.
"Richard, I'm glad to see you."
Richard noticed several of Victor's men were missing. "Sick?" Victor grimly shook his head. Richard acknowledged the news with a single nod. "I'm glad to see you well, Victor. I just wanted to stop and make sure you were all right."
"Richard, I'm fine."
He hung his head.
"Thanks to your advice. I could be buried in the sky now."
He gestured toward the retreat.
"Did you see? Many of the carvers, all hanging from the poles down there."
Richard had seen the bodies, but hadn't realized it was many of the stone carvers. He knew how some had felt about the things they carved, how they hated to create scenes of death. "Priska?" Victor gave a desolate shake of his head, too choked up to say it. "Fauvel?"
"Saw him yesterday."
Victor took a purging breath.
"He said you told him to stay home and make charcoal. I think he is going to rename one of his children after you."
"If Priska... What about your special steel?" Victor gestured with the bar he held in tongs.
"His head man is going to carry on. Can you make a run for iron? I haven't had a supply since before the trouble. Brother Narav is in a foul mood. He wants some iron supports for the piers. He suggested that a blacksmith loyal to the order and the Creator would get them made."
Richard nodded. "I think it's calmed down enough. When?"
"I could really use it now, but I can make do until the day after tomorrow.
I have some of these fussy chisels to make for the detail work, and I'm short men, so it can wait that long. Day after tomorrow, then. It should be safe by then." The sun had set as Richard was walking up the street to his room with Nietzsche, but the twilight let him see his way well enough. He was thinking about Victor when half a dozen men stepped out from behind a building.
"Richard Cypher?"
They weren't dressed like regular city guards, but that didn't mean a whole lot lately. There were a number of special men not in uniform who, it was said, hunted down troublemakers. "That's right. What is it you wish?" He saw the men each had swords under their light capes. They each had a hand on a long knife at their belts. "As sworn officers of the Imperial Order, it is our duty to place you under arrest for suspicion of insurrection." When Nietzsche woke, Richard still wasn't home. She growled unhappily. She rolled onto her back and saw that light was coming in through the curtains. By the angle of the sunlight, it looked like it must be shortly past dawn. She yawned and stretched in her bed, letting her arms drop back as she stared at the ceiling, the clean, whitewashed ceiling. She felt her anger building. It was upsetting when he wasn't there at night, but it made her feel a fraud if she berated him for working so hard. Her intent had been to make him see how hard ordinary people had to work to get along in life, to make him see how the order was the only hope of improving the lives of the common people. She had warned him not to become involved in the recent uprising. She was pleased he didn't try to argue with her about it. If anything, he seemed opposed to them. It surprised her that he had even stayed home from work while the marches took place. He warned Camille and Nabi in the strongest terms to keep away from the insurrection. Now that the rebellion had been crushed and the authorities had arrested many of the troublemakers, it was safe again. So Richard had finally been able to return to work. The rebellion had been a shock. The order needed to do more to make people understand their duty to help make the lives of those less fortunate more tolerable. Then there wouldn't be any trouble in the streets. To that end, many of the officials had been purged for not doing enough to further the cause of the order. At least there was that much good out of it. Nietzsche splashed water on her face from the basin Richard had brought home one day. The flowers around the edges matched the salmon-colored walls, and the rug he had been able to purchase from savings. He was certainly industrious, managing to save from his meager wage. She pulled off her sweaty nightshirt and bathed herself as best she could with a wet washcloth. It felt refreshing. She hated to look sweaty and dirty in front of Richard. She saw that the bowl of stew she'd made for his dinner the night before was still sitting on the table. He hadn't told her that he had to work at night, but sometimes he didn't have time to come home for dinner first. When he worked at night, he usually came home shortly after dawn, so she expected to see him at any moment. He would likely be hungry. Maybe she would make him eggs. Richard liked eggs. She realized she was smiling. She had been angry when she first woke, and now, thinking about what Richard liked, she was smiling. She combed her fingers through her hair, already eagerly looking forward to seeing him walk in, to asking if he would like her to make him eggs. He would say yes, and she would have the pleasure of doing something she knew he wanted. She loathed doing things she knew he didn't like. It had been several months since that awful night with Gadi. That had been a mistake. She knew that afterward. At first she had enjoyed it, not because she wanted to have sex with that repulsive thug, but because she had been so humiliated by Richard refusing to make love to her that she wanted to get back at him. She had, in the beginning of it, reveled in what Gadi did to her, reveled in how he hurt her because it was hurting Kalin, too. Nietzsche enjoyed it only in the sense that it was punishment for what he had done to her. Nothing hurt Richard like hurting Kalin. Gadi hated Richard. Having Nietzsche, he thought, got back at Richard and made Gadi a king again. As much as he wanted her, he wanted to get back at Richard more. Richard had taken Gadi's kingdom and made it his own. Nietzsche was only too happy to let the little bully be king again. Every sincere cry she knew Richard heard, and would know that Kalin felt the same pain. But as Gadi went at her with wild abandon, doing his best to degrade Richard by what he did to her, Richard's words, "Nietzsche, please don't do this, you're only hurting yourself," began to haunt her. As Gadi took her, she tried to make believe it was Richard, tried to have Richard, if even by proxy. But she couldn't make herself believe it, not even for the pleasure of such a fantasy. Richard, she knew, would never humiliate and hurt a woman in that way. She couldn't even pretend for a second that it was Richard. More, though, Nietzsche began to comprehend that Richard's words were not a plea to spare Kalin pain, but to spare Nietzsche the pain. As much as he must hate her, Richard had expressed concern for her. As much as he must hate her, he didn't want to see her hurt. Nothing else Richard could have said would have cut deeper into her heart. That kindness was the cruelest thing he could have done to her. The pain afterward was her punishment. Nietzsche was so ashamed of what she had done that she pretended to Richard that she hadn't suffered in the incident. She wanted to spare him the distress of knowing what Kalin was suffering along with her. The next morning she told Richard that she had made a mistake. She didn't expect his forgiveness. She wanted him to know she knew she had been wrong, and that she was sorry. Richard said nothing. He only watched her with those gray eyes of his as he listened before leaving for work. She bled for 3 days. Gadi had bragged to his friends about having her. To her further humiliation, he revealed all the details. To Gadi's surprise, Camille and Nabi had been furious at him. They were intent on dripping hot wax in his eyes and doing some other things, what Nietzsche wasn't sure, but could imagine. The threat was so deadly serious that Gadi had gone off and joined the Imperial Order Army that very same day. He had joined just in time to leave with a new troop on their way north to the war. Gadi had sneered to Camille and Nabi that day, telling them that he was going off to be a hero. Nietzsche heard footsteps coming down the hall. She smiled and pulled 3 eggs out of the cupboard. Instead of Richard opening the door, as she was expecting, someone knocked. Nietzsche stepped to the middle of the room. "Who is it?" "Nietzsche! It's me, Camille!" The urgency in his voice made the fine hairs on her arm stand on end. "I'm decent. Come in." The young man burst in, panting. His face was white, as were his knuckles around the doorknob. Tears stained his cheeks. "They've arrested Richard. Last night. They have him." Nietzsche was only dimly aware of the eggs hitting the floor. Chapter 55. With Camille at her side, Nietzsche ascended the 12 stone steps up into the city guard barracks. It was a huge fortress, its high walls stretching off down the entire block. Nietzsche hadn't asked Camille to go with her. She doubted that anything short of death would have stopped him. She couldn't really decipher precisely how Richard managed to inspire such reactions in people. As they had left, Nietzsche was in a state of frantic shock. But she had noticed that the entire building of people seemed tense and alert. Faces peered from windows as she and Camille had rushed out the building and down the road. People had come out of other buildings to watch her go. They all wore grim expressions. What was it that made people care so much about this one man? What was it that made her care? The inside of the filthy barracks was crowded with people. Hollow-cheeked, unshaven old men stood as if in a daze, staring off at nothing. Plump-cheeked women with scarves covering their heads wept as wailing children clung to their skirts. Other women stood around without expression, as if they were expecting to buy bread or millet. One small child, with only a shirt and nothing from the waist down, stood forlorn, his tiny fists at his mouth as he bawled. The room felt like a death watch. City guards, mostly large young men with indifferent expressions, pushed through the throng as they passed on into dark halls guarded by their fellows. A short, roughly constructed wooden wall held back all the people, confining the pandemonium to half the room. Beyond the short wall, more of the guards casually talked among themselves. Others brought reports to men at a simple table, joked, or picked up orders on their way through. Nietzsche cut right through the crowd, forcing her way to the short wall where cowering women pressed close, hoping to be called, hoping for word, hoping for the miracle of intercession by the Creator himself. Pressing up against the rough boards, they received splinters instead. Nietzsche seized the sleeve of a passing guard. He halted in mid-stride. His glare rose from her hand to her eyes. She reminded herself that she was without her power and released his sleeve. "May I ask, please, who is in charge?" He looked her up and down. A woman he appeared to judge was about to be without a husband and available. His face slid into an affected smile. He gestured. "There, at the table. People's Protector Muxen." The older man sat ensconced behind his sovereign stacks of papers. Beneath the chin that sank down toward his chest, his spreading body looked as if it were melting in the summer heat. His loose white shirt bore big dark rings of sweat, adding its bit of stink to the stench of the sultry room. Guards leaned down to speak into his ear while his dull gaze roamed, never settling. Others behind the table to either side of him were busily engaged in work at stacks of their own papers, or speaking among themselves, or dealing with the other stream of officials and guards that was ebbing and flowing through the room. Protector Muxen, the shiny top of his head concealed about as well as an aged turtle napping beneath a few blades of grass, watched the room. His dark eyes never stopped moving, gliding past the guards, the officials, the milling crowd. When they glided over Nietzsche's face, they registered no more interest than in any of the other people. All were citizens of the order, equal pieces, each unimportant in and of itself. "Could I see him?" Nietzsche asked. "It's important." The guard's smile turned to mockery. "I'm sure it is." He waved a finger at the clump of people to the side. "End of the line. Wait your turn." Nietzsche and Camille had no choice but to wait. Nietzsche knew enough about such petty officials to know better than to make a scene. They lived for the times when someone made a scene. She leaned her shoulder against the plastered wall, dark with oily stains of countless other shoulders. Camille took up station behind her. The line wasn't moving because the officials weren't seeing anyone. Nietzsche didn't know if they only saw citizens at certain times. There was no choice but to keep their place in the line. The morning dragged on without the line in front of her changing. It grew more crowded in back. "Camille," she said in a low voice after several hours, "you don't need to wait with me. You can go home." His eyes were red and swollen. "I wish to wait." He sounded surprisingly distrustful. "I care about Richard," he added in a tone that sounded like an accusation. "I care about him, too. Why do you think I'm here?" "I only came to get you because I was so afraid for Richard. And I didn't know what else to do. Everyone else was off to work or to buy bread." Camille turned and leaned his back against the wall. "I don't believe that you care for him, but I didn't know what else to do." Nietzsche swiped a sweaty strand of hair off her forehead. "You don't like me, do you?" Still, he didn't look at her. "No." "Might I ask why?" Camille's gaze snuck a glance around to see if anyone was listening. They were all concerned with their own problems. "You are Richard's wife, yet you betrayed him. You took Gadi to your room. You are a whore." Nietzsche blinked in surprise at his words. Camille glanced around again before he went on. "We don't know why a man like Richard would be with you. Every woman without a husband in the house and the other houses nearby told me she would be his wife and never lie with another man as long as she lived. They all say they don't understand why you would do that to Richard. Everyone was sad for him, but he would not listen to us tell him." Nietzsche turned away. Suddenly she couldn't bear the shame of looking at a young man who had just called her a vile name and had been right. "You don't understand the situation," she whispered. From the corner of her eye she saw Camille shrug. "You are right, I don't understand. I don't understand how anyone could do such a hurtful thing to a husband like Richard, who works hard and takes such good care of you. To do such a thing, you must be a bad person who does not care about your husband." She felt tears join the sweat on her face. "I care about Richard more than you could ever know." He didn't answer. She turned to look at him. He was bouncing his shoulders gently against the wall. He was too ashamed of her or angry at her to look her in the eye. "Camille, do you remember when we first came to live in the room in your building?" He nodded, still not looking at her. "Do you remember how cruel you and Nabi treated Richard? All the mean things you said to him? All the hurtful names you called him? How you threatened him with your knives?" "I made a mistake," he said, and sounded as if he meant it. "Camille, I made a mistake, too." She didn't bother trying to hide her tears. Half the women in the room were weeping. "I can't explain it to you, but Richard and I were having an argument. I was angry with him. I wanted to hurt him. I was wrong. It was a foolish thing for me to do. I made a terrible mistake." She sniffled and dabbed her nose on a small handkerchief. Camille watched her from the corner of his eye. "I admit it's not the same kind of mistake that you and Nabi made when you were acting tough when you first met Richard. But it was a mistake. I was acting tough, too." "You don't desire Gaddi?" "Gaddi turns my stomach. I only used him because I was angry with Richard." "And you are sorry?" Nietzsche's chin trembled. "Of course I'm sorry." "You are not going to get angry and do it again with some other man?" "No. I told Richard I made a mistake. I was sorry, and I would never do such a thing to him again. I meant what I said." Camille thought it over as he watched a woman shake a child by the arm. The child wouldn't stop crying because it wanted to be picked up. She said something under her breath, and the child leaned against her leg and pouted, but didn't cry any more. "If Richard can forgive you, then I should not be angry at you. He is your husband. It is for the two of you to settle, not for me." He touched her arm. "You made a foolish mistake. It is over. Don't cry for that any more. There are more important things now." Nietzsche smiled through her tears and nodded. He smiled a bit. "Nabi and I told Gaddi we were going to cut off... We told him we would cut him for what he had done to Richard. Gaddi showed us his knife, so we would let him pass. Gaddi loves his knife. He has cut men with it before. Cut them bad. He told us to let him pass, to go join the army, that he was going to use his knife to slice the guts out of the enemy, to be a war hero, and to have many women better than Richard's wife. I'm sure I will not be the only woman to be sorry they ever met Gaddi." In the late afternoon, People's Protector Muksen began seeing people. Nietzsche's back ached, but it was nothing to compare to her fear for Richard. The people were taken one at a time by a pair of guards to stand before Protector Muksen. The line moved fairly rapidly because the Protector tolerated no long conversations. At most, he would riffle through some of his papers before telling the supplicant something. What with all the wailing and weeping in the room, Nietzsche couldn't hear any of it. When it was her turn, one of the guards shoved Camille back. "Only one citizen may speak with the Protector." Nietzsche tilted her head to signal Camille to stand back and not make a scene. The guards each grabbed an arm and fairly carried her to the spot in front of the Protector. Nietzsche was indignant at being treated so roughly, like some common citizen. She had always enjoyed a kind of authority, sometimes spoken, sometimes unspoken, and had never really given it much thought. She wanted to have Richard see what it was like to live as the common working people. Richard seemed to flourish. The two guards stood close at her shoulders in case she caused any trouble. They must have seen it enough. She felt her face flushing at her treatment. "Protector Muksen, my husband was—" "Name?" His dark-eyed gaze was skipping over the people remaining in line, no doubt measuring how far off dinner was. "Richard." He looked up sharply. "Full name?" "His name is Richard Cypher. He was taken in last evening." Richard didn't want to say the word arrested, fearing to lend weight to a serious charge. He shuffled through papers, not at all seeming to be interested in looking at her. Nietzsche found it slightly confounding when the man didn't look at her in that calculating way men had of measuring her dimensions in their mind, imagining what they couldn't see, as if she didn't know what they were doing. The two guards, though, were looking down the front of her dress. "Ah, Protector Muksen waved a paper.
You are lucky.
He was released then? He looked up as if she were daft.
We have him. His name is on this paper. There are many places people are taken. The protectors of the people can't be expected to know where they all are.
Thank you, Nietzsche said, without knowing what she was thanking him for. Why is he being held? What are the charges? The man frowned.
How would we know the charges? He has not yet confessed.
Nietzsche felt dizzy. A number of the other women fainted when they spoke to the protector. The guard's hands on her arms tightened. The protector's hand started to lift to signal them to remove her. Before he could, Nietzsche spoke in as calm a voice as she could muster. Please, Protector Muksen. My husband is no troublemaker. He never does anything but work. He never speaks ill of anyone. He is a good man. He always does as he is told. For one fraction of a second, as she watched sweat roll down the man's cheeks, he seemed to be considering something.
Has he a skill?
He is a good laborer for the order. He loads wagons. She knew the answer was a mistake before she had completed it. The hand lifted, flicked, dismissing her like a gnat. With a mighty jerk, the guards lifted her from her feet and whisked her from the important man's presence. But my husband is a good man. Please, Protector Muksen. Richard did not cause any of the trouble. He was home. Her words were sincere, and much the same as those spoken by the women before her. She was furious that she could not convince him that she was different, that Richard was different. The others, she knew now, had all tried to do the same. Camille ran behind as the guards carried her down a short dark hall to a side door out of the stone fortress. Evening light stole in when they opened the door. They shoved her. Nietzsche stumbled down the steps. Camille was shoved out right behind her. He fell face down in the dirt. Nietzsche knelt to help him up. From her knees, she looked up to the doorway. What about my husband? She pressed. You can come back another day, the guard said. When he confesses, the protector can tell you the charges. Nietzsche knew he would never confess. He would die first. That was not a problem, as far as these men were concerned. Can I see him? Nietzsche folded her hands prayerfully as she knelt beside Camille. Please, can I at least see him? One of the guards whispered to the other. Have you any money? He asked her. No, she said in a mournful cry. They started to go back in. Wait! Camille cried out. When they paused, he ran up the steps. He lifted his pant leg and pulled off a boot. Upending it, a coin fell into his palm. Without reservation, he handed the silver coin to the guard. The man made a sour face when he looked at the coin. This isn't enough for a visit. Camille seized the big man's wrist as he started to turn. I have another at home. Please let me go get it. I can run. I can be back in an hour. The man shook his head. Not tonight. Visits for those who can pay the fee are the day after tomorrow at sunset. But only one visitor is allowed. Camille waved his hand at Nietzsche. His wife. She will visit him. The guard swept an appraising look over Nietzsche, smirking, as if to consider what more she might have to give to see her husband. Just be sure to bring the fee. The door slammed shut. Camille raced down the steps and seized her arm, his big eyes brimming with tears. What are we going to do? That's 2 more days they will have him. 2 more days! He was starting to choke on his panic. He hadn't said it, but she knew what he meant. That was 2 more days to torture a confession out of him. Then they would bury Richard in the sky. Nietzsche took a firm grip on the boy's arm and walked him away. Camille, listen to me. Richard is strong. He will be all right. He's been through a lot before. He's strong. You know he's strong? Camille was nodding as he bit his lower lip and wept, reduced to a child by his fear for his friend. Nietzsche stared at the ceiling the entire night. The next day she went to stand in line for bread. She realized, as she stood with the other women, that she must have the same hollow look as they. She was in a daze. She didn't know what to do. Everything seemed to be disintegrating. That night she slept only a few hours. She was in a state of restless anxiety, counting the minutes until the sun would come up. When it did, she sat at the table, clutching the loaf of bread she would take to Richard, waiting the eternity it took for the day to drag by. The neighbor lady, Mrs. Shah-Rim, brought Nietzsche a bowl of cabbage soup. She stood over Nietzsche, smiling sympathetically while she waited to make sure Nietzsche ate the soup. Nietzsche thanked Mrs. Shah-Rim
and said the soup was delicious. She had no idea what the soup tasted like. In the early afternoon, Nietzsche decided to go wait at the stronghold until she was allowed in. She didn't want to be late. Camille was sitting on the steps, waiting for her.
A small crowd of people milled about.
Camille shot to his feet. "I have the silver mark." Nietzsche wanted to tell him that he didn't have to pay it, that she would. But she didn't have a silver mark. She had only a few silver pennies. "Thank you, Camille. I will find the money to pay you back." "I don't want it back.
It is for Richard."
It is what I choose to do for Richard. It is worth it to me." Nietzsche nodded. She knew she would rot before anyone came up with a penny for her, yet she had devoted her entire life to helping others. Her mother told her once that it was wrong to expect thanks, that she owed help to those people because she was able to give it. As Nietzsche walked down the steps, people came up and offered their best wishes. They asked her to tell Richard to be strong and not to give in. They asked her to tell them if there was anything they could do, or if she needed money. They'd had Richard for days. Nietzsche didn't even know if he was still alive. The silent walk to the prison stronghold was terror. She feared to find he had been put to death, or to see him and know he would die a lingering, suffering agony from his questioning. Nietzsche knew very well how the order questioned people. At the side door, a half-dozen other women, along with a few older men, stood in the sweltering sun. All the women had sacks of food. None of the people spoke. They were all bent under the weight of the same dread. Nietzsche stared at the door as the sun slowly sank. In the gathering dusk, Camille hung his water-skin on Nietzsche's shoulder. "Richard will probably want something to drink with his bread and chicken." "Thank you," she whispered. The iron-bound door squeaked open. Everyone looked up at the guard standing in the door, signaling for everyone to approach. He glanced down at a piece of paper. As the first woman raced up the stairs, he stopped her and asked her name. When she told him, he checked it against his list, then let her pass. The second woman he turned away. She cried out, saying she had paid for the visit. He told her that her husband had confessed to crimes of treason and was allowed no visitors. She wailed as she fell to the ground. Everyone else watched in horror, fearing the same fate. Another woman gave her name and was sent in. Another went in. Then the next was told that her husband had died. Nietzsche, in a daze, started up the stairs. Camille grabbed her arm. He put a coin in her hand. "Thank you, Camille." He nodded. "Tell Richard I said... Just tell him to come home." "Richard Cypher," she answered the guard, her heart hammering. He looked at the paper briefly, then waved her in. "That man will take you to him." Relief flooded through her. He was still alive. Inside the dark hall, another soldier waited. He tilted his head in command. "Follow me." He moved into the darkness, a lamp swinging from each hand. She stayed close behind as he descended 2 long flights of narrow stairs into the damp, dark underground. In a small room with a hissing torch, People's Protector Muxon sat on a bench, sweating, as he talked to 2 men, minor officials, judging by their deferential treatment of the rotund protector. The protector stood after briefly inspecting the paper the guard handed him. "You have the fee?" "Yes, Protector Muxon." Nietzsche handed over the coin. He glanced at it before pocketing the silver. "Fines for civil violations are steep," he said cryptically, as his dark eyes halted to measure her reaction. Nietzsche licked her lips, her hope suddenly buoyant. She had passed the first test by paying the fee. The greedy bastard was now demanding money for Richard's life. Nietzsche spoke cautiously, fearing to make a mistake. "If I knew the fine, Protector, I believe I could raise the money." The protector peered at her with an intensity that made sweat break out across her brow. "A man needs to prove his repentance. A fine that cuts to the bone is a sure way to show remorse for a civil infraction. Less, and we will know the penance insincere. Day after tomorrow, at this time, those who have confessed to such infractions, and have someone who can pay the price of the fine, are brought before me for disposition." He had named the price. Everything. He had told her what Richard had to do. She wanted to tear out the man's fat throat. "Thank you for your kind understanding of my husband's civil indiscretion. If I could see him..."
I will see that he hurts to the bone in remorse. He smiled a thin, sweaty smile. See that you do, young lady. Men left too long down here with their guilt end up confessing to the most terrible things. Nietzsche swallowed. I understand, Protector Muxon.
The torture would not stop until the man had the price.
The guard seized her arm abruptly and yanked her off down a pitch-black corridor, holding his 2 lanterns in his other hand. They went down another flight of stairs, down to the very bottom of the stronghold. The narrow passageway burrowed its crooked way through the stone of the foundation, past rooms purpose-built to hold criminals. Being not far from the river, water seeped into the place, leaving it forever slimy, wet, and reeking of rot. She saw things skitter away into the blackness. The sound of their feet splashing through ankle-deep water echoed back from the distance. Decomposing carcasses of huge rats bobbed on the waves caused by their passing footsteps. The place reminded Nietzsche of her childhood nightmares of the underworld, a fate her mother had promised awaited all those who failed in their duty to their fellow man. The short doors to the sides each had a small opening about the size of a hand, so that the guards could look in, she supposed. There was no light at all but what the guards brought, so there was nothing for those inside to look out at. In several of those doors, fingers gripped the edge of the opening. As the lamplight passed, Nietzsche saw wide eyes peering out from the black holes. From many of the openings came weeping of anguish or agony. The guard stopped. Here it is. Her heart beating wildly, Nietzsche waited. Instead of opening the door, the guard turned to her and grabbed her breasts. She stood motionless, fearing to move. He fondled her as if he were testing melons in the market. She was too afraid to say anything, lest he not let her see Richard. He pressed closer to her and pushed his meaty hand down inside the top of her dress, fingering her nipples. Nietzsche knew that men like this were necessary if the order was to bring their teachings to all. You had to accept that the nature of mankind was perverted. There had to be sacrifices. Brutes were necessary to enforce morality on the masses. She stifled a yelp as he pinched her tender flesh. The guard chuckled, pleased with his grope, and turned to the door. After some difficulty with the rusty lock, he finally got the key to turn. He grasped the door through the opening and gave a mighty tug. The door slowly grated open just enough to get by. The guard hung a lantern just inside on the wall. After I've seen to some other matters, I'll be back and your visit will be over. He chortled again. Don't waste any time getting your skirts up for him, if he's in any condition for it. He shoved her in the room. Here you go, Cypher. I got her nice and randy for you. The door shut with a clang that echoed up and down the crooked passageway. Nietzsche heard the key turn and the guard's sloshing footsteps as he departed. The square room was so tiny she could have stretched her arms and touched the walls to each side at the same time. The ceiling brushed the top of her head. She was overwhelmed by the terrifying closeness of it. She wanted out. She feared the body crumpled at her feet was dead. Richard? She heard a little groan. His arms were behind his back, locked in some kind of wooden binders. She feared he might drown. Tears stung her eyes. She sank to her knees, the slimy water that had sloshed into her boots now soaked up through her dress. Richard! She pulled at his shoulder to turn him over. He cried out and shrank away from her hand. When she saw him, she covered her mouth with both hands to stifle her scream. She felt the tears flooding down her face as she gasped to get her breath. Oh, Richard! Nietzsche stood and tore off a strip of her shift from under her dress. Kneeling once more, she used the cloth to gently wipe the blood from his face. Richard, can you hear me? It's Nietzsche. He nodded. Nietzsche. One eye was swollen shut. His hair was matted with mud and slime from the water he lay in. His clothes were torn open. In the harsh light from the small lamp, she could see puffy red wounds crisscrossing his flesh. He saw her staring at his wounds. I'm afraid you'll never be able to patch this shirt. She offered a feeble smile at his grim humor. Her fingers trembled as she wiped his face. She didn't know why she would react this way. She had seen worse than this. Richard pulled his head back away from her ministrations. Am I hurting you? Yes. Sorry. I have some water. He nodded eagerly. Nietzsche poured water into his mouth from the water skin. He drank greedily. While he caught his breath, she said, Camille came up with the money for the fee to get me in to see you. Richard only smiled. Camille wants you out of here. I want me out of here. He didn't sound like himself. His voice was hoarse and almost gone. Richard, the protector. Who? The official in charge of this prison. He told me that there is a way to get you out. He said you must plead guilty to a civil infraction and pay a fine. Richard was nodding. I figured as much. He asked if I had money. I told him I did. You do? You've saved money? He nodded. I have money. Nietzsche's fingers desperately gathered his collar into her fist. Richard, I can't pay the fine to get you out for 2 more days. Can you hold on? Please, can you hold on until then? He smiled in the dim lamplight. I'm not going anywhere. Nietzsche remembered then and pulled the bread out of the sack. I brought food. Bread and some roasted chicken. Chicken. Bread won't sustain me long. They don't feed me. She tore at the chicken with her fingers. She held a piece up to his mouth for him. She couldn't stand to see Richard helpless. It angered her. It made her sick. Eat, Richard, she urged when his head sank forward. He shook his head as if to banish sleep. Here, have some more. She watched him chew. Can you sleep in this water? They don't let you sleep. She pushed a long chunk of chicken in his mouth. She knew too many of the details of the order's methods. She didn't want to know which technique they had chosen for him. I'll get you out, Richard. Don't give up. I'll get you out. He shrugged as if to say it didn't matter. Why? Covetous of your prisoner? Jealous to see others abuse me in your place? Fear they might destroy me before you can? Richard, that's not... I am just a man. Only the greater good matters. That I'm innocent is immaterial because no one man's life has value. If I must suffer and die this way to help drive others to the ways of your Creator and your order, who are you to deny them that virtuous end? What do your wishes matter? How can you put your life or mine above the good of others? How many times had she lectured him with that same moral doctrine? How contemptuous, how venomous, how treacherous it sounded from his lips. She hated herself at that moment. He somehow put the lie to everything the order stood for, to everything she had devoted her life to. He somehow made doing good seem evil. That was why he was so dangerous. That he even existed threatened everything for which they stood. She was so close to knowing what she needed to understand. The very fact that there were tears running down her face told her that there really was something that made the whole ordeal worthwhile, made it essential. The indefinable spark she had seen in his eyes from the first instant was real. If she could just reach that little bit more, then she could finally do what was best. It would be better for him. What kind of life could he ever have? How much suffering could he endure? She hated that she was condemned to serving the Creator in such a way. Look around, Nietzsche. You wanted to show me the better way of the order. Look around, isn't it glorious? She hated to see one of his beautiful eyes swollen shut. Richard, I need the money you saved. If I'm to get you out of here, I'll need it all. The official told me it had to be all of what you had. A hoarse whisper was all he had left. It's in our room. Our room? Where? Tell me where. He shook his head. You could never get it out. You have to know the trick to open it. Go to Ishak. Ishak? At the transport company? Why? It was his parlor once. There's a hidden compartment in the floor. Tell him why you need the money. He will open it for you. She held more chicken up to his mouth. All right, I'll go to Ishak. She hesitated while she watched him chew. I'm sorry that you have to give up what you've managed to save. I know how hard you work. It's not right for them to take it. He shrugged again. Just money. I'd rather live. Nietzsche smiled and wiped the tears from her cheeks. That was the best thing she could have hoped to hear. The door opened. "Pull your skirt down, woman. Time's up." As he dragged her out by her arm, she stuffed the last of the chicken in Richard's mouth. "Civil infraction," she called to him. "Don't forget." He had to confess to a civil infraction that could be paid with a fine. Then they would release him. Any other crime was death. "I won't forget." She reached back toward him as she was pulled from the tiny cell. "I'll be back for you, Richard. I swear." Chapter 56. Nietzsche paced as Ishak bent over the trap door in the corner of the room. He had been at it a long time. He had pushed the wardrobe aside to get at the secret place in the floor. Occasionally he muttered under his breath, cursing himself for having made it so difficult to get into. At last! Ishak scrambled to his feet. Nietzsche hoped that the meager money Richard could have managed to save would be enough to satisfy Protector Muxon. In her head she was going through a list of people who had offered money to help Richard. Ishak scurried close. "Here it is." He hurriedly placed the leather purse in her hand. The weight shocked her. The purse filled her palm. It didn't make sense. She realized Richard must have put some metal items in with his savings. That would account for the weight. She pulled open the top and dumped the contents in her palm. Nietzsche gasped. There were close to 24 gold marks. There wasn't any silver. It was all gold. "Dear Creator," she whispered, her eyes wide. "Where would Richard get all this money?" It was more money than most wealthy men saw in their lifetime. She looked up into Ishak's eyes. "Where would Richard get all this money?" He swept his red hat off his head. He waved impatiently at all the gold lying in her palm. "Richard earned it." She felt her frown darkening. Earned it? How? No one man could earn this much money, not honestly anyway. She felt her anger building. "Richard stole this gold, didn't he?" "Don't be silly," Ishak gestured irritably. "Richard earned it. He bought and sold goods." She gritted her teeth. "How did he get this money?" The man flung up his hands. "I'm telling you, he earned it himself, all by himself. He bought things and sold them to people who needed them." "Things? What kind of things? Contraband?" "No, things like iron and steel." "Nonsense. How would he move it? Carry it on his back?" "At first. But then he bought a wagon to—" "A wagon?" "Yes, and horses. He bought charcoal and ore and sold them to the foundries. Mostly he bought metal from the foundry and sold it to the blacksmith. The blacksmith uses a great deal of metal. He bought it from Richard. That was how he earned the money." Nietzsche seized the man's collar at his throat. "Take me to this blacksmith." Nietzsche was furious. All this time she had thought Richard an honest, hard-working man, and now she had discovered that he was imprisoned properly. He was guilty of swindling honest working people out of their money. He was profiteering. At that moment she was not sorry at all for what they were doing to him in the prison. He deserved it all and more. He was a criminal, cheating honest, hard-working people out of gold. She burned with humiliation, knowing she had been deceived by him. Nietzsche had seen the side of the palace before, but at a distance as she went about her business in the city. She had never been this close. It was going to be everything Jagang said it would be. It filled her with awe. All the inspiring words of Brother Nariv from her youth were like a sacred choir singing from the depths of her memories as she looked upon the sweep of scenes being erected. The walls were already up over the openings for the windows on the first floor. In some sections, beams were being laid, spanning the interior walls to support the next story. But it was the outside which took her breath. The stone walls were banded with carvings on a scale she had never imagined. Just as Brother Nariv would have directed, the carvings were inspirational and convincing. Nietzsche saw people gazing upon the scenes, weeping at the events recounted in stone, weeping at the depiction of the miserable creature that was man and the unattainable glory that was the perfection of the Creator. With such moving visions, there could be no doubt that the order was mankind's only hope of salvation. Just as Jagang had said, this would be a palace to stir the people with overpowering emotion. "Why are those poles there?" she asked Ishak, as they marched along the wide cobbled path where people stood and watched the construction, while others knelt and prayed at various horrific scenes depicted on the walls. "Carvers." Ishak removed his red hat as he looked at the sight. "It was said they took part in the revolt." Nietzsche's gaze passed among the rotting corpses hanging at the tops of the poles.
"Why would the carvers take part in the revolt?"
"They have work. More than that, they were working on the scenes of the glory of the order. They, of all people, should have known how their only hope of reward in the next world required suffering in this." "I did not say they took part. I said that it was said that they took part." Nietzsche didn't correct the man. All men were corrupt. There wasn't a man who could not be put to death without it being justified. That included Richard. Many of the stones under protective roofs where men had worked now sat idle. Ramps were constructed along with scaffolding for the masons to work on the palace walls. As they placed their stone, other men, slave labor, worked at hauling huge blocks up the ramps to them, carried baskets of mortar or dirt and rock,
Or worked in trenches building the underground cells where the order would purge the world of the worst sinners, and where criminals would confess their crimes.
It was a terrible business, but you couldn't have a garden unless you got your hands dirty first. The blacksmith shop, up on the side of a hill overlooking the colossal undertaking, was the largest she had ever seen. With a project of this scale, it was understandable. She stood outside while Ishak hurried in to fetch the blacksmith for her. The sounds of hammers ringing on steel, the smells of the forge, the smoke, the oils, the acid, the brine, all brought back a flood of memories of her father's shop. For a brief moment, Nietzsche's heart beat faster. She was a girl again. She almost expected to see her father come out and smile at her with that wondrous energy of his showing in his blue eyes. Instead, a brawny man stepped out of the shadows into the daylight. He wore no smile but a menacing glare. At first, she thought he was bald. Then she saw that his full head of hair was simply cropped close to his scalp. Some of her father's men who worked with hot iron did the same. His scowl would have set any other woman back 3 paces. He wiped his hands on a rag as he walked through the milky sunlight toward her, appraising her eyes more carefully than most men, other than Richard. His thick leather apron was speckled with hundreds of tiny burn marks. "Mrs. Cypher?" Ishak backed away, contenting himself to be a shadow. "That's right. I'm Richard's wife." "Funny, Richard never really spoke of you. I guess I just assumed he had a wife, but he never said, 'Richard has been taken into custody.'" The scowl changed in an instant to wide-eyed concern. "Richard's been arrested? For what?" "Apparently for the most base of crimes, cheating people." "Cheating people? Richard? They're out of their minds." "I'm afraid not. He is guilty. I have the evidence." "What evidence?" Ishak swooped in close, unable to contain himself any longer. "Richard's money! The money he made!" "Made?" Nietzsche's shout drove Ishak back a step. "You mean the money he stole?" The blacksmith's scowl had returned. "Stole? Who do you think he stole this money from? Who are his accusers? Where are his victims?" "Well, you are one." "Me?" "Yes, I'm afraid you were one of his victims. I'm here to return your money. I can't use stolen money to rescue a criminal from his just punishment. Richard will have to pay the price for his crime. The order will see that he does." The blacksmith tossed his towel aside and planted his fists on his hips. "Richard never stole 1 silver penny from anyone, least of all me. He earned his money." "He cheated you." "He sold me iron and steel. I need iron and steel to make things for the retreat. Brother Narif comes in here and growls at me to get things made, but he doesn't deliver me the iron from which I must make them. Richard does. Until Richard came along, I nearly got buried in the sky myself, because Ishak here couldn't get me enough iron and steel. I couldn't. The committee only gives me permission to bring what I bring. I would be buried in the sky myself if I bring more than I have permission to bring. Everybody at the transport company watches me. They report me to the workers' group if I spit wrong." "So," Nietzsche said, folding her arms, "Richard has you over your own brine barrel. He brings you iron at night, and you have no choice but to pay him his price, and he knows it.
He makes all this gold by gouging you. That's how he got rich, by overcharging you. That's the worst kind of thievery." The blacksmith frowned at her as if she were daft. "Richard sells me iron and steel for a lot less than I can buy it through the regular transport companies, like from Ishak. I charge what the Committee on Fair Pricing tells me. I have no say." "That's just crazy," Nietzsche said to the blacksmith, ignoring Ishak. "No, it's smart. You see, the foundries produce more than they can sell because they can't get it moved. Their furnaces have to be heated whether they make 1 ton or 10. They need to make enough iron to make the heat worth it, to pay their workers, and to keep their furnaces going. If they don't buy enough ore, the mines close, and then the foundry can't get any ore at all. They can't exist if they can't get raw materials. But the order won't let Ishak and those like him move as much as the foundries need moved. The order takes weeks to decide on the simplest request. They consider every imaginable person who they fancy might conceivably be hurt if Ishak were to move the load. The foundries were desperate. They offered to sell their extra to Richard at less money. So they are cheated in Richard's scheme, too. No, because Richard takes it, they sell more, so it costs them less to make. They make more money than they would have otherwise. Richard sells it to me for less than I have to pay from the regular transport companies, because he buys it for less." Nietzsche threw her hands up in disgust. "And to top it off, he is putting working men out of jobs. He's the worst sort of criminal, making his profit off the backs of the poor, the needy, and the workers." "What?" Ishak protested. "I can't get enough people to work, and I can't get enough permits to haul the goods people need. Richard puts no one out of work. He helps create more business for everybody. The foundries he hauls for have each hired more men since they are able to sell through Richard." "That's right," the blacksmith said.
"But you just don't see it,"
Nietzsche insisted, as she raked back her hair. "He's pulled the wool over your eyes. He's cheating you, milking you dry. You're getting poor because Richard—" "Don't you get it, Mrs. Cypher? Richard has made 6 foundries money. They are working now only because of Richard. He moves their goods when they need them moved, not when they can finally get some asinine permit with seals all over it. Richard has by himself enabled a whole string of charcoal makers to earn a living supplying those foundries, along with a number of miners and any number of other people. And me? Richard has made me more money than I ever thought I'd make. Richard has made us all rich by doing something that is desperately needed and doing it better than others can do it. He has kept us all working. Not the order and their committees, boards, and groups. Richard. I've been able to keep men on because of Richard. He never says it can't be done. He figures a way to do it. In the process, he has earned the trust of every man he deals with. His word is as good as that gold. Why, even Brother Narev told Richard to do what needed doing to get me the iron I needed. Richard told him he would. The palace wouldn't be this far along if not for Richard keeping everyone going with what he gets for us, when we need it. The Order owes Richard a debt of gratitude, not torture and punishment. He has helped the Order by doing what they need done. Those piers standing out there would not be built yet if Richard hadn't found me the iron to make the bracing ties. Those carvings on the palace walls down there would not be done if he hadn't gotten me the steel I needed to make the tools to carve them. The goods down there are only moved in by wheels turning on iron bands I make to repair them because Richard got me the steel. Richard has done more to raise that palace up out of the ground than any other single man. Besides that, he's made friends doing it. Nietzsche couldn't make it work in her head. It had to be true. She remembered that Richard had met Brother Narev. How could someone make so much money, help the Order, and have the people he deals with still trust him? But he has made all this profit. The blacksmith shook his head as if she were a snake among them. Profit is a dirty word only to the leeches of the world. They want it seen as evil, so they can more easily snatch what they did not earn. The frown returned as the blacksmith leaned toward her. His voice became as hot as the iron he worked. What I want to know, Mrs. Cypher, is why Richard is in some stinking prison being tortured to give a confession while his wife is standing here acting a fool over him earning money and making us all happy and rich in the process. Nietzsche felt a lump rising in her throat. I can't pay the fine until tomorrow night. Until I met you, I never thought Richard ever made a mistake. The man pulled his leather apron off over his head and heaved it at the wall of his shop. With that kind of money, we can bargain him out sooner. I hope it's soon enough. Ishak, are you with me? Of course, you know me. I'm trusted. I go too. Give me the money, the blacksmith commanded. Nietzsche dropped it into his upturned palm without even thinking about it. Richard wasn't really a thief. It was a wonder. She didn't know how, but these people were all happy with him. He made them all rich. It didn't make any sense to her. Please, if you can help, I'd be indebted to you. I'm not doing it for you, Mrs. Cypher. I'm helping a friend I value who is worth helping. Nietzsche. My name is Nietzsche. I'm Mr. Casella, he growled as he started away. Mr. Casella tossed 4 gold coins on the table in front of People's Protector Muxon. He had told Nietzsche and Ishak that he wanted to hold something in reserve so they could pump the bellows if they needed more heat. The blacksmith towered over the man behind the table. Several officers put their noses to their work. The guards around the room all watched. Richard Cypher, you have him. We're here to pay the fine. Protector Muxon blinked at the coins like a fat carp that was too full to eat a worm. We don't assess fines until tomorrow night. Come back then, and if this man Cypher has not confessed to involvement in anything more serious, you can pay then. I work out at the new palace, Mr. Casella said. Brother Narev keeps me busy. I'm here now, so couldn't we just take care of this matter while we're all here? It would make Brother Narev happy if his head blacksmith didn't have to come all the way over here again tomorrow when I'm here now. Protector Muxon's dark eyes turned from side to side, traversing the crowded room of wailing people. His chair chattered as he scooted it closer to the table. He folded his stubby fingers atop a pile of tattered papers. I would not wish to inconvenience Brother Narev. The blacksmith smiled. I thought not. However, Brother Narev would not want me to overlook my duty to the people. Of course not, Ishak put in. He swiped his red hat off his head when the dark eyes turned his way. Such was not implied, of course. We are trusting in you to do your duty. Who are you? The protector asked Nietzsche. I am the wife of Richard Cypher, Protector Muxon. I was here before. I paid a fee to see him. You explained the fine to me. He nodded. I see so many. Look, Mr. Casella said, we have a lot of money for the fine. If we could pay it now, and get Richard Cypher out today, that is. Some of it is money other people might not be willing to contribute tomorrow. The blacksmith slid 4 more gold marks across the table. The protector's dark eyes looked unimpressed. The money all belongs to the people. There is great need. Nietzsche suspected that the great need was in his pocket and that he was holding out for more. As if to answer the charge, Protector Muxon slid the 8 gold coins, a fortune by any standard of measure, back across the table. The money would not be paid here. We have no use for it. We are humble servants of the order. The amount of the fine would be noted in the ledger, but you would have to deliver it to a citizen committee for distribution to those in need. Nietzsche was surprised that she had been wrong about the man. He was indeed an honest official. This changed the nature of the whole business. Her hopes brightened. Perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to get Richard released after all. Behind her, on the other side of the short wall, women were wailing, children were crying, and people were praying. Nietzsche could hardly breathe in the stinking, sweltering room. She hoped that the official would be moved to hurry the case so he could get to attending the matter of the small crowd of guards who waited off in the side halls for papers and orders. But you make a mistake, the protector added, if you think money can buy this man's release. The order is not concerned with the life of one man, for no man's life is of any real importance. I'm inclined to tell you to keep your money until we can look into why anyone would have such a large sum. I think this man must be disruptive to civil order if he stirs up this much support. No one man is any better than another. That he can bring so much money to bribe him out of his just punishment proves my suspicion that he has something to confess. His chair creaked as he leaned back to peer up at them. It appears you three would think otherwise. Think that he is better than any other man. No, the blacksmith said in an offhanded manner. It's just that he is our friend. The order is your friend. Those in need are your concern. You have no business caring for one man over another. Such unseemly behavior is blasphemy. The three of them, before the desk, stood mute. Behind them, the weeping, the wailing, the panicked praying for those in the darkness far below went on without pause. Everything they said only seemed to turn the man more against them. If he had a skill, then it might be different. There is great need for contributions to the order by those with ability. There are many who hold back when they should be doing their best to contribute. It is the duty of those with ability to... It all came clear to Nietzsche in one blinding instant. "But he does have a skill," she blurted out. "What skill?" the protector asked, not pleased at being interrupted. Nietzsche stepped closer. "He is the greatest—" "Greatness is a delusion of the wicked. All men are the same. All men are evil by nature. All men must struggle to overcome their baser nature by devoting their lives selflessly to the cause of helping their fellow man. Only selfless acts will enable a man to gain his reward in the afterlife." Mr. Casella's fists tightened. He started to lean in. If he argued now, it would render the matter irredeemable. Nietzsche gave him a stealthy kick with the side of her foot, hoping to convince him to be quiet and let her do the talking before it was too late. Nietzsche bowed her head as she retreated a step, forcing the blacksmith aside without making it look obvious. "You are wise, Protector Muxon. We could all learn valuable lessons from you. Please forgive the inept words of a poor wife. I am a simple woman, humbled and discomposed in the presence of such a wise representative of the Fellowship of Order." Startled, the protector said nothing. Nietzsche had traded in such words for over 100 years and knew their value. She had given the man, but a petty official, a standing in the core of the order, in the fellowship itself, that he could never attain. This sort of man would aspire to wear the mantle of social merit. To a man like this, to be thought to hold such intellectual status was as good as earning it. Perception was reality to such men. The perception was what counted, not the actual accomplishment. "What is this man's skill?" Nietzsche bowed her head again. "Richard Cypher is an undistinguished stone carver, Protector Muxon." The men to either side of her stared in disbelief. "A stone carver?" the protector asked, lingering in thought over the words. "A faceless artisan, his only hope in life, that he could one day work in stone to show man's wickedness, so that he might help others see the need to sacrifice to their fellow man and the order, and in this way hope to earn his reward in the afterlife." The blacksmith quickly recovered and added to her words. "As you may know, many of the carvers at the retreat were traitors. Thank the Creator they were discovered. And so there is much carving to be done for the glory of the order. Brother Nariv can confirm this for you, Protector Muxon." The protector's dark eyes shifted among the three. "How much money do you have?" 22 gold marks, Nietzsche said. He scowled his condemnation as he pulled a ledger book close and dipped his pen in a chipped ink bottle. The protector bent forward and wrote the fine in his book. He next wrote an order on a piece of paper and handed it up to the blacksmith. "Take this to the workers' hall at the docks." He gestured with his pen off behind them. "Down that street. I will release the prisoner after you bring me a workers' group seal to prove that the fine was paid to the men who deserve it most, those in need. Richard Cypher must be stripped of his ill-gotten gains." Richard deserved it most, Nietzsche thought bitterly. He had earned it, not those other men. Nietzsche thought about all the nights he'd worked without sleep, without food. She remembered him wincing as he lay down to sleep, his back aching from his labor. Richard had earned that money. She knew that now. Those men who would get it had done nothing for it but to desire it, thus proclaiming their right to it. "Yes, Protector Muxon," Nietzsche said as she bowed. "Thank you for your wise justice." Mr. Casella let out a quiet sigh. Nietzsche leaned confidentially toward the protector. "We will carry out your equitable instructions immediately," she smiled deferentially. "Since you have treated us so fairly in this matter, might I ask one further consideration?" It was a lot of gold that would be credited to his effort on behalf of the order. She knew he would likely be in a generous mood at that moment. "It's more a matter of curiosity, really." He wheezed an annoyed sigh. "What is it you want?" Nietzsche leaned closer, close enough to smell the man's stale sweat. "The name of the person who reported my husband. The one who rightly brought Richard Cypher to justice." Nietzsche knew that he was thinking that men were more likely to be welcomed into the fellowship when they helped collect great sums for those in need. The matter of the name would only be a gnat bothering his pleasant thoughts. He pulled some papers close and scanned through them, flipping them aside as he searched. "Here it is," Protector Muxon said at last. "Richard Cypher's name was reported by a young soldier volunteering in the Imperial Order Army. His name is Gadi. The report is months old. It took some time to see justice done, but the Order always sees justice done in the end. That is why they call our great Emperor Jagang the Just." Nietzsche straightened. "Thank you, Protector Muxon." Her calm face concealed her inner fury that the little thug was out of her reach. Gadi deserved to suffer. The Protector wrote out his sentence for a civil crime as he spoke. "Take the order of fine I gave you to the workers' group at the docks, and return here when you have seals to prove that his fine of 22 gold marks was paid in full. Richard Cypher is further ordered to report to the Carvers' Committee for Work Assignment." He handed her the paper with the orders. "Richard Cypher is now a stone carver for the Order."
The sun was setting by the time they returned with all the papers and seals. The blacksmith was impressed with the way she had handled the official when the offer of gold failed to work. Ishak thanked her 100 times. It only mattered to her that Richard would be freed. She was relieved to know that she had been wrong, that Richard wasn't a cheat and a thief after all. It had been such an ugly feeling, thinking ill of Richard. It had for a time tainted her whole world. She had never been so happy to be wrong. Better yet, they had done it. She was to have him back. At the side door to the stronghold, Mr. Casella, Ishak, and Nietzsche waited. The shadows grew darker. Finally, the door opened. 2 guards held Richard between them as they came out onto the landing. When they saw Richard, his condition, Mr. Casella cursed under his breath. Ishak whispered a prayer. The guards released Richard with a shove. He stumbled forward. The blacksmith and Ishak raced to the steps to help him. Richard caught himself and straightened, a dark form upright in the last of the light, defiant of the long shadows around him. He held a hand out, commanding the 2 men to stay where they were. Both stopped with a foot on the bottom step, ready to run up to him should he need them. Nietzsche couldn't imagine what pain it had cost Richard to walk so steadily, proudly, smoothly down the stairs, without help, as if he were a free man. He did not yet know what she had done to him. Nietzsche knew there could be no worse plight for Richard. The torture down in the depths of the stronghold was not as bad as what she had just condemned him to. Nietzsche was sure that this was the one thing, at last, that would force out the answer she sought, if there really was an answer to be found. Chapter 57. Brother Nariv paused behind Richard's shoulder, a shadow come to visit. He often lurked nearby, making sure the carvings were progressing as directed. This was the first time the great man himself had stopped to watch Richard work. "Don't I know you?" The voice was like stone grating on stone. Richard let his arm holding the hammer drop to his side as he looked up. He wiped the dusty sweat from his brow with the back of his left hand, still holding the clawed stone chisel. "Yes, Brother Nariv. I was a laborer hauling iron at the time. I was bringing a load to the blacksmith one day when I was honored to meet you." Brother Nariv frowned suspiciously. Richard allowed no crack in his facade of innocent calm. "A laborer and now a carver?" "I have ability, which I am joyful to contribute to my fellow man. I am grateful for the opportunity the Order has given me to earn my reward in the next life by sacrificing in this." "Joyful?" Neil, the shadow of the shadow, stepped forward. "You are joyful to carve, are you?" "Yes, Brother Neil." Richard was joyful that Caleb was alive. He didn't think about the rest of it. He was a prisoner, and what he had to do to keep Caleb alive he would do. That was all there was to it. What was, was. Brother Neil smirked his superiority at Richard's obeisance. The man had come often to lecture the carvers, and Richard had come to know him all too well. The carver's work, being the influential face the palace would show to the people, was critically important to the Fellowship of Order. Richard was frequently the object of Neil's harangues. Neil, a wizard, not a sorcerer like Brother Narev, always seemed to feel the need to prove his moral authority around Richard. Richard gave him no rough edge to grip, yet Neil still persisted in clawing for one. Brother Narev believed his own words with grim conviction. Mankind was evil. Only through selfless sacrifice to your fellow man had you any hope to redeem yourself in the afterlife. There was no joy in his faith, simply a ruthless duty to it. Neil, on the other hand, bubbled over with his feelings. He believed in the Order's doctrine with an impassioned, incandescent, arrogant pride, gleefully convinced the world needed iron-fisted direction which only enlightened intellectuals such as himself could provide, with grudging deference to Brother Narev, of course.
Richard had more than once overheard Neil proclaim with conviction that if he had to order the tongues cut out of 1,000,000 innocent men,
it would be better than to allow one man to blaspheme against the self-evident righteous nature of the Order's ways. Brother Neil, a fresh-faced young man, no doubt deceptively young, considering that Nietzsche said he had once lived at the Palace of the Prophets, frequently accompanied Brother Narev, basking in his mentor's approval. Neil was Brother Narev's chief lieutenant. His face might have been fresh, but his ideas were not. Tyranny was ancient, even if Neil deluded himself in believing it the bright new salvation of mankind when applied by him and his fellows. His ideas were a paramour he embraced with a lover's boundless blind passion, a truth discovered with a lover's lust. Nothing stirred him to anger quicker than the whiff of argument or contradiction, no matter how reasoned. In the heat of his passion, Neil was perfectly willing to destroy any dissension, torture any opposition, kill any number who failed to bow before the pedestal upon which stood his irrefutably noble ideals. No misery, no failure, no amount of wailing and anguish and death could dim his glowing conviction that the ways of the Order were the only correct course for mankind. The other disciples, all, like Neil, wearing hooded brown robes, were an incongruous collection of the cruel, the pompously idealistic, the bitterly greedy, the resentful, the spiteful, the timid, and most of all the dangerously deluded. All shared an underlying caustic inner loathing for mankind, which manifested itself in a conviction that anything pleasurable for the people could only be evil, and accordingly only sacrifice could be good. All, with the exception of Neil, were blind followers and completely under the spell of Brother Narev. They believed Brother Narev far closer to the Creator than to man. They hung on his every word, believing each to be divinely inspired. Were he to tell them they must kill themselves for the cause, Richard was sure they would break their necks rushing for the nearest knife. Neil was alone in that he believed in the divinity of his own words, in addition to Brother Narev's. Every leader had to have a successor. Richard was pretty sure Neil had already decided who would best serve as the next incarnation of the Order. "A peculiar choice of words, Joyful." Brother Narev circled a knobby finger toward the cowering, deformed, frightened figures Richard was working on. "This makes you joyful?" Richard gestured to the light he had carved so as to shine down on the wretched men. "This, Brother Narev, is what makes me joyful. Being able to show men cowering before the perfection of the Creator's light. It makes me joyful to show mankind's wickedness for all to see, for in this way they will know their duty to the Order above all else." Brother Narev made a suspicious sound deep in his throat. The sunlight hooded his dark eyes more than usual and seemed to deepen the creases around his mouth as he regarded Richard with a look sharing mistrust and loathing, laced with apprehension. Only the apprehension was any different from the look he gave everyone. Richard fed him a vacant stare. The brother's mouth finally twisted with the dismissal of his private thoughts. "I approve. I forgot your name, but then names are not important. Men are not important. Individually, each man is but a meaningless cog in the great wheel of mankind. How that wheel turns is all that matters, not the cogs." Richard Cypher. One brow, flocked in tangled white and black hair, lifted. "Yes, Richard Cypher. Well, I approve of your carving, Richard Cypher. You seem to understand better than most how man is properly depicted." Richard bowed. "It is not my hand, but the Creator guiding it to help the Order show the way." the suspicious look was back, but Richard's expression made Brother Narav finally believe the words. Brother Narav, his hands clasped behind his back, glided away to see to other matters. Neil, like a child sticking close to his mother's skirts, scurried to stay close to Brother Narav's robes. He cast a scowl back over his shoulder. Richard almost expected to see Neil stick out his tongue. As best as Richard could figure, there were about 50 of the brown-robed disciples. He saw them often enough to come to know their nature. Victor had mentioned to Richard that one of the foundries had cast in pure gold, from the master that the blacksmith had made, somewhere near the same numbers of the spell forms. Victor thought them only decorations. Richard had seen several of the gold spell forms being installed onto the tops of huge, ornate stone pillars set out around the grounds of the retreat. The pillars in polished marble were designed and placed to look like grand decorations for a grand place. Richard suspected they were more. Richard went back to chiseling a thick, unbending limb. At least now his own limbs worked again. It had been a while, but he was healed.
This, though, seemed no less a torture.
People gathered every day to view the low-relief carvings already up on the walls. Some people knelt on the cobblestone walks before the scenes, praying till their knees bled. Some brought rags to put beneath their knees as they prayed. Many simply stared with forsaken looks at the nature of mankind depicted in stone. Richard could see in the faces of many who came that they had come with some kind of vague, undefinable hope, hungering for some essential answer to a question they could not formulate. The emptiness in their eyes as they left was heartbreaking. They were people being drained of life no less than those bled to death in the dungeons of the order. Some of those people gathered to watch the carvers work. In the 2 months Richard had worked at carving for the retreat, the crowds grew larger to watch him than any of the other men. The people sometimes wept at what they saw emerge from beneath Richard's chisels. In the 2 months Richard had worked at carving for the retreat, he had come to understand the nuance of carving in stone. What he carved was dispiriting, but the act of carving itself helped to make up for it. Richard reveled in the technical aspects of applying steel to stone, guided by intent. As much as he hated the things he had to carve, he came to love working stone with a chisel. The marble seemed almost alive under his touch. He would often carve some tiny part with reverence for the subject, a finger gracefully lifted, an eye with knowing vision, a chest holding a heart of reason. After he accomplished such grace, he would deface it to suit the order. More often than not, that was when people wept. Richard invented impossibly stiff, stilted, contorted people bent under the weight of guilt and shame. If this was the way to preserve Caelan's life, then he would make everyone who saw the carvings weep their hearts out. In a way, they were doing the weeping for him, suffering over the carvings for him, being destroyed by what they saw for him. In this way, he was able to endure the torture. When the shadows lengthened to dusk and the day was finished, the carvers started putting away their tools into simple wooden boxes before going home for the night. They all would return not long after first light. The master builder provided them with orders for areas and shapes to be covered with carvings so they could shape the stones to the correct size. Brother Narav's disciples came by to provide the details of the stories to be told in stone. The stone Richard carved was for the grand entrance to the retreat. Marble steps swept around in a half-circle leading up to the huge round plaza. A colonnade of pillars in a half-circle mirroring the steps surrounded the black half of the plaza. Richard's job was carving the sweep of scenes that were placed above those columns. It was to be an entrance which set the tone for the entire palace. In the center of the plaza, Brother Neil had told Richard that Brother Narav's vision was that there would be the statue dominating the entrance to the palace, and it was to be a work which would strike down any observer with an overpowering sense of their own guilt and shame at mankind's evil nature.
The statue, in its horror, was a call to selfless sacrifice,
and was to be built in the form of a sundial, showing people cowering under the light of their Creator. Neil had described it with such delight that the image it created in Richard's mind sickened him. Richard was the last to leave the site. As he often did, he headed up the hill, along the winding road to the workshops. Victor was in his shop banking his coals for the night. With autumn upon them, the days weren't insufferably hot, so the forge wasn't the miserable place it had been in high summer. Winter this far south in the Old World was never harsh, but the forge in winter would be a good place to banish the chill that would come on cold, rainy days.
Richard, so good to see you.
The blacksmith knew why Richard was there.
Go on back. Maybe I will come sit with you when I'm finished here.
Richard gave his friend a smile and said, "I'd like that." Richard opened the double doors at the rear, letting the last of the light fill the room where stood the marble. He came often to see the monolith. Sometimes, after a day of carving ugliness, he had to come and look at the stone and imagine the beauty inside. That balance sometimes seemed as if it was all that sustained him. Richard's fingers, dusty from his work carving stone, reached out to feel the white Cavatura marble. It was slightly different from the stone he carved down at the site. He had the experience now to discern the subtle difference. The grain was finer in Victor's stone, harder. It would better take and hold detail. Under Richard's fingers, the stone was as cool as moonlight and just as chaste. When he looked up, Victor was standing nearby, smiling wistfully, watching Richard and the stone.
"After carving such ugliness, it is good to look upon the beauty of my statue."
Richard chuckled in answer. Victor strode across the room, gesturing.
"Come, sit with me and have some lardo."
In the failing light, they sat on the threshold, eating thin slices of the heavy delicacy, savoring the cool air coming up the hill.
"You know, you don't need to come here to look at my beautiful statue," Victor said. "You have a beautiful wife to look at."
Richard didn't say anything.
"I never recalled you mentioning your wife. I never knew about her until she came to me that day. For some reason, I always believed you had a good woman."
Victor frowned off at the shell of the retreat.
"Why didn't you ever mention her?"
Richard shrugged.
"I hope you don't think me a terrible person, Richard, but she just doesn't fit my idea of the woman I thought would be with you."
"I don't think you're a terrible person, Victor. Everybody should have the right to think for themselves."
"Do you mind if I ask you about her?"
Richard sighed. "Victor, I'm tired. I'd really rather not talk about my wife. Besides, there's nothing to say. She's my wife. What is, is." Victor grunted as he chewed a big bite of red onion. After he swallowed, he waved the half of onion he had left.
"It's not good for a man to carve such things in the day, and then at night have to go home to... What am I saying? What has gotten into me? Forgive me, Richard. Nietzsche is a beautiful woman."
"Yes, I suppose so."
"And she cares for you."
Richard didn't say anything.
"Ishak and I tried to get you out of that place by bargaining for you with your gold. It wasn't enough. The man was a pompous official. Nietzsche knew how to wiggle-worm him. She used her words to turn the key on your prison door. Without Nietzsche, you would be buried in the sky."
"So, she told them that I could carve to save my life."
"That's right. It is she who got you the job of carver."
Victor waited for more, and finally sighed in resignation when it wasn't forthcoming.
"How are those chisels I sent down?"
"Good. They work well. I could use a clawed chisel with finer teeth, though." Victor handed Richard another small slice of lardo.
"You will have it."
"What about the steel?" Victor waved his onion.
"Not to worry. Ishak is doing well in your place. Not as good as you, but he is doing well. He gets me what I need. Everyone likes Ishak and is happy he decided to fill in the need. The order is so desperate for progress to continue that they turn a blind eye to his work. Fauvel, the charcoal maker, asked about you. He likes Ishak, but misses you."
Richard smiled at the memory of the nervous fellow. "I'm glad Ishak is buying his charcoal." There were a lot of good people in the Old World. Richard had always envisioned them as the enemy, and now he was friends with a number of them. It had happened to him so often and in the same way. People were basically the same everywhere, once you got to know them. There were those who loved liberty, who cried out to live their own lives, to strive, to rise above, to achieve, and those bent on the mindless equality of stagnation, brought about through the enforcement of an artificial, arbitrary gray uniformity. Those who wanted to transcend through their own effort, and those who wanted others to think for them and were willing to pay the ultimate price for it. Camille and Nobby both stood and grinned when Richard climbed the steps.
"Nobby and I worked on our carving, Richard. Will you come and see?"
Richard smiled and put an arm around Camille's shoulders. "Sure. Let's see what you've done today." Richard followed them down the clean hallway and out to the back, where Camille and Nabi had carved faces in an old log. The carvings were terrible. "Well, Camille, it looks pretty good. Yours too, Nabi." The carvings of the faces wore smiles, and to Richard that alone was priceless. Despite how poorly done, they had more life to them than what Richard saw, executed day in and day out in precious marble by master carvers. "Really, Richard?" Nabi asked. "You think Camille and I could be carvers?" "Someday, maybe. You need more practice. You still have much to learn, but all carvers have to practice to become adept. Here, look at this, right here, for example. What do you think of this? What's wrong with it?" Camille folded his arms as he frowned in concentration at the face he'd carved. "I don't know." "Nabi?" Ill at ease, Nabi shrugged. "It doesn't look like a real face, but I can't tell why." "Look at my face, at my eyes. What's different?" "Well, I think your eyes are a different shape," Camille said. "And they are closer together. Not out at the side of the head," Nabi added. "Very good." Richard smoothed some of the dirt where the carrots had been pulled up, and then molded the moist dirt into a mound. He used his finger and thumb to shape a simple face. "See here? By putting the eyes closer, like this, it looks more like a real person." Both young men nodded as they studied what he had done. "I see," Camille said. "I'll start a new one and do it better." Richard clapped him on the back. "Good man." "Maybe one day we can be carvers, too," Nabi said. "Maybe," was all Richard said. Nietzsche had dinner on the table waiting for him. A bowl of soup sat next to the glowing lamp. The rest of the room was left to the evening gloom. Nietzsche, too, sat at the table waiting. "How was the carving today?" she asked, as Richard went to the basin to wash the dirt from his hands. He splashed the soapy water on his face, rinsing off the stone dust. "Carving is carving." Nietzsche rubbed her thumb on the base of the lamp. "Are you able to stand it?" Richard wiped his hands. "What choice have I? I can either stand it or I can end it all. What choice is that? Are you asking me if I am ready to commit suicide yet?" She looked up. "That isn't what I meant." He tossed the towel down beside the basin. "Besides, how can I not be grateful for a job you got for me?" Nietzsche's blue eyes turned back to the table. "Victor told you?" "It wasn't all that hard to figure out. Victor said only that you were beautiful and you saved my life." "I had no choice, Richard. They would only release you if you had a skill. I had to tell them." More than most days, he felt the essence of the engagement with her, the dance. She felt secure behind her shield of had to tell them, yet it allowed her to watch him, to see how he would react. All the effort of the day, moving heavy stone blocks, lifting the hammer countless times, had sapped his strength. His hands tingled with the effect of all those ringing blows. Now he had begun yet again the battle with Nietzsche. He sat down on his pallet as exhaustion took him. Fatigue was part of any battle. As much as he ever felt it when he held the blade, he felt it now, that life-or-death dance. This was no less a battle than any Richard had ever fought. Nietzsche stood in opposition to freedom, to life. This was a dance with death. The dance with death was really the definition of life itself, since all people eventually must die. "I want to know something, Nietzsche." She gazed expectantly at him. "What is it?" "Can you tell if Kaylin is alive?" "Of course. I can feel the link to her at all times." "And is she still alive then?" Nietzsche smiled in that assuring manner of hers. "Richard, Kaylin is fine. Don't let that weigh on your mind." Richard stared at Nietzsche for a time. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and lay down in his prison bed. He rolled away from Nietzsche's gaze, from the dance. "Richard, I made you soup. Come eat." "I'm not hungry." He shut her from his mind and tried to remember Kaylin's green eyes as weariness engulfed him. Chapter 58. Richard could feel Neil's breath on the back of his neck. The young disciple watched over Richard's shoulder as he tapped the back of the chisel, carving the gaping mouth of a sinner, crying out in agony as his body was being torn apart by the keeper of the underworld. "Quite good," Neil murmured,
overcome with delight in what he was seeing. Richard rested the wrist of his chisel hand against the stone to help push himself upright. "Thank you, Brother Neil." Neil's brown eyes, the same color as his drab robes, stared with arrogant challenge. Richard did nothing to meet that challenge.
"You know, Richard, I don't like you."
"No man is worth liking, Brother Neil."
"You always have an answer, don't you, Richard?"
The young wizard smiled then as he reached under his hood and scratched his closely cropped brown hair.
"Do you know why you have this job?"
"Because the order gave me a chance to help—"
No, Neil interrupted, as he suddenly grew impatient. "I mean, do you know why the position was open? Do you know why we needed carvers, enabling you to gain this great opportunity at employment?"
Richard knew very well why they had needed carvers. "No, Brother Neil, I was a laborer at the time."
"Many of them were put to death."
"Then they must have been traitors to our cause. I'm happy the order caught them." Neil's sly smile returned as he shrugged.
"Maybe. I could tell that they had a bad attitude. They thought too much of themselves, of what they selfishly considered their talent. A very old-fashioned notion, don't you think, Richard?"
"I wouldn't know, Brother Neil."
I only know I am able to carve, and I am grateful for the opportunity to do my duty to help my fellow man by contributing my efforts."
Neil backed away, giving Richard an appraising look, as if to measure whether or not the words had been mocking. Richard hadn't given Neil the opening he wanted, so Neil simply spilled out his point.
"I thought some among them might be deriding the order with their work. I thought they might be using their carving to mock and ridicule our noble cause."
"Really, Brother Neil? I never suspected."
"That is why you are nobody, and never will be anybody. You are nothing, just like all those carvers."
"I realize I am nobody important, Brother Neil. It would be wrong to think I was of any value other than in what I can contribute. I aspire only to work hard in service to the Creator, so I might earn my reward in the next life." The smile was gone, replaced by a fiery scowl.
"I ordered them put to death, after I had confessions tortured out of each one of them."
Richard's fist tightened on the chisel. Through a calm expression, he contemplated driving his chisel through Neil's skull. He knew he could do it before the man could react. But what would it gain? Nothing. "I am grateful, Brother Neil, that you uncovered the traitors in our midst." Neil squinted in suspicion for a moment. He finally dismissed it with a twist of his mouth before suddenly swirling amid a flourish of his robes.
"Come with me,"
the brother commanded in a grave tone as he marched away. Richard followed him across the field, churned to mud by all the workers going back and forth, by all the supplies being dragged, carried, or rolled to the construction site. They strode past what seemed the endless face of the palace. The stone walls were getting ever higher, with row upon row of window openings. Their trim was beginning to take form. Many of the beams for the second floor had been placed in sockets in the walls. A maze of inner walls was going up, too, defining the interior rooms and hallways. There would be miles of corridors in the palace. Dozens of stairwells stood in various stages of construction. It wouldn't be long before oak floors were laid over some of the rooms below, enclosing them. The roof had to be completed over those sections first, though, lest rain ruin the flooring. Some of the outer rooms were to have roofs lower than the main section, which was to rise up to a towering height. Richard expected to see those lower rooms capped with slate and lead roofs before the winter rains. He stayed close behind Brother Neil as they marched toward the main opening into the palace. There, the walls were higher and more complete, with many of the ornate decorations in place. Neil charged 2 at a time up the semicircle of marble steps leading up to the entry plaza. The white marble pillars stood in an impressive sweep, and over the top of them many of the stone carvings had been installed. With all the tortured people frozen in stone, it was an intimidating sight, as it was meant to be. The floor of the plaza was gray-veined white cavatura marble. The sun on the marble made the plaza, half encircled by the soaring columns, glow with glorious light. The decrepit people in the stone ringing the plaza seemed to be screaming in pain at that light, which was just the effect Brother Narev had wanted. Neil made a sweeping gesture with an arm.
"Here will be the great statue, The statue to crown the entry to the Emperor's retreat.
He turned a complete revolution while holding the arm aloft.
This will be the place where people enter the great palace. This is where people will come while on their way to see the officials of the Order. This is where they will come closer to the Creator.
Richard said nothing. Neil watched him for a moment, then stood in the center and threw his arms up toward the sunlight.
Here will be the statue to the glory of the Creator, using his light in a sundial. The light will reveal the loathsome creatures of the statues, mankind. This will be a monument to man's evil nature, doomed to the misery of his existence in this world, wicked of character, cowering in humiliation as his light reveals man's hateful body and soul for what it is, perverted beyond hope.
Richard thought that if madness had a champion, it was the Order and people who thought like them. Neil's arms swept back down, a conductor concluding a triumphant performance.
You, Richard Cypher, are to carve this statue.
Richard was acutely aware of the hammer in his straining fist. Yes, Brother Neil. Neil waggled a finger held close to his nose as he grinned with fiendish delight.
I don't think you understand, Richard.
He thrust up a commanding hand.
Wait. Wait right there.
He strode off, his brown robes swirling behind like muddy waters in a flood. Neil collected something from behind the marble pillars and returned, holding it in one hand. It was a small statue. He set it down where the radiating lines of the marble floor converged at a point in the middle of the plaza. It was a plaster statue of what Brother Neil had just revealed to Richard. If anything, it was even more gruesome than Neil had described it. Richard ached to smash it with his hammer, right on the spot. It would almost be worth dying to destroy such a vile thing. Almost.
This is it, Neil said. Brother Narev had a master carver do up the model of the sundial to his instructions. Brother Narev's vision is truly remarkable. It's perfect, don't you think?
It is just as horrifying as you said it was, Brother Neil.
And you are to carve it. Just scale this model up into a great statue in white marble.
Feeling numb, Richard nodded. Yes, Brother Neil. The finger waggled again with great delight.
No, you don't yet really understand, Richard.
He was grinning like a washwoman standing at a fence with basket full of dirty gossip.
You see, I did some checking on you. Brother Narev and I never trusted you, Richard Cypher. No, we never did. Now we know all about you. I found out your secret.
Richard's flesh went cold. His muscles tightened as hard as stone. He prepared to throw himself into battle. There appeared to be no choice but to fight now. Neil was about to die.
You see, I talked to People's Protector Muxen.
Richard was taken aback. Who? Neil displayed a triumphant grin.
The man who sentenced you to work as a carver. He knew your name. He showed me the disposition of the case. You confessed to a civil infraction. He showed me the fine, 22 gold marks. Quite a sum.
Neil waggled the finger again.
That was a miscarriage of justice, Richard, and you know it. No man can get a fortune like that through a mere civil infraction. Such a gain can only be ill-gotten.
Richard relaxed a bit. His fingers ached from how hard he had been gripping the hammer.
No, Neil said. You had to have done something much more serious to have collected a fortune of 22 gold marks. You are obviously guilty of a very serious crime.
Neil spread his hands like the Creator before one of his children.
I am going to show you mercy, Richard.
Does Brother Narev approve of your showing mercy?
Oh, yes. You see, the statue is to be your penance to the Order, your way to atone for your evil deed. You will create this statue when you are not doing your other carving for the palace. You will receive no pay for it. You are commanded not to steal any marble from that which the Order has purchased for the Emperor's retreat, but to procure the marble with your own money. If you have to work for a decade to earn such a sum, all the better.
You mean I am to carve here in the day at my job, and I am to carve this statue for you on my own time at night?
Your own time? What a corrupt concept.
When am I to sleep?
Sleep is not the concern of the Order. Justice is.
Richard took a calming breath. He pointed with his hammer at the thing on the ground. And this is what I am to carve? That's right. The stone will be purchased by you, and your labor will be contributed by you to the benefit of your fellow man. It will be your gift to the people of the Order in penance for your evil deeds. Men like you with the ability must happily contribute their all to help the Order. Brother Neil swept his arm out. There is to be a dedication of the palace this winter. The people need to see tangible evidence that the Order can bring such a great project as this magnificent palace to reality. They desperately need the lessons the palace will teach them. Brother Nariv is eager to dedicate the palace. He wishes to hold a great ceremony this winter, which will be attended by many dignitaries of the Order. The war is progressing. The people need to see that their palace is too. They need to see results for their sacrifices. You, Richard Cipher, are to carve the great statue for the entrance to the Emperor's retreat. I am honored, Brother Neil. Neil smirked. You should be. What if I'm not up to the task? Neil's smirk widened into a grin. Then you will go back into custody, and Protector Muxon's questioners will have you until you confess. After you finally confess, you will be hung on a pole. The birds will feast on your flesh. Brother Neil pointed down at the grotesque model. Pick it up. This is what you shall devote your life to. Nietzsche looked up when she heard Richard's voice. He was talking to Camille and Nabi. She heard him say that he was tired and couldn't look at their carving, that he would look tomorrow. Nietzsche knew they would be disappointed. That was unlike Richard. She spooned buckwheat mush and peas from a dented pot into a bowl.
She placed the bowl and a wooden spoon on the table. There was no bread.
She wished she could make something better for him, but after their voluntary contributions were taken out, they had no money. If not for the garden the women of the building had taken to planting in the back of the house, they would be in desperate straits. Nietzsche had learned how to grow things, so she could have food for him. His shoulders were stooped, his eyes distant. He was carrying something in one hand. I have your dinner. Come and eat. Richard set the thing on the table beside the oil lamp. It was a small, intricately carved statue of figures cowering in terror. They were partially surrounded by a section of a ring. A tall lightning bolt, a common symbol of retribution by the Creator, came down in the center, piercing a number of obviously evil men and women, pinning them to the ground. It was a staggering representation of the evil nature of mankind and the Creator's anger at their wanton ways. What's this? She asked. Richard slumped down into a chair. His face sank into his hands, his fingers stabbed back into his hair. After a time, he looked up. What you wanted, he said quietly. What I wanted? My punishment. Punishment? Richard nodded. Brother Nariv found out about the fine of 22 gold marks. He said I must have done something criminal to get that much money, and he sentenced me to make a statue for the grand entrance to the Emperor's palace. Nietzsche glanced down at the small thing on the table. What is it? A sundial. This is the ring with the times etched on it. The lightning bolt casts a shadow of the Creator's light on the ring to tell the time of day. I still don't understand. Why is it a sentence? You are a carver. That is your job. Richard shook his head. I am to buy the stone out of my own money, and I am to carve this at night on my own time as my gift to the Order. And why do you see this as what I wanted? Richard ran a finger down the lightning bolt, his eyes studying the statue. You brought me here to the old world because you wanted me to learn the errors of my ways. I have. I should have confessed to a crime and let them end it. Without thinking, Nietzsche reached across the table and put her hand over his. No, Richard, that's not what I wanted. He pulled his hand away. Nietzsche pushed his bowl closer to him. Eat, Richard. You need your strength. Without complaint, he did as she told him. A prisoner doing as ordered. She hated to see him like this. The spark was gone from his eyes just as it had left her father's eyes. When he looked at the statue sitting in the center of their table, his eyes were dead. It was as if the life, the energy, the hope,
was gone from him. When he was finished with his meal, he went without a word to his bed and lay down, facing away from her. Nietzsche sat at the table, listening to the sputter of the lamp's flame, watching Richard's even breathing as he went to sleep. It seemed his spirit was crushed. She had believed for so long that she would learn something valuable when he was pushed to such extremes. It appeared she had been wrong, that he had finally given up. She could learn nothing from him now. There was little left for her to do, little reason to continue the whole thing. For a moment she felt the crushing weight of her disappointment. Then even that was gone. Empty and unfeeling, Nietzsche collected the bowl and spoon and carried them to the wash bucket. She worked quietly to let him sleep, as she resigned herself to returning to Jigang. It wasn't Richard's fault he could teach her nothing. There was nothing more to life to learn. This was all there was. Her mother had been right. Nietzsche took out the butcher knife and set it quietly on the table. Richard had suffered enough. It would be for the best. Chapter 59. Nietzsche sat at the table, the knife under her fingers, forever. She watched his back. His chest slowly expanded with his breath of life and sank again. There was time enough to slip the knife into his back between his ribs to pierce his heart. There was time enough yet before dawn. Death was so final. She wanted to watch him for a while. Nietzsche never tired of watching Richard. After she did it, she wouldn't be able to watch him anymore. He would be gone forever. With the damage the chimes had done to the worlds and their interconnection, she didn't even know if a person's soul could still go to the spirit world. She didn't know if the underworld still existed, and if Richard's spirit would go there, or if he would simply be gone forever. If he and that which was his soul would simply cease to exist. In her numb state, she had lost track of time. When she glanced out the window that Richard had had installed with the money he had earned, she noticed that the sky had taken on the color of a week-old bruise. Linked as she was to Kalin, Nietzsche couldn't accomplish the deed with her magic. As much as she abhorred the idea of it, and knowing how gruesome it would be, she had to use the sharp blade. Nietzsche curled her fingers around the wooden handle of the stout knife. She wanted it to be quick. She couldn't bear to think of him suffering. He had suffered enough in life. She didn't want him to suffer in death, too. He would struggle briefly, but then it would be over. Richard abruptly rolled onto his back and then sat up. Nietzsche froze, still sitting in her chair. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Could she kill him when he was awake? Could she look into those eyes of his as she plunged the knife into his chest? She would have to. It was for the best. Richard yawned and stretched. He sprang to his feet. Nietzsche, what are you doing? Haven't you gone to bed? I guess I fell asleep in the chair. Oh, well, There it is. I need that. He snatched the knife out of her hand. Mind if I borrow this? I need to use it. I'm afraid I'll have to sharpen it for you later. I won't have time before I have to leave. Can you make me something to eat? I'm in a hurry. I have to go see Victor before I start to work. Nietzsche was dumbfounded. He was suddenly revived. In the lamplight and the faint dawn coming in the shadows, he had that look in his eyes. He looked resolute, determined. Yes, all right, she said. Thanks, he called over his shoulder while hurrying out the door. Where are you? But he was gone. She decided he must be going out back to get some vegetables. But why would he need the big knife for that? She was confused, but she was revived, too. Richard seemed himself again. Nietzsche pulled from the pantry some eggs she had been saving, along with an iron skillet, and hurried out back to the cooking hearth. The coals were still glowing from the cook fires of the evening before, providing a little light. She carefully fed in some small twigs and kindling, then stacked a bed of finger-thick branches on top. She simply set the iron skillet atop the wood as it caught, rather than set up the rack. Eggs were quick. As she waited for the skillet to get hot, she heard an odd scraping noise. In the flickering light of the fire, she didn't see Richard in the garden. She couldn't imagine where he had gone or what he was up to. She broke the eggs into the hot skillet and tossed the shells in the compost bucket at the side of the hearth. With a wooden spoon, she scrambled the eggs around as they cooked. As Nietzsche stood, using her skirt to hold the hot handle of the skillet, she was surprised to see Richard coming out from behind the broad cooking hearth. Richard, what are you doing?
There are some loose bricks back here. I was just seeing to it before I went to work. I cleaned out the joints. I'll bring some mortar home and fix it later. He pulled a handful of thick-bladed grass and used it as a potholder to take the skillet from her. With his other hand, he flipped the knife into the air, caught it by the point, and held the handle out to her. Nietzsche took the heavy knife, now scratched and dulled from scraping the bricks clean. He ate standing, using the wooden spoon. "Are you all right?" she asked.
Fine, he said around a hot mouthful of eggs. Why?
Nietzsche gestured toward the house. "Well, last night you seemed so defeated." He frowned at her. "So I've no right to feel sorry for myself now and again?" "Well, yes, I suppose. But now?" "Now I've thought it over." "And? It's to be my gift to the people, is it? I shall give the people a gift they need." "What are you talking about?" Richard waved the wooden spoon. "Brothers Narev and Niels said this will be my gift to the people, and so it shall be." He shoveled more eggs into his mouth. "So you are going to carve the statue they want?" He was already running up the stairs before she had finished the question. "I have to get the model of the statue and be off to work." Nietzsche raced after him up the stairs. He was still eating the eggs as he went. He stood in their room, peering down at the small statue on the table as he finished the eggs. She couldn't make sense of it. He was smiling. He set the skillet on the table and scooped up the model. "I'll probably be home late. I have to get started on my penance for the order if I can. I may have to work all night." In astonishment, she watched him hurry off to work. She could hardly believe that he had once again somehow evaded death. Nietzsche couldn't recall ever being so grateful about anything. She couldn't understand it. Richard reached the blacksmith's shop shortly after Victor had opened up for the day's work. His men had not yet arrived. Victor wasn't surprised to see him. Richard sometimes came early, and the two of them would sit and watch the sun come up over the site. "Richard, I'm glad to see you." "And I you, Victor. I need to talk to you." He let out a gruff grunt. "The statue?" "That's right," Richard said, a little taken aback. "The statue. You know?" With Richard following behind, Victor made his way through the dark shop, weaving among the clutter of benches, work, and tools. "Oh, yes, I heard." Along the way, he stooped to pick up a hammer here and a bar of iron there and set them on a table or shoved them in a bin, as if one could tidy a mountain by arranging a few pebbles and picking up a fallen limb. "What did you hear?" "Brother Narev paid me a visit last evening. He said there is to be a dedication of the retreat, to show our respect to the Creator for all he provides for us." He glanced back over his shoulder as he strode past his huge block of Cavatura marble. "He told me you are to carve a statue for the entrance plaza, a big statue. He said it is to be done for the dedication. From what I hear from people, from Ishak and others, the order credits the uprising to the drain of building such a monumental project as the retreat, in addition to waging the war. They have armies of men working for the construction, not just here, but from quarries far and wide, to mines for the gold and silver, to forests where they cut the wood. Even slaves must be fed. The purge of officials, leaders, and skilled workers after the uprising was expensive. With a dedication, I think Brother Narev wants to show people the progress, to inspire them, to involve outlying lands in the celebration, believing this will head off further troubles." In the blackness of the room, only the skylight in the high ceiling above let light cascade down over the stone. The marble took the light deep into its fine crystalline structure and gave it back as a loving gift. Victor opened the double doors that looked out over the retreat. "Brother Narev told me that your statue is also to be a sundial, with the Creator's light shining down on mankind's torment. He told me I am to oversee the making of the gnomon and dial plane for its shadow to fall upon. He said something about a lightning bolt." Victor turned around, his eyes following as Richard set the model of the statue on a narrow tool shelf that ran the length of the room. "Dear spirits," Victor whispered. "That is grotesque. They want me to carve this. They want it to be a statue with the power to dominate the grand entrance." Victor nodded. "Brother Narev said as much. He told me how big would be the metal for the dial plane. He wants bronze."
"Can you cast the bronze?" "No." With the backs of his fingers, Victor tapped Richard's arm.
Here is the good part. Few people can cast such a piece. Brother Narev ordered Priska released to do the casting.
Richard blinked in astonishment. Priska is alive? Victor nodded. High people must have not wanted him buried in the sky in case they needed his skills. They had him locked away in a dungeon. The Order knows they need people with ability. They released him to get this done. If he wants to remain alive and out of the dungeon, he is to cast the bronze at his own expense as a gift to the people. They say it is his penance. I am to give him the specifications and see to its assembly and placement on the statue. Victor, I want to buy your stone. The blacksmith's brow slid into an unfriendly frown. No. Narev and Neil found out about my civil fine. They think I got off too lightly. They ordered that I carve their statue, much like Priska is to provide the casting, as my penance. I must buy the stone myself, and I must carve it after my work at the site is finished for the day. They want it for this winter's dedication of the retreat. Victor's eyes turned toward the model on the shelf, as if it was some monster come to visit ruin on him. Richard, you know what this stone means to me. I won't. Victor, listen to me. No. He held his palm up toward Richard. Don't ask this of me. I don't want this stone to become ugly, like all the Order touches. I won't allow it. Neither will I. Victor gestured angrily at the model. That is what you are to carve. How can you even think of that ugliness visiting my pure marble? I can't. Richard set the plaster model on the floor. He picked up a large hammer, its handle leaning against the wall, and with a mighty blow shattered the abomination into 1,000 pieces. He stood as the white dust slowly billowed over the threshold out the door and down the hill toward the retreat, like some ghost of evil returning to the underworld. Victor, sell me your stone. Let me liberate the beauty inside. Victor squinted his distrust. The stone has a flaw. It can't be carved. I've thought about it. I have a way. I know I can do it. Victor put his hand to his stone, almost as if he were comforting a loved one in distress. Victor, you know me. Have I ever done anything to betray you, to harm you? His voice came softly. No, Richard, you have not. Victor, I need this stone. It is the best piece of marble. The way it can take in light and send it back. It has grain that can hold detail. I need the best for this statue. I swear, Victor, if you trust me with it, I will be true to your vision. I won't betray your love of this stone, I swear. The blacksmith gently ran his beefy, calloused hand up the side of the white marble that towered to nearly twice his height. What if you were to refuse to carve them their statue? Neil said that they will take me back to the prison until they get a confession out of me, or until I die from the questioning. I will be buried in the sky in return for nothing. And if you do as you want instead? Victor gestured to the fragments of the model. And don't carve them what they want. Maybe I would like to see beauty again before I die. Bah, what would you carve? What would you see before you die? What could be worth your life? Man's nobility, the most sublime form of beauty. The man's hand paused on the stone, his eyes searching Richard's, but he said nothing. Victor, I need you to help me. I'm not asking you to give me anything. I'm willing to pay your price. Name it. Victor returned his loving gaze to his stone. 10 gold marks, he said with bold confidence, knowing Richard had no money. Richard reached into his pocket and then counted out 10 gold marks. He held the fortune out to Victor. The blacksmith frowned. Where did you get such money? I worked and I saved it. I earned it helping the Order build their palace, remember? But they took all your money. Nietzsche told them how much you had, and they took it all. Richard cocked his head. You didn't think I'd be foolish enough to put all my money in one place, did you? I have gold stashed all over. If this isn't enough, I will pay you whatever you ask. Richard knew that the stone was valuable, although not worth 10 gold marks, but it was to Victor, so Richard would not argue the price. He would pay whatever the man asked. I can't take your money, Richard. He waved a hand in resignation. I don't know how to carve. It was but a dream.
As long as I never carved it, I could dream of the beauty in the stone. This is from my homeland, where once there was freedom.
His fingers blindly found the wall of marble.
This is noble stone. I would like to see nobility in this Cavatura marble. You may have the stone, my friend.
No, Victor, I don't want to take your dream. I want to, in a way, fulfill it. I cannot accept it as a gift. I want to buy it.
But why?
Because I will have to give it to the Order. I don't want you giving this to the Order. I will have to do that. More than that, though, they will no doubt want it destroyed. It must be mine when they do that. I want it to be paid for. Victor held out his hand.
10 marks, then.
Richard counted out the 10 gold marks and then closed the man's big fingers around them.
Thank you, Victor,
Richard whispered. Victor grinned.
Where do you wish me to deliver it?
Richard held out another gold mark. May I rent this room? I would like to carve it here. From here, when I'm done, it can be sledged down to the entrance plaza. Victor shrugged.
Done.
Richard handed over a 12th gold mark. And I want you to make me the tools with which I will carve this stone, the finest tools you have ever made, the kind of tools used to carve beauty in your homeland. This marble demands the best. Make the tools out of the best steel.
Points, toothed chisels, and chisels for fine work. I can make them for you. There are hammers aplenty about you may use.
I also need rasps, in a variety of shapes, and files, too. Straight, curved, a wide selection. The finest smoothing files. I need you to get me pumice stones, the fine, white, close-grained pumice, ground to the same shapes to match the rasps and files, and a good supply of powdered pumice, too. Victor's eyes had gone wide. The blacksmith had come from a place where they had once done such carving. He knew full well what it was Richard meant to do.
You intend to do flesh in stone?
I do.
You know how?
Richard knew from statues he had seen in Dahara and in Aidendril, and from what some of the other carvers told him, and from his own tests in his work for the Order's palace, that if carved properly, then smoothed and polished to a high luster, quality marble could take in the light and give it back in a way that seemed to liberate the stone from its hardness, softening it so that it assumed the look of flesh. If done properly, the marble could seem to almost come alive. I've seen it done before, Victor. I've carved before. I've learned how to do it. I've thought about it for months. Ever since I started carving for them, this purpose has kept my mind alive. I've used my work for the Order to practice what I've seen, what I've learned, and what I've thought of on my own. Even before, when they questioned me, I thought about this stone, about the statue I know is in it, to keep my mind from what they did to me.
You mean it helped you endure their torture?
Richard nodded. I can do it, Victor. He lifted a fist in firm conviction. Flesh in stone. I only need the proper tools. Victor rattled the gold in his fist.
Done. I can make the proper tools for what you want to do. This is what I know. I don't know how to carve, but this will be my part. What I can do to bring the beauty out.
Richard clasped forearms with Victor to seal their agreement. I have one thing I would ask you, as a favor. Victor laughed his deep belly laugh.
I must feed you lardo, so you may have the strength to carve this noble stone?
Richard smiled. I wouldn't ever turn down lardo.
What is it, then? Victor asked. What is the favor?
Richard's fingers tenderly touched the stone, his stone. No one is to see it until it is done. That includes you. I would like to have a canvas tarp so I can cover it. I would ask that you not look at it until it is done.
Why?
Because I need it to be mine alone while I carve it. I need solitude with it, as I shape it. When I'm finished, then the world can have it. But when I work on it, it is to be my vision and mine alone. I wish no one to see it before it is finished. But most of all, I don't want you to see it, because if anything goes wrong, I don't want you involved in this. I don't want you to know what I do. If you don't see it, you can't be buried in the sky for not telling them. Victor shrugged.
If that is your wish, then it shall be so.
I will tell the men that the back room is rented, and it is off limits.
I will put a lock on the inner door. I will put a chain on the outer double doors here, and give you the key. Thank you. You don't know what that means to me. When do you need the chisels? I need the heavy point to rough it out first. Can you have it done by tonight? I need to get started. There isn't much time. Victor dismissed Richard's concern with a flourish of his hand. The heavy point is easy. I can make that in short order. It will be done when you come from your work down there. Your work with the ugliness. Long before you need the other chisels, they will be ready for you to carve beauty. Thank you, Victor. What is this thank you talk? This is business. You have paid me in advance. Value for value between honest men. I can't tell you how good it is to have a customer other than the order. Victor scratched his head and turned more serious. Richard, they will want to see your work, won't they? They will want to see how you are doing on their statue. I don't think so. They trust my work. They gave me the model they want scaled up. They have already approved it. They've told me my life depends on this. Neil delighted in telling me how he ordered those other carvers tortured and put to death. He wanted to frighten me. I doubt they will give it a second thought. But what if a brother does come, wanting to see it? Then I will have to bend an iron bar around his neck and let him pickle in the brine barrel. Chapter 60. Richard touched the length of the point chisel to his forehead, as he had so often touched the sword of truth there in much the same way. This was no less a battle. This was life and death. Blade, be true this day, he whispered. The chisel had 8 sides, so as to provide grip in a sweaty hand. Victor had given it a proper, heavy, blunt point. He had also put his initials, V.C., in small letters on one of the facets, proclaiming the pride of its maker. Such a heavy chisel would shatter stone and remove a great excess material in short order. It was a weapon that would do a lot of damage, fracturing the structure of the marble down the width of 3 fingers. A point used carelessly on unnoticed flaws could shatter the entire piece. Finer points would cause shallower fractures, but remove less material. Even with the finest point punches, Richard knew that he could only approach to within the last half finger of the final layer. The network of spidery cracks left by a point were fractures in the crystalline structure of the marble itself. So damaged, the stone lost its translucence and its ability to take a high polish. To do flesh in stone, the final layers had to be approached with care and be left undamaged by any tool. After the heavy point removed much of the waste, then finer point chisels would allow Richard to get closer, refining the shape. Once he was within as close as a half finger of the final layer, he would turn to the clawed chisels, simply chisels with notches in their edge, to shear away the stone without fracturing the underlying structure of the marble. The coarse claws took off the most stone, leaving rough gouges. He would use chisels with a series of finer and finer teeth to refine the work. Finally, he would use smooth-bladed chisels, some only half as wide as his little finger. Down at the site, where he carved seams for the frieze, that was as far as the carvers went. It left an ugly surface, ungainly and coarse, rendering flesh as wooden, leaving no definition or refinement to muscle and bone. It robbed the people in the carvings of their humanity. On this statue, Richard would really only begin where the carvings for the order ended. He would use rasps to define bone, muscle, even veins in the arms. Fine files would remove the marks left by the rasps and refine the most subtle contours. The pumice stones would remove the filing marks, leaving the surface ready to polish with pumice paste held in leather, cloth, and finally straw. If he did it right, he would have his vision in stone. Flesh in stone. Nobility. Holding the heavy point chisel to his palm with his thumb, Richard put his hand to the stone, feeling its cool surface. He knew what was inside. Inside not only the stone, but inside himself. There were no doubts, only the heart-pounding passion of expectation. As he so often did, Richard thought of Kaylin. It had been nearly a year since he had looked into her green eyes, touched her cheek,
held her in his arms. She would have long ago left the safety of their home for dangers he could vividly imagine. For a moment he was overwhelmed with the weight of despair, choked by the sadness of how much he missed her, humbled at how much he loved her. Now he knew he must dismiss her from his mind so that he could devote himself entirely to the task he had to do. As he so often did, Richard said his silent good night to Kalin. Then he set the point at 90 degrees to the face of the stone and took a powerful swing with the steel club. Stone chips exploded away. His breaths came deeper and faster. It was begun. With great violence, Richard attacked the stone. By the light of lamps Victor left for him after the workday was done, Richard lost himself in the work, raining down blow upon blow. Sharp stone chips rattled off the wooden walls and stung when they hit his arms or chest. With a clear vision of what he wanted to do, he broke away the waste stone. His ears rang with the sound of steel on steel and steel on stone. It was music. Jagged chips and chunks fell away. They were the fallen enemy. The air boiled with the white dust of battle. Richard knew precisely what he wanted to accomplish. He knew what needed to be done and how to do it. He was filled with a clarity of purpose, a course to follow. Now that it had begun, he was lost in the work. Dust billowed up around him until his dark clothes were white, as if the stone were absorbing him as he was transforming with it, until they were one. Sharp shards nicked him as they shot away. His bare arms, white as the marble itself, were soon streaked here and there with blood from the battle. From time to time he opened the doors to shovel out the ankle-deep scree. The white scrap avalanched down the hill, tinkling with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. The white dust covering him was cut through with dark rivulets of sweat and red scratches. The cool air felt refreshing against his sweat-soaked skin. But then he once again shut out the night, shut out the world to be alone. For the first time in nearly a year, Richard felt free. In this, he was in complete control. No one watched him. No one told him what he must do. This work was his singular purpose, in which he strove for perfection. There were no chains, no limitations, no desires of others to which he must bow. In this struggle to accomplish his best, he was utterly free. What he intended would stand in unyielding opposition to everything the order represented. He intended to show them life. Richard knew that when the brothers saw the statue, they would sentence him to death. Stone chips burst forth with each blow, taking him closer to his goal. He had to stand on a work stool to reach the top of the marble, moving it around the monolith to work all sides, narrowing it down to what would be. Richard swung the steel club with the fury of battle. His chisel hand stung with the ringing blows. As violent as the attack was, though, it was controlled. A trimming hammer called a pitcher could be used for such rough work. It removed waste with greater speed than a heavy point to shape the block, but it was used with a full swing, and Richard feared, because of the flaw, to unleash that much power against the stone. In the beginning, the block had strength in its sheer mass, but even so, he considered such a trimming hammer too dangerous for this particular stone. Richard would have Victor make him a set of drill bits for a bow drill. With a bow's cord run around the shaft of the drill, it could be twisted and driven through the marble. Richard had thought long and hard about the problem of the flaw. He had resolved to cut out most of it. First, to stop any further cracks from running through more of the stone. He would drill holes through the crack to relieve the stress. With another series of closely spaced holes, he would weaken the stone in a waste area around the flaw and simply remove most of it. There would be two figures, a man and a woman. When finished, the space between them would be where Richard had removed the worst of the flaw. With the weakest stone removed, the sound stone that remained would be strong enough to take the stress of the work. Since the defect started at the base, he couldn't eliminate it all, but he could reduce the problem it presented to a manageable level. That was the secret to this piece of stone, eliminating its weakness, then working in its strength. Richard considered it a fortunate flaw, first of all because it had reduced the value of the stone, enabling Victor to purchase it in the first place. To Richard's mind, though, the flaw had been valuable because it had caused him to think about the stone and how to carve it. That thought had brought him to his design. Without the flaw, he might not have come to the same design. As he worked, he was filled with the energy of the fight, driven onward by the heat of the attack. Stone stood between him and what he wanted to carve, and he craved to eliminate that excess so he could get to the essence of the figures. A huge corner of waste broke loose, slipped away, slowly at first, then crashing down. Chips and shards rained down as he worked, burying the fallen foe. Several more times he had to open the doors and shovel out the scrap. It was invigorating to see what was once an irregular-shaped block becoming a rough shape. The figures were still completely encased, their arms far from being free, their legs not separate yet, but they were beginning to emerge. He would have to be careful, drilling holes in the open areas to prevent breaking off the arms. Richard was surprised to see light streaming through the window overhead. He had worked the entire night without realizing it. He stood back and appraised the statue that was now more or less roughly a cone shape. Now there were only lumps where the arms would extend out from the bodies. He wanted the arms to be free, the bodies to convey grace and movement, life. What he carved for the order was never free, always tightly bound to the stone, forever stiff, unable to move, like cadavers. Half of what had been there the night before was now gone. Richard ached to stay and work on, but he knew he couldn't. From the corner he excavated the canvas tarp Victor had left for him and flung it over the statue. When he threw open the door, the white dust billowed out. Victor was sitting among the rubble of his stone monolith. The blacksmith blinked. "Richard, you have been here the whole night?" "I guess I have." He gestured as a grin split his face. "You look like a good spirit. How goes the battle with the stone?" Richard could think of nothing to say. He could only beam with the joy of it. Victor laughed his belly laugh. "Your face says it all. You must be tired and hungry. Come sit and rest. Have some lardo." Nietzsche heard Camille and Nabi shout a greeting as Richard came down the street, and then their footsteps as they ran down the front stairs. She glanced out the front window, and in the failing light of dusk, saw them meet up with Richard as he came down the street. She, too, was happy to see him coming home this early. Nietzsche had seen precious little of Richard in the weeks since he took on the duty of carving the statue for Brother Nariv. She couldn't imagine how Richard could endure carving a statue she knew had to be agony for him, not so much because of its size, but because of its nature. If anything, though, Richard seemed invigorated. Often after working all day carving the moral lessons for the facade of the palace, he would then work late into the night on the grand statue for the entrance plaza. As tired as he had to be when he came home, he would sometimes pace. There were nights when he would only sleep for a couple of hours, rise, and go to work on the statue for hours before his workday at the site began. Several times he had worked the entire night. Richard seemed driven. Nietzsche didn't know how he could do it. He sometimes came home to eat and to take a nap for an hour, and then he would go back. She would urge him to stay and sleep, but he would say that the penance had to be paid or they would put him back in prison. Nietzsche feared that possibility, so she didn't insist that he stay home to sleep. Losing sleep was preferable to him losing his life. He had always been muscular and strong, but his muscles had become even more lean and defined since he came to the old world. All that labor of loading iron and now moving rock and swinging a hammer had built him up even more. When he went out back to the washtubs and removed his shirt to rinse off the stone dust, the sight of him made her knees weak. Nietzsche heard footsteps passing down the hallway and the excited voices of Camille and Nabi asking questions. She couldn't understand Richard's words, but she easily recognized the timbre of his voice calmly giving the two the answers to their questions. As tired as he was, as much as he was away at his work, he still took time to talk to Camille and Nabi and to the people of the building. He was no doubt now on his way out back to give pointers to the two young men on their carving. During the day, they worked around the building, cleaning and caring for the place. They turned over the dirt in the garden, mixing in compost when it was ready. The women appreciated having the heavy spade work done for them. The two washed, painted, and repaired, hoping Richard would approve and then show them how to do new things. Camille and Nabi always offered to help Nietzsche with anything she might need. She was, after all, Richard's wife. Richard came in the door as Nietzsche stood at the table cutting up carrots and onions into a pot. He slumped down into the chair across the table. He looked spent from his day of work, after having been up hours earlier working on the statue. I came home to get something to eat. I have to go back and work on the statue. This is for tomorrow's stew. I have some millet cooked. Is there anything more in it? She shook her head. I only had enough money for the millet today. He nodded without complaint. Despite how exhausted he looked, there was some remarkable quality in his eyes, some inner passion that made her pulse race faster. Whatever it was that she had seen in him from the first moment seemed to have only gotten stronger since that night she had almost put the knife through his heart. Tomorrow we'll have this stew, she said. His gray eyes were staring off into his private visions. From the garden. She retrieved the cook-pot after setting a wooden bowl on the table before him and spooned millet into his bowl until it was full. There was little left, but he needed it more than she. She had spent the morning waiting in line for the millet, and then had spent the afternoon picking all the worms out of it. Some of the women just cooked it until you couldn't tell. Nietzsche didn't like to feed that to Richard. Standing close to the table cutting up carrots, she could finally stand it no more. Richard, I want to come to the site with you and see this statue that you're carving for the order. He was silent for a moment, as he chewed and then swallowed. When he finally did speak, it was with a quiet quality that matched that inexplicable look in his eyes. I want you to see the statue, Nietzsche. I want everyone to see it. But not until I'm finished. Why? He stirred his spoon around in his bowl. Please, Nietzsche, will you grant me this? Let me finish it. Then you will see it. Her heart pounded against her ribs. This was important to him. You aren't carving what they told you to carve, are you? Richard's face turned up until his gaze met hers. No, I'm not. I'm carving what I need to carve, what people need to see. Nietzsche swallowed. She knew. This was what she had been waiting for. He had been ready to give up, then he wanted to live, and now he was willing to die for this. Nietzsche nodded, having to look away from those gray eyes of his. I'll wait until it's ready. Now she knew why he seemed so driven lately. That quality hinted at in her father's eyes and blazing in Richard's, she felt was somehow tied to this. The very idea was intoxicating. In more ways than one, this was a matter of life and death. Are you sure about this, Richard? I am. She nodded again. All right. I will honor your request. The next day, Nietzsche got an early start to buy bread. She wanted Richard to have bread with the stew she was cooking. Camille offered to go for her, but she wanted to get out of the house. She asked him to keep an eye on Richard's stew as it simmered on the banked coals. It was an overcast day and cool, a hint of the rapidly approaching winter. The streets were crowded with people out looking for work, with carts hauling everything from manure to bolts of coarse dark cloth, and with wagons, mostly carrying building materials for the palace. She had to step carefully to avoid the dung in the road and squeeze between all the people moving as slowly as the sludge of the open sewers as she made her way through the city. There were crowds of needy people in the street, many come to Al-Tuhurang for work, no doubt, although there were few people at the workers' group hall. The lines at the bakeries were long. At least the order saw to it that people got bread, even if it was gray, tough bread. You had to go early, though, before they ran out. With more people all the time, the shops ran out earlier every week. Someday, it was rumored, they were going to be able to provide more than one kind of bread. She hoped that this day, at least, they might have some butter, too. Sometimes they sold butter. The bread and the butter were inexpensive, so she knew she could afford to buy a little for Richard, if they had any. They almost never had any butter. Nietzsche had spent 180 years trying to help people, and people seemed no better off now than they ever were. Those in the New World were prosperous enough, though. Someday, when the order ruled the world, and those with the means were made to contribute their fair share to their fellow man, then everything would finally fall into place, and all of mankind could at last live with the dignity they deserved. The order would see to it. The bread shop stood at an intersection of two roads, so the line turned around the corner onto another street. Nietzsche was around that corner, leaning a shoulder against the wall, watching the passing throngs, when a face in the crowd caught her attention. Her eyes went wide as she straightened. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. What was she doing in Al Tuarang? Nietzsche didn't really want to find out, not now, when it seemed she was getting close to finding her answers. Matters seemed to be at a critical state with Richard. She felt sure that it would soon come to resolution. Nietzsche flipped her dark shawl up over her head of blonde hair and tied it snug under her chin. She sank back behind a wide woman and hugged the wall as she peeked out between the people in line. Nietzsche watched Sister Alessandra, her nose held high as her calculating gaze swept the faces of all the people on the street. She looked like a mountain lion on the prowl. Nietzsche knew who Alessandra was hunting. Ordinarily, Nietzsche would have been only too happy to cross paths with the woman, but not now. Nietzsche sank back against the rough clapboards, staying low behind the people ahead of her until Sister Alessandra had vanished into the vast sea of people crowding the street. Chapter 61. As Kaelin rode out of her home city of Adendril for the last time, she pulled her wolf fur mantle up over her shoulders for protection against the bitter wind. She recalled that the last time the weather had been about to close in for the winter was the last time she had seen Richard. With the world in such constant turmoil and the battle burning hot, her thoughts by necessity always seemed to be on urgent matters. The unexpected memory of Richard was a welcome, if bittersweet, respite from the worries of war. She took a last look before cresting the hill to see the splendor of the Confessor's palace on the distant rise. It made her ache with a sense of home whenever she saw the soaring white marble columns and rows of tall windows. Other people were stricken with awe or fear at the sight of the palace, but Kaelin's heart was always warmed by it. She had grown up there, and it was a place of many happy memories for her. "It won't be forever, Kaelin." Kaelin glanced over at Verna. "No, it won't." She wished she could believe that. "Besides," Verna said, offering a smile, "we will be denying the Imperial Order the people, and that is what they are really after. The rest is just stone and wood. What matters stone and wood if the people are safe?" Kaelin, despite her desolate tears, was overcome with a smile. "You're right, Verna. That really is all that matters. Thank you for reminding me." "Don't worry, Mother Confessor," Kara said. "Bairdeen and the rest of the Mord Sith, along with the troops, will watch over the people and see them safely to Dahara." Kaelin's smile widened. "I wish I could see Jagang's face when he finally gets here next spring to be greeted by ghosts." The season of war was drawing to an end. If the summer with Richard in their mountain home had been a wonderful dream, then the summer of endless warfare had been a nightmare. The fighting had been desperate, intense, and bloody. There were times when Kaelin thought she and the army could not go on, that they were finished. Each of those times they had managed to pull through. There were occasions when she almost welcomed death, just to have the nightmare end, just to stop seeing people in agony and pain, to stop seeing all the precious lives in ruins. Against the seemingly indomitable millions of the Imperial Order, the forces of the Daharan Empire had managed to slow the enemy enough to keep them from taking Adendril this year. With thousands of lives lost in the fighting, they had bought the hundreds of thousands of people of Adendril and other cities that lay along the path of the Order the time they needed to escape. As autumn had turned bitter, the immense force of the Imperial Order had reached a broad valley at a convergence of the Kern River and a large tributary, where the lay of the land provided space to accommodate their entire force. With winter closing in, Jagang knew better than to be caught unprepared. They had dug in while they had the opportunity. The Daharan forces had set up their defensive lines to the north, bulwarking the way to Adendril. Just as Warren had forecast, Adendril was more than Jagang's army could take in this season of war. Jagang once again had proven his prudent patience. He had chosen to preserve the viability of his army, so he would be able to press on successfully when conditions allowed. In the short run, it gave Kaelin and her forces breathing room, but in the long run, it would spell their doom. Kaelin felt sweet relief that Warren's prediction of Adendril falling the following year at least would not be at the cost of a slaughter of the city's citizens. She didn't know what hardships the people would have to endure escaping to Dahara, but it was better than the certain slavery and widespread death of remaining behind in Aidendrill. Some people, she knew, would refuse to leave. In cities along the Order's march up the Midlands, some people put their faith in Jagang the Just. Some people believed that the good spirits, or the Creator, would watch over them no matter what. Kaelin knew they couldn't save everyone from themselves. Those who wished to live, and were willing to see reason, stood a chance. Those who saw only what they wished to see would, at the least, fall under the pall of the Order's domination. Kaelin reached back and touched the hilt of the sword of truth sticking up behind her shoulder. It was comforting, sometimes, to touch it. The Confessor's palace was no longer her home. Home was wherever Richard and she were together. The fighting was often so intense, the fear so palpable, that there were times, days at a stretch, when she never thought of him. Sometimes she had to devote all her physical and mental effort to just staying alive one more day. Some men, feeling the war was hopeless, had deserted. Kaelin could understand the way they felt. All they ever did, it seemed, was to fight for their lives against overwhelming odds as they backed their way up through the Midlands. Gallia had fallen. That there was no word from any city in Gallia probably said it all.
They had lost Kelton, too. Many of the Keltons in Winstead, Penvero, and other cities had fled first. Most of Kelton's army was still with them, though some had rushed home in desperation. Kaelin tried not to think too long on everything that had gone wrong, lest she give up. They had saved a good many people, gotten them out of the way of the Order, at least for the time being. It was the best they could do. Along the long retreat north, tens of thousands of their joint forces had lost their lives in the fierce battles. The Order had lost many times that number. In the high summer heat, the Order had lost 250,000 men to fever alone. It made little difference. They continued to grow and to roll onward. Kaelin recalled the things Richard had told her, that they could not win, that the new world was going to fall to the Order, and if they resisted, it would only cause greater bloodshed. She was reluctantly coming to understand that hopeless outlook. She feared she was only getting people killed to no good end, yet giving up still was out of the question for her. Kaelin looked over her shoulder, past the long column of men escorting her, past the trees and up the mountain, to the great dark mass of the Wizard's Keep looming up on the mountain overlooking Aidendrill. Zed would have to go there. They could not stop the Imperial Order from having Aidendrill, but they dared not let him have the keep. It was dusk, 10 days later, when Kaelin and her company rode back into the Daharan camp. It was obvious from the first instant that something was wrong. Men were running through camp, swords drawn. Others were rushing pole weapons to the barricades. Men were donning leather and chainmail as they ran to their posts. It was a tense scene, but one Kaelin had seen repeated so often that it seemed almost routine. "I wonder what this is all about," Verna said with a scowl. "I'll not like it if Jagang spoils my dinner." Kaelin, not wearing her leather armor, suddenly felt naked. It was uncomfortable to wear on long rides, so, going through friendly territory, she had tied it to her saddle. Kara moved close as they dismounted. They handed the reins to soldiers as men closed in protectively. Kaelin couldn't remember what color cloth would be used to mark the command tents. She had lost track of the exact number of days she had been gone. It had been somewhat over a month. She took the arm of an officer among the men who had swept in around her. "Where are the commanders?" He pointed with his sword. "Down that way, Mother Confessor." "Do you know what's going on?" "No, Mother Confessor. The alarm sounded. As a sister rushed past, I heard her say it was genuine." "Do you know where my sisters or Warren are?" Verna asked the officer. "I've seen sisters running around everywhere, Prelate. I've not seen Wizard Warren." Darkness was settling in, leaving only the fires to guide them through camp. Most of the fires, though, had been doused at the alarm, so the camp was becoming a black maze. Horses with Daharan riders flashed past, headed out on patrol. Foot soldiers raced out of camp to scout. No one seemed to know what the threat was, but that wasn't unusual. Besides being frequent and varied, attacks were usually confusing in addition to being frightening.
It was over an hour before Kalin, Kara, Verna, and their heavy ring of guards made it through the sprawling camp that was the size of a city to the officers' tents. None of the officers were there. "This is a foolish way to go about it," Kalin muttered. She found her tent with Spirit standing on the little table and tossed her saddlebags inside, along with her armor. "Let's just wait here so people can find us." "I agree," Verna said. Kalin gestured to include a number of the group of men who had set up a defensive guard around her. "Spread out and find the officers. Tell them that the Mother Confessor and the Prelate are at the command tents. We'll wait here for reports." "Tell any sisters you see," Verna added. "And if you see Warren or Zed, tell them, too, that we've returned." The men raced off into the night to carry out their instructions. "I don't like this," Kara muttered. "I don't either," Kalin said as she stepped into her tent. Kara stood guard along with a small army of men as Kalin took off her fur mantle and slipped on her leather armor. It had saved her from taking wounds often enough that she was not shy about wearing it. All it would take was one man to slip up close and thrust a sword into her, and that might well be the end. If she got lucky and they ran it through a leg or even her belly, she had a chance of being healed by a sister. But if it was in some other place, heart, head, some major artery so that the loss of blood was too fast, then even the gifted wouldn't be able to heal her. The leather was extremely tough, and while not impervious to blades, spears, or arrows, it offered a good degree of protection while allowing enough freedom of movement to enable her to fight. A blow with a blade had to be landed just right, or it would glance harmlessly off the leather.
Many of the men wore chainmail, which afforded better protection, but it was too heavy for Kalin to be practical for her to wear.
In combat, speed and maneuverability were life. Kalin knew better than to risk her life needlessly. She was more valuable to their cause in her capacity as a leader than as a combatant. Still, while she rarely went directly into combat, the fighting had often enough come to her. A sergeant finally arrived to give a report. "Assassins," was all he said. That one chilling word was enough. It was what she had figured, and explained the state of the camp. "How many casualties?" Kalin asked. "I only know for sure that one attacked Captain Zimmer. He was eating at a campfire with his men. The captain managed to miss a killing blow, but took a nasty wound in the leg. He's lost a lot of blood. The surgeons are seeing to him right now." "What about the assassin?" Verna asked. The sergeant looked surprised at the question. "Commander Zimmer killed the assassin." He screwed up his face with the distaste of the rest of what he had to say. "The assassin was dressed in a Daharan uniform. He walked through the camp without notice until he found a target, Captain Zimmer, and attacked." Verna let out a worried breath. "A sister might be able to help the captain." Kalin dismissed him with a nod. The sergeant saluted with a fist to his heart before rushing off to his duties. It was then that Kalin spotted Zed approaching. The front of his robes was wet and dark, undoubtedly with blood. Tears ran down his face. Gooseflesh tingled up Kalin's arms and legs. Verna gasped when Zed suddenly saw her, and for an instant faltered before rushing toward them. Verna clutched Kalin's arm. Zed seized Verna's hand. "Hurry," was all he said. It was all he needed to say. They all understood. Verna let out a mournful cry as she was pulled along after the old wizard. Kalin and Kara ran behind as Zed led them on a winding charge through the confusion of shouting men, galloping horses, squads in formation dashing in every direction, and unit officers taking roll call. The roll call was needed because the assassins were in Daharan uniforms, so they could sneak up close to their quarry. It was necessary to account for every man in order to single out those who didn't belong. It was tedious and difficult, but essential. They rushed into the swirl of turmoil around the tents where wounded men were being treated. Men shouted orders as others brought in men crying out in pain, or men with their limp arms dragging the ground. Each tent could hold up to 10 or 12 men. Verna's composure was frayed with panic. Zed stopped her, holding her by her arms. His voice was choked with his emotion. "A man stabbed Holly. Warren was nearby and tried to protect the girl. Verna, I swear to you on my dead wife's soul, I did everything I could do. Dear spirits, forgive me, but I must be the one to tell you. He is beyond my power to help him. He asked for you and Kalin." Kalin stood in a stupor, her heart in her throat. Zed's hand on her back urged her to move quickly. She followed Verna, ducking into the tent. Half a dozen dead men lay at the far end of the tent, covered with blankets. Here and there a bloody hand stuck out from under a cover. One man was missing a boot. Kaelin stared, unable to make her mind work, unable to understand how the soldier had lost a boot. It seemed so silly, dying and losing a boot. Tragedy and comedy, together under a shroud. Warren lay on his back on a pallet on the ground. Sister Philippa was on the far side of him, her tall frame bent over the youthful wizard, holding his hand. Sister Phoebe was on the near side, holding his other hand. Both women turned tear-stained faces up to see Verna above them.
"Warren," Sister Philippa said, "it's Verna. She's here, and Kaelin, too."
The two sisters quickly moved out of the way for Verna and Kaelin to take their places. They covered their mouths to hold in their cries as they fled the tent. Warren was as white as the stacks of clean bandages lying nearby. His eyes were open wide as he stared up, as if he could no longer see. His curly blonde hair was matted in sweat. His robes were soaked in blood.
"Warren," Verna moaned. "Oh, Warren."
"Verna? Kaelin?" he asked in a breathy whisper.
"Yes, my love."
Verna kissed his hand a dozen times. Kaelin squeezed his other limp hand. "I'm here too, Warren."
"I had to hold on till you both came back to tell you both." "Tell us what, Warren?"
Verna asked through her tears.
"Kaelin," he whispered.
She leaned in. "I'm here, Warren. Don't try to talk. Just
listen to me."
Kaelin pressed his hand to her cheek. "I'm listening, Warren."
"Richard is right. His vision. I had to tell you."
Kaelin didn't know what to say. A smile came to his ashen face.
"Verna, what is it, my love? I love you. Always have."
Verna could hardly get her words past her choking tears.
"Warren, don't die. Don't die. Please don't die." "Give me a kiss," Warren whispered, "while I still live. And don't mourn what ends, but what a good life we've had. Kiss me, my love."
Verna bent over him and met his lips with hers, giving him a gentle, loving kiss as her tears dripped onto his face. Unable to bear the scene, Kaelin staggered out of the tent, finding Zed's protective arms waiting. She hid her weeping against his shoulder.
"What are we doing?" she cried. "What's it all for? What good is any of it? We're losing everything."
Zed had no answer for her tears at the futility of it all. The minutes dragged on. Kaelin forced herself to be strong, to be the mother confessor. She couldn't let the men see her giving up. Silent men stood nearby, not wanting to look in the direction of the tent where Warren lay dying. When General Meifert materialized out of the darkness, the relief on Kara's face was evident. He rushed up close to Kara, but didn't touch her. "I'm glad to see you safely returned," he said to Kaelin. "How is Warren?" Kaelin couldn't speak. Zed shook his head.
"I didn't think he would live this long. I think he held on so he could see his wife."
The general nodded sorrowfully. "We caught the man who did it." Kaelin came to full attention. "Bring him to me," she growled. Without hesitation, the general hurried off to retrieve the assassin. When Kaelin gestured, Kara went with him.
"What did he say to you?" Zed asked in a quiet voice, so that others wouldn't hear. "He wanted to tell you something."
Kaelin took a purging breath.
"He said, Richard is right."
Zed looked away in forlorn misery. Warren was his friend. Kaelin never knew Zed to take a liking to anyone the way he had taken to Warren. They shared things she knew she could never understand. Despite his young appearance, Warren was over 150 years old, close to the same age as Verna. To Zed, who was always looked up to as the wise old wizard, it must have been a peculiar comfort to share wizardly matters with one who understood such things, instead of constantly needing explanation and direction.
"He said the same to me," Zed whispered tearfully.
"Why didn't Warren use his gift?" Kaelin asked. Zed wiped a finger across his cheek.
"He was walking past just as the man seized and stabbed Holly. Perhaps the assassin couldn't find his target, or maybe he became lost and confused. Or he could have just panicked and decided to stab someone, and Holly was handy at that moment.
Kaylin wiped her hands back across her cheeks. Maybe he had been told to look for a wizard in such robes. And when he saw Warren, he stabbed Holly to cause a commotion so he could get at Warren.
That could be. Warren doesn't really know. It all happened in an instant. Warren was right there and just reacted. I asked, but he didn't know why he didn't use his power. Perhaps in that terrible flash of the knife he feared to kill Holly in the process, since the man had her and was stabbing her. His instinct to save her just caused him to snatch for the knife. It was a fatal mistake.
Maybe Warren simply hesitated before using his power. Zed shrugged painfully.
A split-second hesitation has been the end of a lot of wizards.
If I hadn't hesitated, Kaylin said, as she stared off into bitter memories, Nietzsche wouldn't have had me. She wouldn't have Richard now.
Don't try to fix the past, dear one. It can't be done.
What about the future? Zed's gaze sought hers.
Meaning?
Remember at the end of last winter, when we left camp, when the order began moving? When Zed nodded, she went on. Warren pointed at this place on the map. He said we had to be here to stop the order.
Are you suggesting he knew he would die here?
You tell me.
I'm a wizard, not a prophet.
But Warren is. When he said nothing, Kaylin asked in a whisper, What about Holly?
I don't know. I was just arriving to talk to Warren. It had just happened. Soldiers were jumping the man. Warren yelled orders for them not to kill him. I guess he was thinking the assassin might have valuable information. I saw Holly, bleeding from her wounds, in shock. I immediately had Warren brought in here and started to work on him. Sisters rushed in and took Holly to another tent.
Zed's heart-sick gaze sank to the cold ground.
I did everything I know to do. It wasn't enough.
Kaylin enclosed his shoulders protectively in her arm. It was out of your hands from the first, Zed. It was disorienting to see her source of strength in a state of such painful weakness. It was irrational to expect him to be unemotional and strong in such circumstances, but it was still disconcerting. In that moment, Kaylin was overcome with a sense of all the loss Zed had suffered in his life. It was all there in his wet hazel eyes. Men made way for the returning General Meifert and Kara. Behind them, 2 burly soldiers had a wiry young man, little more than a boy, really. He was muscular, but no match for the men who had him. His hair tumbled down across a forehead above dark, contemptuous eyes. He wore a proud sneer.
So, the lad said, trying to sound tough, I guess that in my service to the Order, I knifed someone important. That makes me a hero of the Order.
Make him kneel before the Mother Confessor, General Meifert said with quiet command. The 2 soldiers kicked the back of the young man's knees to take him down. He snickered as he knelt before her.
So, you're the big important whore I've heard so much about. Too bad you weren't around. I'd have loved to have cut you. I guess I showed some people I'm pretty good with a knife.
So, in my absence, Kaylin said, you cut a child instead.
Just for practice. I'd have cut a lot more people if these big dumb oxen wouldn't have lucked into jumping me. But I still did my duty to the Order and the Creator.
It was the bravado of someone who knew he was about to pay the ultimate price for his actions. He was trying to convince himself that he had fulfilled a valuable service. He wanted to die a hero, and then go straight to the Creator for his reward in the afterlife. Verna emerged from the tent. There was no hurry in her movements. Her face was ashen and drawn. Kaylin took hold of her arm, ready to help if Verna should need it. Verna stopped when she saw the young man on his knees. This is him? She asked. Kaylin put her other hand tenderly to Verna's back, silently offering support. This is him, Kaylin confirmed.
That's right, the lad sneered up at Verna. I'm the one who knifed the enemy wizard. I'm a hero. The Order will bring relief and justice to the people, and I helped do it. Your kind is always trying to keep us down.
Keep you down, Verna repeated in a dead tone. Those who are born with all the luck and advantages. They never want to share. I waited, but no one ever gave me a chance in life until the Order did. I'm a hero of downtrodden people everywhere. I've struck a blow against the oppressors of mankind. I've helped bring justice to those who are never given a chance. I killed an evil man. I'm a hero.
The silence of everyone nearby was all the more grim with the backdrop of activity going on as men searched the camp for other assassins. Officers called out names, getting quick replies. Troops searching for invaders trotted through the night, their chain mail and weapons jingling like thousands of tiny bells. The man on his knees grinned at Verna. The Creator will give me my reward in the next life. I'm not afraid to die. I've earned eternity in his everlasting light. Verna passed her gaze among the eyes of all those gathered. I don't care what you do to him, she said, but I want to hear his screams the entire night. I want this camp to hear his screams the entire night. I want the Order's scouts to hear his screams. That will be my tribute to Warren. The young man licked his lips, realizing things weren't going as he had expected. That isn't fair, the young assassin shouted in protest. Panic began to tremble through his body. He had been prepared for a martyr's death, a quick end. This was something unforeseen. He died quick. I should have the same consideration. This isn't fair. Fair. What isn't fair, Verna said with terrible calmness, is that your mother ever opened her legs for your father. We shall now belatedly correct her mistake. What isn't fair is that a good and kind man died at the hands of a sniveling little coward, so lacking in sense that he is incapable of recognizing the lies he now spews out at us. You wish to trade your life for the one you have taken? You wish to die in a cause you foolishly believe to be noble? You shall have your wish, young man. But before you die, you shall fully understand what it is you have surrendered, how precious is your life, and how utterly wasted. You shall come to regret your mother's act of creation as much as do we. Verna swept a look of finality over the group watching. This is my wish. Please see to its execution. Kara took a step forward. Let me do it then. Her grim face held no hint of relish. I would be best at carrying out your wish as you intended, Verna. The lad laughed hysterically. A woman? You all think you're going to have some big blonde bitch try to teach me a lesson? You're all as crazy as I've heard. Verna nodded. I will be indebted to you, Kara. She started to leave, but paused. Don't let him die before morning, when I will come to witness it. I wish to look into his eyes and see if this young man has come to understand the nature of reality and its lack of fairness before he forfeits his life for nothing of worth and for his part in a great evil. I promise you, Kara said softly to Verna, that even though this night will seem forever to you in your grief, it will be infinitely longer for him. Verna simply touched Kara's shoulder in appreciation on her way past. After Verna had walked off into the darkness, Kara turned to Kalen. I would ask to use a tent. No one should have to see what I do to him. His screams will be knowledge enough. As you wish. Mother Confessor! The young man struggled frantically, but the soldiers had him in a firm grip. If you're so good as you claim, then show me mercy. Drool ran from the corner of the boy's mouth and hung swinging in rhythm with his panting. But I have, Kalen said. I'm allowing you to suffer the sentence Verna has named, and not the one I would impose. Kara snapped her fingers and pointed at the young man as she marched off. The soldiers dragged the shrieking boy after her. The others we captured? The general asked Kalen. Kalen started for her tent. Cut their throats. Chapter 62. Kalen sat up when she realized that she didn't hear the distant screams any longer. It was still hours till dawn. Maybe his heart had stopped unexpectedly. No, Kara was Mord Sith and was well trained in what Mord Sith did. As she had lain fully dressed in her bed, listening to the blood-curdling screams, aching for Verna, missing Warren, sweat had occasionally beaded her brow whenever she thought about how Richard had once been the one under a Mord Sith's aegil.
To banish the uninvited, ghastly images invading her thoughts, she looked up at Spirit. The lamp hanging from the ridge-pole cast a warm light on the carving, stressing the graceful lines of her flowing robes, her fisted hands, her head thrown back. No matter how many times Kaelin looked at the statue, she never tired of it. Every time it was a thrill. Richard had chosen this view of life over the terrible bitterness he could have fallen into. Clinging to such bitterness would only have robbed him of his ability to experience happiness. Kaelin heard a commotion outside. Just as she sprang to her feet, Kara poked her head in through the flap Kaelin had left open. The Mordsith's blue eyes were in a lethal rage. She stepped into the tent, pulling the lad behind by a fistful of his hair. He shook as he blinked frantically, blinded by the blood in his eyes. Gritting her teeth, Kara shoved him. He fell to the dirt at Kaelin's feet. "What's this about?" Kaelin asked. The look in Kara's eyes revealed a woman at the edge of a feral fury, at the edge of control, at the far distant reaches of what it was to even be human. She was treading the soil of another world. Madness. Kara dropped to her knees and seized the young man by the hair. She yanked him back up and held him against her red leather-clad body as she pressed her Aegil to his throat. He choked and coughed. Blood frothed from his mouth. "Tell her," Kara growled. He held his hands out to the sides in surrender. "I know him! I know him!" Kaelin frowned down at the terrified young man. "You know who?" "Richard Cypher. I know Richard Cypher, and his wife, Nietzsche." Kaelin felt as if the world crashed down around her. The weight of that world sank her to her knees before Kara's charge. "What is your name?" "Gadi. I'm Gadi." Kara pressed her Aegil into his back, causing him to let loose a wild scream. She slammed his face to the ground. Kaelin held a hand out. "Kara, wait. We need to talk to him." "I know. I'm just making sure he wants to talk to us." Kaelin had never seen Kara quite like this, unleashed this way. This was more than doing as Verna asked. This was personal to Kara. Warren had been someone she liked, but worse for Gadi, Richard was Kara's life. The Mordsith pulled him upright again. Red bubbles grew around his broken nose. When the light caught Kara just right, Kaelin could see blood glistening on the red leather. "Now, I want you to tell the Mother Confessor everything." He was nodding as he wept, and before Kara had even completed the command, "I lived there, where they came to live. I lived where Richard and his wife—" "Nietzsche," Kaelin corrected. "Yes, Nietzsche." He didn't understand what she meant. "They came to live in a room in our house. My friends and I didn't like him. Then Camille and Nabi started talking to him. They started liking Richard. I was angry." He fell to such blubbering that he couldn't finish. Kaelin seized his jaw, slick with blood, and shook his face. "Talk, or I'll have Kara start in again." "I don't know what to say. What do you want?" he sobbed. "Everything you know about him and Nietzsche. Everything," Kaelin yelled inches from his face. "Tell her the rest of it," Kara said in his ear as she pulled him to his feet. Kaelin followed him up, fearing to miss a precious word. "Richard started to get people to fix up the place. He works for Ishak at the transport company. When he came home at night, he would fix things. He showed Camille and Nabi how to fix things. I hated him." "You hated him because he made things better?" "He made Camille and Nabi and others think they could do things for themselves, when they can't. People can't do for themselves. That's a cruel deception. People have to be helped by those with the ability. It's their duty. Richard should have made things better because he could. He shouldn't have made Camille and Nabi and the others think they could change their lives for themselves. No one can do that. The people need help, not such heartless and unfeeling expectations. I found out Richard was working at night. He was hauling extra loads for greedy people. He was making money he shouldn't be allowed to make. Then one night I was sitting on the steps, and I heard Nietzsche get mad at Richard. She came out on the steps and asked me to have sex with her. Women always want me. She was a whore, no better than the rest, despite all her airs. She told me that Richard wasn't man enough to take care of her, and she wanted me to have her because he wouldn't. I gave it to her good, just the way she wanted it. I gave it to the whore good. I heard her good, just like she deserved." With all her strength, Kaelin rammed her knee into his groin. Gadi doubled over, unable to draw his breath. His eyes rolled up in his head, and he went down hard. Kara smiled. I thought you might like to hear that part. Kaelin wiped the tears from her cheeks. It wasn't Richard. I knew it wasn't Richard. It was this pig. Kaelin kicked him in the ribs as he started coming around. He let out a cry. She wagged her fingers impatiently. Kara seized him by the hair and yanked him to his feet. Finish your story, Kaelin said with icy rage. He coughed and gagged and drooled. Kara had to steady him on his feet. She held his arms behind his back so he couldn't comfort his groin. The pain was clearly evident in his contorted face. Talk or I'll do it again. Please, I was telling you when you stopped me. Get on with it. He nodded frantically. When I was done with when I left Nietzsche, Camille and Nabi were crazy. Kaelin lifted his chin. What do you mean they were crazy? They were crazy angry because I was with Richard's wife. They like Richard, so they were crazy angry with me. They were going to do things to me, hurt me, so I decided to go into the army, to fight for the order against the heathens and... Kaelin waited. She glanced up at Kara. The Mord Sith did something behind Gadi's back that made him gasp in a cry. And then I turned in Richard's name. You did what? I turned in his name before I left. I told the city guards at Protector Muxon's office that Richard was doing criminal things, that he was stealing work from working people, that he was making more than his fair share. Kaelin frowned. What does that mean? What happens when you turn in a name? Gadi was trembling in terror. He clearly didn't want to answer. Kara pressed her Aegil against his side. Blood oozed down his sweat-soaked shirt. He tried but couldn't draw a breath. His ashen face began to turn purple. Tell her, Kara said in cold command. Gadi gasped in a breath when she released the pressure. They will arrest him. They will make him confess. Confess? Kaelin asked, fearing the answer. Gadi nodded reluctantly. They will torture a confession out of him, most likely. They might even hang his body from a pole and let the birds pick his bones if he confesses to something bad. Kaelin swayed on her feet. She thought she might throw up. The world had disintegrated into madness. She kicked over the map basket and pawed through the maps until she found the one she wanted. She pulled a pen and an ink bottle out of their box, set the statue of Spirit on the ground, and spread the small map across the table. Come here, Kaelin ordered, snapping her fingers and pointing to the ground before the table. She put the pen in his trembling fingers after he had shuffled close. Kaelin pointed at the map. We are here. Show me where you traveled with the Order. He pointed. This river. I came up from the old world with reinforcement troops after some training. We joined the Emperor's force, and we advanced up this river basin over the summer. Kaelin pointed to the old world. Now, I want you to mark the place where you lived. Al-Turang. That's it, there. She watched him dip the pen and circle the dot and the name Al-Turang far to the south, the heart of the old world. Now, she said, mark the roads you came up in the old world, including any cities or towns you went through. Kara and Kaelin both watched Gadi mark roads and circle a number of cities and towns. Warren and the sisters were from the old world. They knew a great deal about the lay of the land, enabling them to provide detailed maps. When he'd finished, Gadi looked up. Kaelin turned over the map. Draw the city of Al-Turang. I want to see the major roads, anything you know of it. Gadi immediately set to drawing the map for her. When he was finished, he looked up again. Now, show me where this room is where Richard lives. Gadi marked the map to indicate the place. But I don't know if he will be there. Lots of people turn in the names of people suspected of wrongdoing against their fellow man. If they take the name and they arrest him, the brothers may order penance, or they could even question him and then order him put to death. Brothers? Kaelin asked. Gadi nodded. Brother Narav and his disciples, they are the head of the Fellowship of Order. Brother Narav is our spiritual guide. He and the brothers are the heart of the Order. What do they look like? Kaelin asked, her mind already racing ahead. The brothers wear dark brown robes with hoods. They are simple men who have given up the luxuries of life to serve the wishes of the Creator and the needs of mankind. Brother Narav is closer to the Creator than any man alive. He is mankind's savior. Gadi was clearly awed by the man. Kaelin listened while Gadi told her everything he knew about the Fellowship of Order, about the brothers, and about Brother Nariv. Gadi shook in the silence after he had finished. Kalin wasn't watching him, but staring off. "What did Richard look like?" she asked in a distant voice. "Was he well? Did he look all right?"
"Yes, he's big and strong. Foolish people like him."
Kalin spun around, landing the heel of her hand against Gadi's face, hard enough to knock him from his feet. "Get him out of here," she told Kara.
"But you must show me mercy now. I told you what you want to know."
He broke down in tears.
"You must show me mercy."
"You have a job to finish," Kalin said to Kara. Kalin pulled the tent flap back and peeked in. Sister Dulcinea was snoring softly. Holly looked up. Tears filled the girl's eyes as she stretched out her arms pleadingly. Kalin knelt beside the girl and bent over to hug her. Holly started crying. Sister Dulcinea woke with a snort.
"Mother Confessor!"
Kalin put a hand on the sister's arm. "It's late. Why don't you go get some sleep, sister?" Sister Dulcinea smiled her agreement and then grunted with the effort of struggling to her feet in the low tent. In the distance, on the far side of the camp, Kalin could hear Gadi's blood-curdling screams. Kalin smoothed the downy hair from Holly's brow and kissed her there. "How are you, sweetheart? Are you all right?"
"Oh, Mother Confessor, it was awful. Wizard Warren got hurt. I saw it."
Kalin hugged her as she started weeping again. I know.
"Is it all right? Is he healed like they healed me?"
Kalin cupped the little cheek and wiped a tear away with her thumb. "I'm sorry, Holly, but Warren died." Her brow bunched up with her misery.
"He shouldn't have tried to save me. It's my fault he's dead."
"No," Kalin soothed. "That's not the way it is. Warren gave his life to save us all. He did what he did out of his love of life. He didn't want to let evil be free among those he loved."
"Do you really think so?"
"Of course I do. Remember him for how he loved life, and how he wanted to see those he loved free to live their own lives."
"He danced with me at his wedding. I thought he was the most handsome groom ever."
"He was indeed a handsome groom," Kalin said, with a smile at the memory. "He was one of the best men I've ever known, and he gave his life to help keep us free. We honor his sacrifice by living the best lives we can live." Kalin started to rise, but Holly hugged her all the tighter, so Kalin lay down beside her. She stroked Holly's brow and kissed her cheek.
"Will you stay with me, Mother Confessor, please?"
"For a while, sweetheart." Holly fell asleep, cuddled up to Kalin. Kalin wept frustrated, bitter tears over the sleeping girl, a girl who should have the right to live her life. Others, though, lusted to steal that right at the point of a blade. After she had finally decided what she must do, Kalin slipped silently out of the tent to go pack her things. It was just turning light when Kalin emerged from her tent, carrying her bedroll, saddlebags, Daharan sword, the sword of truth, leather armor, and pack with the rest of her things. Spirit was safely rolled up in her bedroll. A light snow was just beginning to fall, announcing to the muted camp that winter had arrived in the northern Midlands. Everything seemed as if it was ending. It wasn't just Warren's death that convinced her, but rather the futility it symbolized. She could no longer delude herself. The truth was the truth. Richard was right. The Order would have it all. Sooner or later, they would have her and kill her, along with those who fought with her. It was only a matter of time until they enslaved all of the New World. They already had much of the Midlands. Some lands had fallen willingly. There was no way to resist a force of their overwhelming size, the terror of their threats, or the seduction of their promises. Warren had attested it as part of his dying words. Richard was right. She had thought she could make a difference. She had thought she could drive back the advancing horde by the sheer weight of her will, if need be. It was arrogance on her part. The forces of freedom were lost. Many of the people in those fallen lands had put their faith in the Order at the cost of their liberty. What was left to her? Running, retreat, terror, death. She had nothing to lose anymore, really. Nearly everything was already lost, or soon would be. While she at least still had her life, she was going to use it. She was going to go to the heart of the Order. "What are you doing?" Kalen spun around to see Kara frowning at her. Kara, I'm leaving. Kara gave a single nod. Good. I, too, think it is time. I won't be long getting my things together. You get the horses, and I'll meet... No. I'm going alone. You will stay here. Kara stroked her long blonde braid laying over the front of her shoulder. Why are you going? There's nothing left for me to do. Nothing I can do. I'm going to go drive my sword into the heart of the Order, Brother Nariv and his disciples. It's the only thing I can do to strike back at them. Kara smiled. And you think I want to stay here? You will stay here, where you should be, with Benjamin. I'm sorry, Mother Confessor, Kara said tenderly, but I can't follow such orders. I am Mord Sith. My life is sworn to protecting Lord Rahl. I promised Lord Rahl I would protect you, not stay and kiss Benjamin. Kara, I want you to stay here. It's my life. If this is the end, all there is to be, then I will do with the rest of my life as I wish. It's my life to live, not yours to live for me. I'm going, and that is final. Kalen saw in Kara's eyes that it was. Kalen didn't think she had ever heard Kara express such a sentiment about her own wishes. It was indeed her life. Besides, Kara knew where Kalen was going. If Kalen left without Kara, Kara would simply follow. Getting Mord Sith to obey orders was often more difficult than herding ants. You're right, Kara. It is your life. But when we get down into the old world, you're going to have to wear something to disguise who you are. Red leather in the old world will be the end of us. I will do what I must to protect you and Lord Rahl. Kalen smiled at last. I believe you would, Kara. Kara wasn't smiling. Kalen's smile faded. I'm sorry I tried to leave without you, Kara. I shouldn't have done it that way. You're a sister of the Aegil. I should have talked it over with you. That's the proper way to treat someone you respect. Kara smiled at last. Now you are making sense. We might not ever come back from this. Kara shrugged. And you think we will live the high life if we stay? I think only certain death awaits us if we stay. Kalen nodded. That's what I think, too. That's why I must go. I'm not quarreling. Kalen gazed out at the falling snow. The last time winter had come, she and Kara had just managed to escape in time. Kalen steeled herself and asked, Kara, do you really believe Richard is still alive? Of course Lord Rahl is alive. Kara held up her Aegil, rolling it in her fingers. Remember? And then she did. The Aegil would only work if the Lord Rahl to whom she was sworn was alive. Kalen handed Kara some of her load. Gadi, he died as Verna wished it. She showed him no pity. Good. Pity for the guilty is treason to the innocent. It was not long after dawn when Kalen made it to Zed's tent. Kara had gone to get horses and supplies. When Kalen called, Zed asked her to enter. He rose from the bench beside Addy, the old sorceress.
Kalen, what is it?
I've come to bid you goodbye. Zed's eyes showed no surprise.
Why don't you stay and get some rest? Leave tomorrow.
There are no tomorrows left. Winter is upon us again. If I'm going to do as I must, I don't have a day to waste. Zed gently gripped her shoulders.
Kalen, Warren wanted to see you. He felt he had to tell you that Richard was right. It meant a great deal to him that you know that. Richard told us that you must not attack the heart of the Order before the people prove themselves to him, or all will be lost. Such a thing is even less likely to happen today than the day he said it. And maybe Warren meant that Richard was right, that we are going to lose the New World to the Order. So what is there to stay for? Maybe it was Warren's way of trying to tell me to go to Richard before I'm dead, or he's dead, and then it's too late to even try. And Nietzsche?
I'll find out when I get there.
But you can't hope to...
Zed, what else is there for me? To watch the Midlands fall? To aspire at most to live out my life running? To live as a recluse, hiding every day from the clutches of the Order? Even if Warren hadn't said it, I've come to realize, no matter how much I wish it was otherwise, that Richard is right. The Order will only be pinned down for the winter while we help the people escape Aidendrill. In the spring, The enemy will flood into my city. Then they will turn to Dahara. There will be nowhere to run. Though they escape for the moment, the Order will subjugate those people. There is no future for me. Richard was right. The least I can do is spend the last of my life living for myself and for Richard. There is nothing else left for me, Zed. Tears brimmed in his eyes.
I will miss you so. You've brought back good memories of my own daughter and given me so many good times.
Kaelin threw her arms around him. Oh, Zed, I love you. She couldn't hold back her own tears then. She was all he had left, and he was losing her, too. No, that wasn't true. Kaelin pulled back. Zed, the time has come for you to leave, too. You must go to the keep and protect it. He nodded with great reluctance, great sadness.
I know.
Kaelin knelt before the sorceress and took up her hand. Addie, will you go with him and keep him company? A beautiful smile came to the woman's weathered face.
Well, She looked up.
Zed? Zed scowled.
Bags, now you've ruined the surprise of the invite.
Kaelin smacked his leg. Stop cursing in front of ladies, and stop being so sour. I'd like to know you're not going to be lonely up there. A smile stole across his face.
Of course Addie is going to the keep with me.
Addie scowled in return.
How do you know that, old man? You never asked my approval. Why, I have a mind...
Please stop it, Kaelin said, both of you. This is too important to be fussing over.
I can fuss if I want to,
Zed protested.
That be right. Addie shook a thin finger. We are old enough to fuss if we wish.
Kaelin smiled through her tears. Of course you can. It's just that after Warren, it reminds me of how much I hate to see people waste their lives on things that don't matter. Zed truly did scowl now.
You've a thing or two to learn, dear one, if you don't know how important fussing is. That be right, Addie said. Fussing keeps you sharp. When you get old, you need to stay sharp. Addie is entirely right, Zed said. Why, I think...
Kaelin silenced him with a hug that Addie joined.
Are you sure about this, dear one?
Zed asked after they parted. I am. I'm going to take my sword into the belly of the Order. Zed nodded as he hooked his bony fingers around the back of her neck. He pulled her head close and kissed her brow.
If you're to go, then ride hard and strike harder.
My thought exactly, Kara said as she stepped into the tent. Kaelin thought Kara's blue eyes looked a little more liquid than usual. Are you all right, Kara? Kara frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, Kaelin said. General Meifert got us the 6 fastest horses he could find. Kara smiled her pleasure at the prospect. We'll have fresh mounts with us and be able to cover a lot of ground fast. I have all our supplies loaded up. If we leave now, we should be able to escape winter's grip. We have the map, so we can stay away from the routes the Order's troops use and the heaviest population centers. There are good roads and open country down there. Riding hard, I think we can make it in a few weeks. A month at most. Zed's face contorted with concern.
But the Order controls much of the southern Midlands. It's dangerous country now.
I have a better way, Kara flashed a sly smile. We'll go where I know the country, Dahara. We will go east from here and cross over the mountains, then go south down through Dahara. Through mostly wide open country where we can make good time, down through the Azrith Plains to eventually join the Kern River far to the south. After the river valley clears the mountains, we will cut southeast into the heart of the old world. Zed nodded his approval of the plan. Kaelin curled her fingers lovingly around the old wizard's thin arm. When will you go to the keep?
Addie and I will leave in the morning. I think it best not to dally here any longer. Today we'll settle matters of the army with the officers and the sisters. I think that as soon as the people are out of Aiden drill, and when the snow quickly deepens to ensure the Order won't be going anywhere until spring, then our men should begin slipping out of this place to make their way over the mountains to the safety of Dahara. It will be slow going in winter, but without having to fight as they travel, it won't be as difficult as it otherwise would be.
That would be best, Kaelin agreed. It will get our men out of harm's way for now.
They won't have me to be the magic against magic for them, but they will have Verna and her sisters. They know enough by now to carry on protecting the army from magic.
At least for a while. The words hung in the air, unspoken. I want to go see Verna before I leave, Kalen said. I think it will be good for her to have other people to worry about. Then I want to see General Meifert, and then we'd best start riding. We have a long way to go, and I want to be south before the snow hobbles us. Kalen embraced Zed fiercely one last time.
When you see him, Zed whispered in her ear, tell the boy I love him dearly, and I miss him something awful.
Kalen nodded against his shoulder and told him a bold lie. You'll see us both again, Zed. I promise you. Kalen stepped out into the early light of winter's first breath. Everything was dusted with snow, making it look as if the world were carved from white marble. Chapter 63. In one long, fluid motion, with his fingertips adeptly guiding the far end of the file, Richard glided the steel tool down the fold of cloth held forever crisp in white marble. Concentrating on applying steady pressure to cut a precise, fine layer, he was lost in the work. The file held hundreds of ridges, row upon row of tiny blades of hardened steel, which did the work of cutting away and shaping the noble stone. These were blades he wielded with the same commitment with which he wielded any blade. He blindly reached back and set the file down on the wooden bench, careful to put it on the wood and not to let it clang against other steel, lest he dull it prematurely. He exchanged the file for another, with even finer teeth, and took out the roughness left by the correction accomplished with the one before. With fingers as dusty white as those of a baker laboring with flour, Richard examined the surface of the man's arm, testing it for flaws. Until polished, the minor flaws and facets were often easier to see with the fingers than the eye. Where he found them, he used a smaller file in one hand, while his other hand followed behind, riding the swell of muscle, feeling the subtle difference in what the tool had done to the stone. He was removing only paper-thin layers of material now. It had taken him several months to arrive at this final layer. It was exhilarating to be so close to the flesh. The days had passed one upon another in an endless procession of work, carving death in the day down at the site and life in the night. Carving for the order was balanced by carving for himself, slavery and freedom in opposition. Whenever one of the brothers inquired about the statue, Richard was careful to hide his satisfaction with what he was creating. He did it by recalling the model he had been commanded to carve. He always bowed his head respectfully and reported his progress on his penance, assuring them that his work was on schedule and would be done on time to install in the palace plaza for the dedication. Stressing the word penance helped to direct their thoughts to that issue and away from the statue itself. The brothers were invariably much more satisfied with his weariness from his toil at his work of contrition than they were interested in yet another dreary stone carving. There were carvings everywhere. This was but one more manifestation of the irredeemable inadequacy of mankind. Just as no one man in their cosmos was important, no one work mattered. It was the sheer number of carvings which was to be the order's overpowering argument for man's impotence. The carvings were merely background props for the stage upon which the brothers moralized on sacrifice and salvation. Richard always humbly reported his nights with little food and little sleep as he worked on his penance after his carving work during the day. Selfless sacrifice being the proper cure for wickedness, the brothers went away pleased. Richard switched to a smaller file, one bent in a decreasing radius curve, and worked the muscle where it narrowed into sinew, showing the tension in the arm which revealed the underlying structure. During the day, he observed other men as they worked, in order to study the complex shapes of muscle as it moved with life. At night, he referred to his own arms, held up to the lamplight, so that he might accurately depict veins and tendons standing proud on the surface. He referred to a small mirror at times. The surface of the skin he carved was a rich landscape stretched over bone and muscle, creased in corners, drawn smooth as it swept over curves. For the woman's body, his memory of Kalen was vivid enough to require little other reference. He wanted this work to show the capacity for movement, for intent, for accomplishment. The posture of the figures displayed awareness. The expression of the faces, especially the eyes, would show that most sublime human characteristic, thought. If the statues he had seen in the old world were a celebration of misery and death, this was a celebration of life. He wanted this to show the raw power of volition. The man and woman he carved were his refuge against his despair over his captivity. They embodied freedom of spirit. They embodied reason, rising up to triumph. To his great annoyance, Richard noticed that light was coming in the window above the statue, taking over from the lamps that had burned all night. All night. He had done it again. It was not the quality of light, which he actually very much favored, which vexed him, but that it signified the end of his time with his statue. He now had to go carve ugliness down at the site. Fortunately, that work required no thought or careful effort. As he filed the curve of the man's shoulder muscle, there was a knock at the door. "Richard?" It was Victor. Richard sighed. He had to stop. Richard pulled the red cloth tied around his neck down away from his nose and mouth, where it kept him from breathing all the marble dust. It was a little trick Victor had told him about, used by the marble carvers from his homeland of Cavatura. "Be right there." Richard stepped down off the ledge made by the base where he had carved out the legs at mid-calf. He stretched his back, realizing how much it hurt from hunching over and from lack of sleep. He retrieved the canvas tarp and shook the dust from it. Just before he flung the cover over the statue, he got the full view of the figures. The floor, shelves, and tools were covered in a fine layer of marble dust. But against the black walls, the marble stood out in the glory of light from above. Richard threw the tarp over the incomplete figures and then opened the door. "You look like a ghost," Victor announced with a lopsided grin. Richard brushed himself off. "I forgot the time." "Did you see in the shop last night?" "The shop? No, what?" Victor's grin returned, wider this time. "Priska had the bronze dial delivered yesterday. Ishak brought it. Come see." Around the other side of the blacksmith's shop, in the stockroom, the bronze sat in a number of pieces. It was too big for Priska to cast as one piece, so he had made several that Victor would join and mount. The pedestal for the partial ring, that would be the dial plane, was massive. Knowing it was for a statue Richard was carving, Priska had done a job to be proud of. "It's beautiful," Richard said. "Isn't it, though? I've seen him do fine work before, but this time Priska has outdone himself." Victor squatted and ran his fingers over the strange symbols, filled in with black. "Priska said that at one time, long ago, his home city of Al-Tur-Rang had freedom, but like so many others, lost it. As a tribute to that time, he cast it with symbols in his native tongue. Brother Neil saw it and was pleased, because he thought it a tribute to the Emperor, who is also from Al-Tur-Rang." Richard sighed. "Priska has a tongue as smooth as his castings." "Would you have some lardo with me?" Victor asked as he stood. The sun was already well up. Richard stretched his neck and peered down at the site. "I'd best not. I need to get to work." Richard squatted down and lifted one end of the pedestal. "First, though, let me show you where this goes." Victor grabbed the other end, and together they lugged the bronze casting around the shop. When Richard opened the double doors, Victor saw the statue for the first time, even if it was covered in a tarp that revealed only the round bulges that were the two heads. Even so, Victor's eyes feasted. It was apparent in those eyes how his vivid imagination was filling in some of it with his fondest hopes. "Your statue is going well." Victor nudged Richard with an elbow. "Beauty?" Richard was overcome with a blissful smile. "Ah, Victor, you will see for yourself soon enough. The dedication is only a couple weeks off. I will be ready. It will be something to bring a song to our hearts. Before they kill me, anyway." Victor dismissed such talk with a flourish of his hand. "I am hoping that when they see such beauty again, and at their palace, they will approve." Richard held out no such illusion. He remembered then and reached into a pocket to pull out a piece of paper. He handed it to the blacksmith. "I didn't want Priska to cast words on the back of the dial, because I didn't want the wrong people to see them. I would ask you to engrave these words on the back surface, about the same height as the symbols on the front. Victor took the paper and unfolded it. His grin melted away. He looked up at Richard with an open look of surprise. "This is treason," Richard shrugged. "They can only kill me once. They can torture you a long time before they kill you. They have very unpleasant ways to kill people, too, Richard. Have you ever seen a man buried in the sky while he was still alive, bleeding from 1,000 cuts, his arms bound so that the vultures could feast on his living flesh? The order binds my arms now, Victor. As I work down there, as I see the death around me, I am bleeding from 1,000 cuts. The vultures of the order are already feasting on my flesh." With grim resolve, Richard held Victor's gaze. "Will you do it?" Victor glanced down at the paper again. He took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly as he studied the paper in his hand. "Treason though these words be, I like them. I will do it." Richard clapped him on the side of the shoulder and gave him a confident smile. "Good man. Now, look here, where the pedestal is to be attached." Richard lifted the tarp enough to uncover the base. "I've carved you a flat face tilted at the proper angle. I didn't know where the holes in the casting would be, so I left it for you to drill the holes and fill them with lead for the pins. Once you attach the pedestal, then I can calculate the angle of the hole I'll need to drill for the gnomon." Victor nodded. "The gnomon pole will be ready soon. I will make you a drill bit the proper size for it." "Good. And a round rasp to do final fitting in the hole?" "You will have it," Victor said, as they both stood. He waved his hand toward the covered statue. "You trust me not to peek while you are off carving your ugly work?" Richard chuckled. "Victor, I know you want more than anything to see the nobility of this statue when it is finally finished. You would not spoil that experience for yourself for anything." Victor let out his rolling belly laugh. "I guess you are right. Come after your work and we will have lardo and talk of beauty in stone and the way the world once was." Richard hardly heard Victor. He was staring at what he knew so well. Even though it was covered from his eyes, it was not hidden from his soul. He was ready to begin the process of polishing, to make flesh in stone. Her head bent, her scarf protecting her from the chill winter wind, Nietzsche hurried down the narrow alleyway. A man coming the other way bumped against her shoulder, not because he was rushing, but because he simply didn't seem to care where he was going. Nietzsche threw a fiery scowl at his empty eyes. Her fierce look fell away down a bottomless well of indifference. She clutched her sack of sunflower seeds closer to her stomach as she moved on through the muddy alleyway. She stayed close to the rough wooden walls of the buildings, so she wouldn't be jostled by the people going the other way. People bundled against the current cold snap moved through the alleyway toward the street beyond, looking for rooms, for food, for clothes, for jobs. She could see men beyond the alley sitting on the ground, leaning against buildings on the far side of the street, watching without seeing, as wagons rumbled down the roads taking supplies out to the site of the Emperor's palace. Nietzsche wanted to get to the bread shop. She had been told they might have butter today. She wanted to get butter for Richard's bread. He would be home for dinner, he had promised. She wanted to make him a good meal. He needed to eat. He had lost some weight, though it only added distracting definition to his muscular build. He was like a statue in the flesh, like the statues she used to see long ago. She remembered how when she was little her mother's servants made cakes out of sunflower meal. She had been able to buy enough to make him some sunflower cakes, and maybe she would have butter to put on them. Nietzsche was growing increasingly anxious. The dedication was to take place in a few days. Richard said his statue would be ready. He seemed too calm about it, as if he had come to some inner peace. He seemed almost like a man who had accepted his imminent execution. Whenever Richard spoke to her, despite the conversation, his mind seemed elsewhere, and his eyes held that quality which she so valued. In the wasteland that was life, the misery that was existence, this was the only hope left to her. All around her, people looked forward only to death. Only in her father's eyes when she was younger, and more so now in Richard's, did she see any evidence that there was something to make it all worthwhile, some reason for existence. Nietzsche was slowed to a halt by the clink, clink, clink of pebbles rattling in a cup. The sound was the unmistakable rattle of her chains. She had been a servant to need her whole life, and as much as she tried, there it was, the cup of some poor beggar still rattling for her help. She could not deny it. Tears filled her eyes. She had so wanted to serve Richard butter with his bread, but she had only 1 silver penny, and this beggar had nothing. She at least had some bread and some sunflower seeds. How could she want butter for Richard's bread and cakes when this man had nothing? She was evil, she knew, for wanting to keep her silver penny, the penny Richard had earned with his own sweat and effort. She was evil for wanting to buy butter for Richard with it. Who was Richard to have butter? He was strong. He was able. Why should he have more while others had none? Nietzsche could almost see her mother slowly shaking her head in bitter disappointment that the penny was still in Nietzsche's fist and not helping the man in need. How was it that she could never seem to live up to her mother's example of morality? How was it she could never overcome her evil nature? Nietzsche turned slowly and dropped her silver penny in the beggar's cup. People gave the beggar a wide berth. Without seeing him, they avoided coming near him. They were deaf to the rattle of his cup. How could people not yet have learned the order's teachings? How could they not help those in need? It was always left to her. She looked at him then and recoiled at the sight of the hideous man swathed in filthy rags. She pulled back more when she saw lice hopping through his thatch of greasy hair. He peered out at her through a slit in the rags draped around his face. But it was what she saw through that slit that caught her breath in her throat. The scars were gruesome to be sure, as if he had been melted by the keeper's own fires, yet it was the eyes that gripped her as the man slowly rose to his feet. The man's grimy fingers, like a claw, curled around her arm. "Nietzsche," he hissed, in startled triumph, drawing her close. Caught in the grip of his powerful fingers and his burning glare, she was unable to move. She was so close she could see his lice hopping at her. "Kedar Kardif." "So you recognize me, even like this?" She said nothing else, but her eyes must have said that she thought he was dead, for he answered her unspoken question. "Remember that little girl? The one you seem to care so much about? She urged the townspeople to save me. She refused to allow me to die there on the fire, where you had put me. She hated you so much she was determined to save me. She selflessly devoted herself to caring for me, to helping her fellow man, as you had ordered the townspeople to do. Oh, I wanted to die. I never knew a person could have that much pain and still live. As much as I wanted to die, I lived, because I want you to die even more. You did this to me. I want the keeper to sink his fangs into your soul." Nietzsche looked deliberately at his grotesque scars. "And so for this you have come seeking your revenge?" "No, not for that. For making me beg where my men could hear it. For allowing other people to hear me beg for my life. It was for that reason they saved me, and their hatred of you. It is for that I seek revenge, for not allowing me to die, for condemning me to this life of a freak where passing women toss pennies in my cup." Nietzsche gave him a smooth smile. "Why, Kedar, if you want to die, I can certainly oblige you." He released her arm as if it had burned his fingers. His imagination gave her powers she didn't have. He spat at her. "Kill me then, you filthy witch! Strike me dead!" Nietzsche flicked her wrist and brought her dakra to hand. The dakra was a knife-like weapon carried by sisters. Once the sharpened rod was stuck into a victim, no matter where, releasing her power into the dakra killed them instantly. Kedar Kardif didn't know she had no power, but even without her power behind it, the dakra was still a dangerous weapon that could be driven into a heart or through a skull. He wisely backed away. He wanted to die, yet he feared it. "Why didn't you go to Jagang?" He would not have let you become a beggar. Jagang was your friend. He would have taken care of you. You would not have to beg.
Kedar Kardif laughed. You'd have liked that, wouldn't you? To see me living off the scraps of Jagang's table. You would love to sit at his side, the slave queen, and have him see me fall into this, to watch as you two tossed me your crumbs.
Fallen to what? To see you wounded? You've both been wounded before. He snatched her wrist again.
I died a hero to Jagang. I would not want him to know I begged like any of the weak fools we have crushed beneath our boots.
Nietzsche pressed her dakra against his belly, backing him off.
Kill me then, Nietzsche.
He opened his arms.
Finish it, like you should have. You never left a job incomplete before. Strike me dead, like I should have been long ago.
Nietzsche smiled again. Death is no punishment. Every day you live is 1,000 deaths. But you know that, don't you, Kedar?
Was I that repulsive to you, Nietzsche? Was I that cruel to you?
How could she tell him that he was, and how much she hated him having her as chattel for his amusement? It was for the good of all that the order used men like Kedar Kardif. How could she put herself, her own interests, above the good of mankind? Nietzsche turned and rushed off down the alleyway.
Thank you for the penny, he called mockingly after her. You should have granted my request. You should have, Nietzsche.
Nietzsche wanted only to go home and scrub the lice out of her hair. She could feel them burrowing into her scalp. Chapter 64. Richard pulled away the fistful of straw. He brushed the fragments of grasses from his leather apron. His arms ached from the labor of rubbing the straw, lightly loaded with fine abrasive clays, against the stone. Yet when he saw the luster of the stone, the character of the high polish, the way the marble glowed, taking light deep into the stone and returning it, he felt only exhilaration. The figures emerged from a sparkling stone base of rough marble. The grooved lines of the toothed chisels used in opposing directions to shear off thin layers of stone were still evident on the lower calves, where the legs emerged. He wanted the statue to bear testimony to the hand of man and the figure's origin in stone. They rose up to nearly twice his height. The statue was in part a representation of his love for Kaelin. He could not keep Kaelin out of the work, because Kaelin was his ideal of a woman. Yet the woman in the statue was not Kaelin. It was a man of virtue with a woman of virtue, joined in purpose. They complemented each other, the two universal parts of what it was to be human. The curved section of the sundial had been placed by Victor and his men several days before, when Richard had been working down at his job at the site of the Emperor's palace. They had left the tarp over the statue as they worked. After the ring had been set, Richard had placed the pole that served as the gnomon and finished the hand holding it. The base of the pole was fixed with a gold ball. Victor had yet to see the statue. He was beside himself with eager anticipation. As Richard stared at the figures, only the light from the window above entered the darkened room. He had been given the day from work down at the site, in order to prepare the statue to be moved to the plaza that evening. In the rooms beyond the shop door, the hammers of the blacksmiths rang ceaselessly as Victor's men worked on orders for the palace. Richard stood in the near darkness, listening to the sounds of the blacksmith shop as he stared up at the power of what he had created. It was exactly as he had intended. The figures of the man and woman seemed as if they might draw a breath at any moment and step out of the stone base. They had bone and muscle, sinew and flesh. Flesh in stone. There was only one thing missing, one thing left to do. Richard picked up his mallet and a sharp chisel. When he looked up at the finished statues, there were moments when he could almost believe, as Kaelin insisted, that he used magic to carve. Yet he knew better. This was a conscious act of human intellect, and nothing more. Standing there, chisel and mallet in hand, gazing at the statue that was his vision in stone, was a moment when Richard could savor the supreme achievement of having his creation exist exactly as he had originally conceived it. For this singular moment in time, it was complete, and it was his alone. It was, for this moment, pure in its existence, untainted by what others thought. For this moment, it was his accomplishment, and he knew its value in his own heart and mind. Richard went to one knee before the figures. He laid the cold steel of the chisel to his forehead and closed his eyes as he concentrated on what he had left to do. Blade, be true this day. He pulled the red cloth tied at his throat up over his nose so not to have to breathe the stone dust, then set the chisel to the marks in the flat place he had already prepared just above the heart of the flaw. Richard brought the mallet down and began to carve the title of the statue in the base for all to see. Nietzsche, standing behind the corner of a building around a curve in the road, watched farther down the hill as Richard left the shop where he had carved his statue. He was probably going to see about getting the team to move the stone. He closed the door, but he didn't put the chain on it. No doubt he didn't intend to be gone for long. Men were working all over the hillside at a variety of shops. Tradesmen, from leather workers to goldsmiths, contributed to a constant din of saws, grinding, and hammering. The ceaseless uproar of the labor was nerve-wracking. While many of the men coming and going gave Nietzsche a good look-see, her glare warned them off. Once she saw Richard disappear beyond the blacksmith's shop, she started down the road. She had told him she would wait until he was done before she came to see it. She had kept her word. Still, she felt uneasy. She didn't know why, but she felt almost as if she would be invading a sacred site. Richard hadn't invited her to see his statue. He had asked her to wait until it was done. Since it was done, she would wait no longer. Nietzsche didn't want to see it up on the plaza of the palace along with everyone else. She wanted to be alone with it. She didn't care about the order and their interest in the statue. She didn't want to be standing with everyone else with people who would not recognize it as something of significance. This was personal to her, and she wanted to see it in private. She reached the door without anyone accosting her or even paying her any mind. She looked around in the bright, hazy mid-afternoon light, but saw only men attending to their work. She opened the door and slipped inside. The room was dark, its walls black, but the statue inside was well lit by light coming down from a window in the high roof. Nietzsche didn't look directly at the statue, but kept her eyes to the floor as she hurried around the huge stone so she could see it for the first time from the front. Once in place, her pulse pounding, she turned. Nietzsche's gaze rose up the legs, the robes, the arms, the bodies of the two people, up to their faces. She felt as if a giant fist squeezed her heart to a stop. This was what was in Richard's eyes, brought into existence in glowing white marble. To see it fully realized was like being struck by lightning. In that instant, her entire life, everything that had ever happened to her, everything she had ever seen, heard, or done, seemed to come together in one flash of emotional violence. Nietzsche cried out in pain at the beauty of it, and more so at the beauty of what it represented. Her eyes fell on the name carved in the stone base. Life. Nietzsche collapsed to the floor in tears, in abject shame, in horror, in revulsion, in sudden, blinding comprehension, in pure joy. Chapter 65. After Richard had returned with the fine white linen he had bought to cover the statue until the ceremony the following day, he helped Ishak and a number of the men he knew from down at the site begin the slow process of sledging the heavy stone down to the plaza. Fortunately, it hadn't rained in a while, and the ground was firm. Ishak, knowing such business well, had brought along greased wooden runners, which were placed before the hefty wooden rails supporting the wooden platform under the statue, so that the teams of horses could more easily pull the heavy load across the ground. After the statue was dragged onto the second set of greased runners, the men brought the ones left behind to the front, leapfrogging the statue as it was moved along. The hillside was white with the scree of waste stone, so the statue weighed considerably less than it once had. Victor had originally hired special stone-hauling wagons to move the block. They couldn't use them now, because the finished piece couldn't be turned on its side or handled in such a rough manner. Ishak waved his red hat in his fist, yelling orders, warnings, and prayers as they had moved along. Richard knew that his statue could be in no better hands. The men who helped seemed to pick up Ishak's nervous tension. They sensed this was something important. And though the work was difficult, they seemed more pleased to be a part of it than they were about their everyday labor at the site. It took until late afternoon to move the statue the distance from the shop to the foot of the steps leading up to the plaza. Men shoveled dirt at the bottom of the stairs and packed it tight in order to ease the transition in grade. A team of 10 horses was taken around the other side of the columns. Long lengths of rope were passed through the vacant doorways and windows and then secured around the stone base in order to draw the sledge up the steps. The extra runners were laid on the leading edge of the dirt ramp, later to be moved up onto the steps as the statue progressed upward. Near to 200 men swooped in at Ishak's frantic screaming to help pull on the ropes along with the horses. Inch by inch, the statue ascended the steps. Richard could hardly stand to watch. If anything went wrong, all his work would tumble back and shatter. The flaw would destroy it all. He smiled to himself, realizing how silly it was to worry that the evidence of his crime against the order might be ruined. When the stone had finally arrived safely up on the plaza, sand was packed underneath the platform to support its weight. With the sand holding the wooden platform secure, the heavy runners were removed. With the runners off, the platform was slid off its hill of sand. From there, it was a relatively simple task to coax the statue off the wooden base and onto the plaza itself. At last, marble sat on marble. Gangs of men with ropes around the stone base tugged the freed statue into its final resting place at the center point of the plaza. Ishak stood beside Richard when it was over, mopping his brow with his red hat. The entire statue and sundial was shrouded in its white linen cover, with lines securing it, so Ishak couldn't see what it was. Still, he sensed something of importance stood before him. "When?" was all Ishak asked. Richard knew what he meant. "I guess I'm not sure. Brother Narav is to dedicate the palace to the Creator tomorrow, before all the officials who have traveled to see how the money they've looted from the people is being spent. I guess that tomorrow the officials, along with everyone who comes to the ceremony, are to see the statue along with the rest of the palace. It's just another display of the Order's view of man's place. I don't think they intend any unveiling or anything like that." From what Richard had learned, the ceremony was a matter of great concern to the brothers. The drain of the expense of the palace on top of the expense of the war required justification to the people who were paying that price, not only with their sweat, but with their blood. The Fellowship of Order ruled through the Imperial Order with the necessary collaboration of brutes to whom they gave moral sanction. While the brutes had easily crushed the bodies of those who had revolted, the brothers wanted to crush the ideas such revolt represented before they could spread, because it was such ideas that were the greatest threat to them. To that end, it was also important to inspire the officials, the minions of the Order's tyranny. Richard imagined that with scenes of man's depravity carved into thousands of feet of stone wall, the flock of far-flung officials of the Order were going to be given guided tours by the brothers of all mankind's failings, and thus coerced into their duty of turning over money they had already confiscated at the point of a blade they wielded under the moral sanction of the brothers through the Fellowship of Order. Such petty officials were allowed a slice for their service to the Order, but the brothers no doubt wanted to forcefully dissuade them from any grander notions. Under the direction of the brothers, the collective of the Order, like any autocratic ruler, ultimately ruled only by the acquiesce of the people, who were controlled either by moral intimidation, or by physical threat, or by both. Tyranny required constant tending, lest the illusion of righteous authority evaporate in the light of its grim toll, and the brutes be overpowered by the people, who greatly outnumbered them. That was why Richard had known he couldn't lead. He could not bludgeon people into understanding that bludgeoning was wrong because their lives were of great value, whereas the order could have them bludgeoned into obedience by first making people believe that their lives were of no value. Free people were not ruled. Freedom had first to be valued before its existence could be demanded. "From what I'm told, it is to be a big event," Ishak said. "People from all over are coming to the dedication of the Emperor's palace. The city is full of people from far and near." Richard looked around at the sight as the workers trudged back to their regular jobs. "I'm surprised none of the officials have come to have a look at the palace in advance." Ishak waved his hat dismissively. "They are all at the gathering of the Fellowship of Order, in the center of Al Tuarang. Big doings. Food, drinks, speeches by the brothers. You know how the Order likes meetings. Very boring, I imagine. From what I know of such events, the officials will be kept busy hearing of the needs of the Order and their duty to get people to sacrifice to that need. The brothers will keep them all under tight rein." That meant the brothers would all be busy. Too busy to come out to the site for the trivial task of checking a statue one of their slaves had carved. In the scheme of things, Richard's statue was insignificant. It was only the starting point of the stately tour of the miles of walls displaying extensive scenes depicting the grand cause of the Order, as dictated by the brothers under Narev's leadership. If the officials and the brothers were too busy to come today, the people of the city were not. Most would probably attend the events of the next day, but they wanted to get a sense of the place for themselves first, without the boring speeches that would drag out the ceremony. Richard watched many of those people go from one scene on the walls to another, their faces stricken with the desolate emotion of what they were seeing. Guards kept people at a respectful distance, and out of the labyrinth of rooms and hallways inside, now enclosed by upper floors, and in some places roofs. Now that the statue was set in place, those guards moved in to clear the plaza entrance. Richard had only gotten a few hours of sleep in the last week. Now that the statue was in place, exhaustion overwhelmed him. With all the work on top of so little sleep and little to eat, he was almost ready to drop where he stood. Victor appeared out of the long shadows. Some workers were leaving, but others would still be at it for several more hours. Richard hadn't even realized that it had taken the better part of the day to move the statue. With the heat of the work over, his sweat-soaked shirt felt like ice against his flesh. "Here," Victor said, handing Richard a slice of lardo. "Eat, in celebration that you are done." Richard thanked his friend before devouring the lardo. His head was pounding. He had done all he could do to show people what they needed to see. With the work done, though, Richard felt suddenly lost. He realized only then how much he hated having finished, to be without the noble work. It had been his reason to go on. "Ishak, I'm dead on my feet. Do you think you could give me a ride in your wagon part way to my house?" Ishak clapped Richard on the back. "Come, you can ride in the back. I'm sure Jory would not mind. At least he can save you part of your walk. I must stay here and see to the teams and wagons." Richard thanked the smiling Victor. "In the morning, my friends, in the full light, we will remove the cover and see beauty one last time. After that, well, who knows?" "Tomorrow, then," Victor said, with his sly laugh. "I don't think I will sleep tonight," he called after Richard. The months of effort seemed to all come down upon him at once. He climbed into the back of Ishak's wagon and bid the man a good night. As Ishak left, Richard curled up under a tarp to shut out the light, and was asleep before Jory returned. He was dead to the world as the wagon rolled away. Nietzsche watched as Richard departed with Ishak. She wanted to do this on her own. She wanted it to be her part. She wanted to contribute something of value. Only then could she face him. She knew precisely how the Order would react to the statue. They would view it as a threat. They would not allow other people to see it. The Order would destroy it. It would be gone. No one would ever know about it. Twining her fingers together, she wondered how to proceed. What should be first? Then it came to her. She had gone to him before. He had helped Richard. He was Richard's friend. Nietzsche rushed across the sprawling site of the palace and up the hill. She was winded by the time she reached the blacksmith's shop. The grim blacksmith was putting away tools. She had already banked the fire in his forge. The smells, the sights, Even the layer of iron dust and soot gave Nietzsche a joyful flash of her father's shop. She understood now the look that had been in her father's eyes. She doubted he had fully understood it himself, but she did now. The blacksmith looked up without smiling as he rushed into his shop. "Mr. Casella, I need you." His frown grew. "What's the matter? Why are you crying? Is it Richard? Have they—"
"No, nothing like that."
She grabbed his meaty hand and tugged at him. It was like tugging on a boulder.
"Please come with me. It's important."
He gestured with his other hand around at his shop.
"But I have to clean up for the night."
She yanked again on his hand. She felt tears stinging her eyes.
"Please, this is important."
He wiped his free hand down his face.
"Lead the way, then."
Nietzsche felt a little foolish pulling the burly blacksmith along by the hand as she raced down the hill. He asked where they were going, but she didn't answer. She wanted to get down there before the light was gone. When they reached the plaza, guards were patrolling up at the top of the steps, keeping everyone off the plaza. Nietzsche saw Ishak nearby, loading long planks in the wagon. She called to him, and seeing the blacksmith with her, he ran over. "Nietzsche, what is it? You look a frightful—"
"I have to show you both the statue. Now."
Victor's scowl grew.
"It will be unveiled tomorrow when Richard—"
"No, you must see it now." They both fell silent. Ishak leaned close as he gestured covertly.
"We can't go up there. It's guarded."
"I can." Nietzsche angrily wiped the tears from her cheeks. Her voice regained the quality of grave authority she had wielded so often, that dark intonation that had passed judgment on countless lives and sent people to their death. "Wait here." Both men pulled back at the menace in her eyes. Nietzsche straightened her back. She lifted her chin. She was a sister of the dark. She ascended the steps in a measured pace, as if the palace were hers. It was. She was the slave queen. These men were hers to command. She was death's mistress. The guards approached her warily, sensing that the woman in black was a threat. Before they could speak, she spoke first.
"What are you doing here?" she hissed.
"What are we doing here?" one asked. "We're guarding the Emperor's palace. That's what we're doing."
"How dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am?"
"Well, I don't think I—"
"Death's mistress. Perhaps you have heard of me."
All dozen men straightened. She saw their eyes take in the black dress again, then her long blonde hair, her blue eyes. By their reaction to what they saw, it was obvious to Nietzsche that her reputation preceded her. Before they could say another word, she spoke again. "And what do you suppose Emperor Jagang's consort is doing here? Do you suppose I came without my master? Of course not, you idiots."
"The Emperor,"
several mumbled together in shock. "That's right. The Emperor is arriving for the dedication tomorrow. I have come to make my own examination first, and what do I find? Idiots! Here you stand with your thumbs in your ears, while you should be standing to greet His Excellency as he arrives into the city mere hours from now." The guard's eyes widened. "But no one told us. Where is he coming in? We haven't been informed." "And do you suppose a man as important as Jagang wishes his whereabouts to be known for any assassin in the neighborhood to find him? And if there are assassins about, here you fools stand." All the men bowed urgently.
"Where?" the sergeant asked. "Where is His Excellency arriving?"
"He's arriving from the north." The man licked his lips. But which road from the north? There are any number of routes." Nietzsche planted her fists on her hips. "Do you suppose His Excellency is going to announce his route beforehand? And to the likes of you? If only one road was guarded, then any assassin would know where to expect the Emperor, now wouldn't they? All the roads are to be guarded, and here you stand instead." The men bobbed and bowed nervously, wanting to leave to do their duty, but not knowing where to go. Nietzsche gritted her teeth and leaned toward the sergeant. "Get your men out to one of the north roads, now. That is your duty. All the roads are to be guarded. Pick one." The men bowed repeatedly as they sidestepped away. After scurrying only a few feet, they broke into a dead run. She watched them collect other guards as they went. As they vanished out of the plaza, Nietzsche turned to the two startled men. They climbed the stairs, now unhindered by guards. Some of the people treading the cobblestone paths, come to look at the carvings on the walls, had heard yelling and turned to watch what she was doing. Women on their knees, praying up at the carvings in stone of the light shining down on depraved people, looked over their shoulders. As Victor and Ishak reached the top of the plaza, Nietzsche untied the line, grabbed the linen in her fists, and ripped the shroud off the statue. Both men stopped in their tracks. In a half-circle around the plaza, the walls were covered with the story of man's inadequacy. All around them, man was shown small, depraved, deformed, impotent, terrified, cruel, mindless, wicked, greedy, corrupt, and sinful. He was depicted forever torn between otherworldly forces controlling every aspect of his miserable existence, an existence incomprehensible in its cauldron of churning evil, with death his only escape into salvation. Those who had found virtue in this world under the protection of the Creator's light looked lifeless, their faces without emotion, without awareness, their bodies as unbending as cadavers. They stared out at the world through a vacant, mindless stupor, while all around them danced rats, through their legs wriggled snakes, and over their heads flew vultures. In the vortex of this torrent of tortured life, this cataclysm of corruption, this depravity and debauchery, rose up Richard's statue, in bold, glowing opposition. It was a devastating indictment of all around it. The mass and weight of the ugliness surrounding Richard's statue seemed to shrink back into insignificance. The evil of the wall carvings seemed now to be crying out at their own dishonesty in the face of incorruptible beauty and truth. The two figures in the center posed in a state of harmonious balance. The man's body displayed a proud masculinity. Though the woman was clothed, there was no doubt as to her femininity. They both reflected a love of the human form as sensuous, noble, and pure. The evil all around seemed as if it was recoiling in terror of that noble purity. More than that, though, Richard's statue existed without conflict. The figures showed awareness, rationality, and purpose. This was a manifestation of human power, ability, intent. This was life, lived for its own sake. This was mankind standing proudly of his own free will. This was exactly what the single word at the bottom named it: life. That it existed was proof of the validity of the concept. This was life as it should be lived, proud, reasoned, and a slave to no other man. This was the rightful exaltation of the individual, the nobility of the human spirit. Everything on the walls all around offered death as its answer. This offered life. Victor and Ishak were on their knees, weeping. The blacksmith lifted his arms up toward the statue before him, laughing as tears ran down his face. "He did it. He has done as he said he would. Flesh in stone, nobility, beauty." People who had come to see the other carvings now began gathering to see what stood in the center of the plaza. They stared with wide eyes, many seeing for the first time the concept of man as virtuous in his own right. The statement was so powerful that it alone invalidated everything up on the walls. That it had been carved by man underscored its veracity. Many of them saw it with the same understanding Nietzsche had. The carvers wandered away from their work to come see what stood in the plaza. The masons came down from the scaffolding. The tenders set down their mortar buckets. The carpenters climbed down from their work at setting beams. The tilers laid aside their chisels. The drivers picketed their horses. Men digging and planting the surrounding ground set down their shovels. They came from all directions toward the statue in the plaza. People flowed up the steps in ever-expanding ranks. They flooded around the statue, gazing in awe. Many fell to their knees, weeping, not in misery as they had before, but with joy. Many, like the blacksmith, laughed as tears of delight ran down their happy faces. A few covered their eyes in fear. As people took it in, they began to run off to get others. Soon men were coming down from the shops on the hill to see what stood in the plaza. Men and women who had come to watch the construction now ran off home to get loved ones, to bring them to see what stood at the emperor's palace. It was something the like of which most of these people had never in their lives seen. It was vision to the blind. It was water to the thirsty. It was life to the dying. Chapter 66. Kaylin pulled her map out and took a quick look. It was hard to tell for sure. She glanced up and down the road and noted that the other buildings were not quite as well kept. "What do you think?" Kara asked in a low voice. Kaylin slipped the map back inside her mantle. She snugged the fur up over her shoulders a little, making sure it covered the hilt of Richard's sword she wore strapped behind her shoulder. Her own sword was hidden under a cloak. At least the sun had just gone down. I don't know. We don't have much light left. I guess there's only one way to be sure. Kara eyed the people who looked their way. For the most part, everyone in the city seemed remarkably incurious. With their horses stabled outside of the city, there would not be any swift escape if they needed to get away. The general indifference of people, though, somewhat eased Kalen's concern. They had decided to simply be as aloof and casual as possible. She had thought they looked pretty simple in their traveling clothes, but in a place as drab as All Tuarong, the two of them had a hard time being inconspicuous. In retrospect, she wished they would have had the time to find something shabby to wear. Kalen felt they were about as inconspicuous as a pair of painted whores at a country farm fair. She climbed the stairs to the place as if she knew where she was going and belonged there. Inside, the hallway was clean. It had the smell of freshly scrubbed wood floors. With Kara close at her heels, Kalen moved down to the first door on the right. She could see the stairway farther down the hall. If this was the correct building, this would be the proper door. Looking both ways, Kalen gently rapped on the door. No answer came. She knocked again, a little louder. She tried the knob, but it was locked. After checking the hall again, she pulled a knife from her belt and worked it under the molding, springing it out until the door popped open. She grabbed Kara's sleeve and pulled the woman in with her. Inside, they both struck a pose, prepared to fight. There was no one in the room. In the light coming in from two windows, Kalen saw first that there were two sleeping pallets. What she saw next was Richard's pack. Kneeling on the floor in the far corner, she flipped back the flap and saw his things inside. His war wizard's clothes were in the bottom. Near tears, she clutched the pack to her chest. It had been over a year since she had seen him. For almost half the time she had known him, he had been gone from her. It seemed she could not endure another moment. Kalen heard a sudden noise. Kara seized the wrist of a young man as he charged in, brandishing a knife. In one fluid motion, she had his arm twisted behind his back. Kalen thrust her hand into the air. "Kara, no!" Kara made a sour face as she lowered her aegil from the young man's throat. His eyes were wide with both fear and indignation. "Thieves! You're thieves! That's not yours! Put it back!" Kalen rushed to the youth, motioning for him to keep his voice down. "Is your name Camille or Nabi?" The young man blinked in surprise. He licked his lips as he glanced over his shoulder at the woman towering above him. "I'm Camille. Who are you? How do you know my name?" "I'm a friend. Gadi told me." "Then you're no friend!" Before he could scream for help, Kara clamped a hand over his mouth. Kalen shushed him. "Gadi murdered a friend of ours. After we captured him, Gadi told me your name." When she saw that he was taken aback by the news, Kalen signaled for Kara to lower her hand. "Gadi killed someone?" "That's right," Kara said. He stole a quick glance over his shoulder. "What did you do to him? To Gadi?" "We put him to death," Kalen said, not revealing the full extent of the deed. The young man smiled. "Then you really are friends. Gadi is a bad person. He hurt my friend. I hope he suffered." "It took him a long time to die," Kara said. The young man swallowed when he saw her grin from over his shoulder. Kalen gestured, and Kara released him. "So, who are you two?" he asked. "My name is Kalen, and this is Kara." "So what are you doing here?" "That's a little complicated, but we're looking for Richard." His suspicion returned. "Yeah?" Kalen smiled. He was indeed Richard's friend. She put her hand to the side of his shoulder as she held his gaze. "I'm his wife. His real wife." Camille blinked dumbly. But, Kalen's voice hardened. "Nietzsche isn't his wife." His eyes brimmed with tears as a grin overcame him. "I knew it! I knew he didn't love her. I could never understand how Richard could have married her." Camille suddenly threw his arms around Kalen, hugging her with fierce happiness for Richard. Kalen laughed softly as she smoothed the young man's hair. Kara seized his collar and pulled him back, but at least did it gently. "And you?" Camille asked Kara. "I am Mord." "Kara is Richard's good friend." Camille unexpectedly hugged Kara then. Kalen feared the Mord Sith might crush his skull, but she endured it politely, even if she was ill at ease. Kalen thought Kara might even have started to smile. Camille turned back to Kalen.
But what is Richard doing with Nietzsche, then?
Kalen took a deep breath. It's a long story.
Tell me.
Kalen appraised his dark eyes for a moment. She liked what she saw there. Still, she thought it best to keep it simple. Nietzsche is a sorceress. She used magic to force Richard to go with her.
Magic? What magic?
He pressed without pause. Kalen took another breath. She could have used her magic to hurt me, kill me, if Richard didn't agree to go with her. Camille gazed skyward as he thought it over. He finally nodded.
That makes sense. That's the kind of man Richard is. He would do anything to save the woman he loved. I knew he didn't love Nietzsche.
And how did you know that? Camille gestured at the two pallets.
He didn't sleep with her. I bet he slept with you when you were together.
Kalen could feel her face flushing at his boldness. How do you know that?
I don't know. He scratched his head. You just look like you belong with him. When you say his name, I can see how you care for him.
Kalen couldn't help but smile through her weariness. They had been riding at a breakneck pace for weeks. They had lost a few horses along the way and had to acquire others. They had gone with little sleep for the last week. She had trouble even thinking straight. So do you know where Richard is now? Kalen asked.
At work, I'm sure. He usually comes home about now. Unless he has to work at night, too.
Kalen briefly scanned the room. What about Nietzsche?
I don't know. She may have gone to buy bread or something. It's a little funny. She's usually home long before now. She almost always has dinner ready for Richard.
Kalen's gaze drifted through the darkening room, from table to basin to cupboard. She would hate to leave, only to have him show up a minute after she left. Camille thought it was odd that Nietzsche wasn't home. That they were both gone was troubling. Where does he work? Kalen asked.
At the site.
Site? What site?
Camille gestured into the distance. Out at the Emperor's new palace they're building. Tomorrow's the big dedication.
The new palace is done?
Oh, no, it's years and years from being done. It's only started, really. But they are going to dedicate it to the Creator now. A lot of people have come to Al-Tur-Rong for the ceremony.
Richard is a laborer helping build the palace?
Camille nodded. He's a carver. At least he is now. He used to work at Ishak's transport company. But then he got arrested.
Kalen seized him by the shirt. He was arrested? They tortured him?
Camille's eyes turned away from her frantic expression. I gave Nietzsche my money so she could get in to see him. She and Ishak and Victor the blacksmith got him out. He was hurt bad. When he got better, the officials made him take a job carving.
Camille's words spun through her head. The ones that floated above all the rest were that Richard had recovered. He carves statues now?
Camille nodded again. He carves people in stone to decorate the walls of the palace. He helps me with my own carvings. I can show you out back.
Wonder of wonders, Richard carving. But all the carvings they had seen in the old world were grotesque. Richard would not like to carve such ugliness. Obviously, he had no choice. Maybe later. Kalen rubbed her fingers across her brow as she considered what to do. Can you take me there now, to the site where Richard works?
Yes, if you'd like. But don't you want to wait to see if he comes home first? He may be home soon.
You said he works at night sometimes.
For the last few months, he worked at night a lot. He's carving some special statue for them.
Camille's face brightened.
He told me to go tomorrow to see it. With the dedication tomorrow, it may be he's still finishing it. I've never seen where he works, but Victor the blacksmith may know.
We should go see this blacksmith, then. Camille scratched his head again as his expression turned to disappointment.
But the blacksmith will be gone for the night.
Is there anyone else out there now?
There may be a lot of people there. Crowds go out there to see the place. I've gone out there myself, and tonight there may be more than usual because of tomorrow's ceremony.
That might be just what they needed. They wouldn't look so out of place searching the area for Richard if there were crowds out there. It would give them an excuse to look around. We'll give him an hour, Kalen said. If he doesn't return by then it's most likely because he's working. If he doesn't come back, we'll have to go out there and look for him.
What if Nietzsche shows up?
Kara asked. Camille waved his hand to dismiss their concern.
I'll go out on the front steps and watch for Nietzsche.
You two can wait in here, where no one will see you. I'll come warn you if I see Nietzsche coming up the street. I can always take you out the back way if I see her returning home.
Kalen laid a hand over his shoulder and gave it a squeeze. That sounds good to me, Camille. We'll wait in here. Camille hurried out to his guard post. Kalen glanced around the tidy room.
Why don't you get some sleep? Kara said. I'll stand guard.
You stood guard last." Kaelin was exhausted. She glanced down at the sleeping pallet closest to Richard's things, then nodded. She lay down on his bed. The room was getting dark. Just being where he slept was a comfort. Being so close but so far, she couldn't fall asleep. Nietzsche's heart sank when she saw that Richard wasn't in their room. Camille was nowhere to be found. She had felt so good out of the sight watching all the people come to see Richard's statue. Throngs of people had come to see it and had been uplifted. Some had been angered by it. She, of all people, understood that. Still, Nietzsche could hardly believe the hateful reaction of some people to such beauty. Some people hated life. She understood that, too. There were those who refused to see, who didn't want to see. Other people, though, had a reaction much like hers. It had all come clear for her. For the first time in her life, life made sense. Richard had tried to tell her, but she hadn't listened.
She had heard the truth before, too, but others, her mother, Brother Narev, the Order, had shouted it down and shamed her out of listening.
Her mother had trained her well, and from the first day she had seen Brother Narev, Nietzsche had been a soldier in the Order's army. When she saw the statue, she at last saw the truth she had always refused to see, suddenly and clearly standing before her. This was the valid vision of life for which she had hungered, yet which she had evaded her entire life. She understood now why life had seemed so empty, so pointless. She herself had rendered it so in refusing to think. Nietzsche had been a slave to every one of need. She had given her masters their only real weapon against her. She had surrendered to their twisted lies by putting the crippling chains of guilt around her own neck for them, giving herself freely into slavery to the whims and wishes of others instead of living her life as she should have, for herself. She had never asked why it was right for her to be a slave to another's desires, but not evil for them to enslave her. She was not contributing to the betterment of mankind, but was merely a servant to countless puling little tyrants. Evil was not one large entity, but a ceaseless torrent of small wrongs left unchallenged until they festered into monsters. She had lived her whole life on shifting quicksand, where reason and the intellect were not to be trusted, where only faith was valid and blind faith was sacred. She herself had enforced mindless conformity to that empty evil. She had helped bring everyone together, so they might have one collective neck around which the worst among men, in the name of good, could put their leash. Richard had answered their tower of empty lies in one righteously beautiful statement for all to see, and had punctuated it with the simple words on the back of the bronze sundial. Her life was hers to live by right. She belonged to no one. Freedom exists, first and foremost, in the mind of the rational, thinking individual. That was what Richard's statue had shown her. That he had carved it, proved it. A captive of her and the Order, his ideals had risen above both. Nietzsche realized only now that she had always known her father held the same value. She had seen it in his eyes, even though he could never rationalize it. His values were expressed through the integrity of his work. That was why, from a young age, she had wanted to be an armorer like him. It was his vision of life she had always loved and admired, but suppressed, because of Mother and her ilk. It was that same look in Richard's eyes, that same value for life held dear, that had drawn Nietzsche to him. Nietzsche knew now that she had worn black ever since her mother's death in an endless, shapeless longing to bury not just her mother's hold over her, but more important, her mother's evil ideals. She was so sorry Richard wasn't home. She wanted to tell him that he had given her the answer she had sought. She could never ask his forgiveness, though. What she had done to him was beyond forgiveness. She saw that now. The only thing she could do now was to reverse the wrong she had done. As soon as she found him, they would leave. They would go back to the New World. They would find Kaelin. Then Nietzsche would set things right. She had to be close to Kaelin, at least within sight, in order to undo the spell. Then Kaelin would be free. Then Richard would be free. As much as Nietzsche loved Richard, she understood now that he should be with Kaelin, the woman he loved. Her desire for him gave her no right to do as she had done. She had no right to another's life, as they had no right to hers. Nietzsche lay down in her bed and wept at the thought of the outrage she had done to them both. She was overcome with shame. She had been so blind for so long. She could not believe how she had thrown her entire life away fighting for evil just because it claimed to be good. She truly had been a sister of the dark. She at least could work to correct the harm she had caused. Kalen could hardly believe the size of the crowd. By the light of the moon brightening the thin layer of hazy clouds, and by torches here and there throughout the valley, it looked like the open area, as far as she could see, was packed with people. The numbers had to be in the hundreds of thousands. Thunderstruck, Camille threw up his arms.
"It's the middle of the night! I've never seen so many people out here! What are they all doing here?"
"How would we know?" Kara sniped. She was in a foul mood, unhappy that they hadn't found Richard yet. The city had been crowded with people, too. With the city guards prowling the streets, uneasy about all the late-night activity, it had been necessary to restrain their eagerness in favor of caution. It had taken them hours to get out to the site by way of back streets, dark roads, and Camille's guided tour of alleyways. The lad pointed. "It's up there." They followed him up a road lined with workshops, most closed up and dark. A few had men inside, still working at benches by the light of lamps or candles. Kalen reached under her cloak and curled her fingers around the hilt of her sword when she saw a man running in their direction. He saw them and skidded to a halt.
"Have you seen it?"
"Seen what?" Kalen asked. He pointed excitedly.
"Down at the palace, in the plaza."
He started running again. He called behind as he went.
"I have to go get my wife and sons! They have to see it!"
Kalen and Kara shared a look in the near darkness. Camille ran over to a shop and tugged on a door, but it was shut up tight.
"Victor isn't here."
His voice couldn't conceal his disappointment.
"It's too late."
"Do you know what's down in the plaza?" Kalen asked him. He thought a moment.
"The plaza? I know the place, but... Wait, that's where Richard told me to go. The plaza. He said to go to the plaza tomorrow."
"Let's go down there now and have a look," Kalen said.
Camille waved a hand, pointing. "This is the shortest way, down the hill behind the blacksmith shop."
So jammed was the place with people that it took them over an hour just to make it down the hill and across the expanse of grounds around the palace. Even though it was the middle of the night, more people kept arriving all the time. Once they reached the palace, Kalen discovered that they couldn't get to the plaza. There was a huge mob of people stretching back forever along the front wall, waiting to go up to the plaza. When Kalen, Kara, and Camille tried to go around and get up there to see what was going on, it nearly started a riot. People had been waiting a long time to reach the plaza, and they didn't like having others try to push ahead. Kalen saw several men try to get ahead by going around the waiting crowd. They were set upon by the mob. Kara pulled her hand out from under her cloak and casually showed Kalen her aegil. Kalen shook her head. "Long odds with Jagang's army are one thing, but the three of us against a few 100,000 does not sound good to me."
"Really?"
Kara asked. "I thought it roughly even." Kalen only smiled. Even Kara knew better than to go up against a mob. Camille frowned in puzzlement at Kara's humor. When they found the back of the line, they melted in. It wasn't long before the line behind them grew so large that they could no longer see the back end winding out into the grounds. The people all around seemed filled with a strange kind of nervous expectancy. A round woman in front, bundled up in little more than rags, turned a plump grin on them. She held out what looked like a loaf of bread.
"Would you like some?" she asked.
"Thank you, no," Kalen said. "But that's very kind of you to offer."
"I've never made such an offer before," the woman giggled. "Seems the right thing to do now, doesn't it?"
Kalen had no idea what the woman was talking about, but said, "Yes, it does." Throughout the night, the line inched along. Kalen's back ached painfully. She even saw Kara grimace as she stretched.
"I still think we just ought to draw weapons and get up there,"
Kara finally complained. Kalen leaned in close. "What difference does it make? Where have we to go before morning? When morning comes, we can go up to the blacksmith's place, or to the carving areas over there, and hopefully find Richard. But we can do nothing tonight."
"Maybe he will be at his room now."
"You want to run into Nietzsche again? You know what she's capable of. The next time we may not be so lucky to escape. We haven't come all this way to battle her. I just want to see Richard. Even if Richard goes back there, And we don't know that he will. We do know he's got to return here in the morning.
I suppose, Kara grouched.
The sky was taking on a faint reddish glow by the time they made it to the foot of the marble steps. They could hear moaning and wailing up ahead. Kalen couldn't see the cause, but people up on the plaza were weeping freely. Oddly enough, some people could be heard to laugh joyfully. A few others cursed, as if they had been robbed of their life savings at the point of a knife. As they slowly made their way up the steps, Kalen and Kara tried to stay low behind the people surrounding them so as not to draw attention to themselves. The plaza above was lit by dozens of torches, their flickering light giving an indication of the vastness of the crowds. The smell of the burning pitch mixed sourly with the stale sweat of the packed multitude. Through a momentary gap between people in front of her, Kalen snatched a quick glance ahead. She blinked at what she saw, but it was gone almost as fast as she saw it, screened by the throng. The people ahead wept. Some, it sounded, with joy. Kalen began to make out the polite voices of men asking the crowd to keep moving, imploring them to give others a chance. The ragtag collection of people steadily advanced up onto the white marble of the plaza like beggars at a coronation. The torchlight was finally being replaced by radiant daylight as the sun cleared the horizon. Golden rays washed the face of the palace. The scenes carved in the stone up on the walls were disturbing. If they were any different from the others she had seen in the old world, it was only in that they were more gruesome, more horrifying, more desolately hopeless, and more plentiful. Kalen's mind played over the lines of her statue of Spirit. The idea of Richard having to carve such things as she saw up on the walls sickened her. She felt a sense of gloom overcoming her. This was the order: pain, suffering, death. This was what was in store for the new world at the hands of these monsters. She couldn't take her eyes from the scenes on the walls, from the fate that awaited the people of her homeland, the fate so many blindly embraced. Then all of a sudden, as the people shuffled around and passed, Kalen beheld the white marble figures rising up before her. The sight took her breath in a gasp. The rays of dawn lit them as if the sun itself had risen just to caress the lustrous forms in all their glory. Kara gripped Kalen's arm, her fingers digging in painfully as she too was taken by the sight. The statue of the man and woman seized Kalen's imagination with their nobility of spirit. She felt tears run down her cheeks, and then she was weeping openly, like the people around her, at the majesty, the dignity, the beauty of what stood before her. It was everything the carvings on the walls all around were not. It offered freely everything they denied. Life, it said at the base. Kalen had to gasp through her tears to draw breath. She clutched at Kara's arm, and Kara clutched at hers, the two of them holding on to each other for support as the crowd swept them along in a current of shared emotion. The man in the statue was not Richard, but there was much of Richard in it. The woman was not Kalen, but there was enough of her form in it that Kalen felt her face flushing at others seeing it. "Please look and move along so that others may view it too," the men at the sides kept calling. They weren't wearing uniforms. They were as tattered-looking as everyone else. They appeared to be ordinary citizens who had just stepped in to help. The woman who had offered the bread fell to her knees in wailing. Arms respectfully lifted her and helped her to move on. The woman living in the old world had probably never seen a thing of such beauty. As Kalen shuffled around the statue, unable to take her eyes from it, she reached out to touch it, as did everyone else. As she was carried past, her fingers met the smooth flesh in stone, knowing it was also where Richard's fingers had been. She wept all the harder. As she moved past, Kalen saw then that the curve of the sundial had words on the back. "Your life is yours alone. Rise up and live it." The words were visible on the lips of many who saw them. The crowd kept coming up the steps, forcing the people around the statue to move on. Men at the rear guided people between the columns, out through the rear of the partially built palace, and out of the way so that others could come up to view the statue. "I wish Benjamin could see this," Kara said, her blue eyes brimming with tears. Kalen was overcome with a burble of laughter. "I was going to say, I wish Richard could see it." Kara laughed with her as they were swept away by the river of people. Camille grabbed Kalen's hand. She saw him take Kara's, too.
Yeah, he said with authority. Richard carved it. Where to? Kalen asked him. Where do you think we can find him? I guess we should make our way back up to the blacksmith's place. Hopefully Richard will show up there. If not, maybe Victor will know where he is. Camille's words, Richard carved it, rang joyfully through her mind. Chapter 67. Richard climbed through the high window and dropped to the ground, his boots hitting with a thud. He could hardly believe he had slept the whole night under a tarp in the back of a wagon. He could hardly believe that Jory didn't wake him so he could go home when they were close. The man probably didn't think it was his job, and so he wouldn't do it. Richard sighed. Maybe Jory hadn't known he was in the back. Richard brushed himself off. He stood outside the transport company building where he used to work when he had first come to All Tuarong, and where he had been locked in all night. Of course, he had been asleep, so he didn't know Jory had locked him inside. Richard didn't know where to go, home or to the retreat. The sky glowed orange and violet in the bright sunrise. He supposed there was no point in going home. That would only make him late to work. He decided he had better get to work. Work? What work? This was the day of the celebration, the dedication. When Brother Narev saw the statue, Richard was not going to have to worry about work anymore.
He knew that if he ran, tried to escape,
it would only trigger Nietzsche's anger, and then Kalen's life would be forfeit. Richard had spent over a year with Nietzsche, as long a time as he had spent with Kalen, and Nietzsche repeatedly had made clear his choices. Kalen's life was always the price in the balance. Richard had no real choice. At least he would get to see Victor's face when he saw the statue. Richard smiled at that thought. It was the only pleasant prospect the day held. The day was most likely to end in the wet, dark hole where he had been before. He missed a step at that thought. He didn't want to go back into that place. It was so small. Richard didn't like being trapped, especially in small places. He didn't like either of those concepts. Together, they were terrifying. As fearful as the prospect of such a fate was, he had carved the statue with conscious intent and with forethought, knowing the probability of the eventual price. What he had accomplished was worth that price. Slavery was not life. Nietzsche had once promised him that if he died or chose death, that would in itself be her answer, and she would not harm Kalen. Now Richard could only put his faith in that promise. The statue existed. That was what mattered. Life existed. People needed to see that. So many people in the old world needed to see that life existed and was to be lived. For so early in the morning, there was an unusual amount of activity on the streets of All Tuarong. Now and again, squads of heavily armed city guards rushed down the streets. There were a lot of people come to the city for the dedication celebration. He supposed that was why there were so many people out on the streets. The guards paid him no attention. He knew they soon would. When he arrived at the retreat, Richard was shocked by what he saw. The open miles of grounds were covered with people. They crowded in around the palace walls like ants around spilled honey. He couldn't even begin to estimate how many people blanketed the surrounding hills. It was disorienting to see the panoply of color where before he had seen only brown dirt and green winter rye. He had no idea that this many people had wanted to come to the dedication. But then he had been working day and night for months. How would he hear what people planned? Richard skirted the worst of the throngs and made his way up the road toward the blacksmith shop. He wanted to get Victor and go down with him to the site to see the statue before the order came out to begin the dedication.
Victor would no doubt be eagerly waiting.
The road was crowded with people. They seemed excited, happy, and expectant. It was a far cry from the way most people in the old world usually appeared or behaved. Maybe a celebration, even one such as this, was better than the rest of their dreary days. A half-mile from Victor's place, a wild-looking Brother Neil leaped into the road and thrust an arm in Richard's direction. "There he is! Grab him!" Guards, combing through the surrounding crowds, drew weapons at Neil's command. As they swept in around him, Richard's first instinct was to fight. In an instant, he had assessed the enemy and calculated his attack. He had only to grab one sword from a clumsy guard, and he would have them all. In his own mind, the grisly deed was already done. He had only to bring it to reality. The guards came at him in a dead run. People scattered out of the way, some screaming in fright. There was the matter of Neil, though. Neil was a wizard, but Richard could deal with that threat, too. Need powered his ability. Need and anger. He certainly had enough anger for the task. That part of him that the Sword of Truth used, that rage of dark violence, already thundered through him. Except that Nietzsche had told him that if he used his magic, Kaelin would die. Would she know? Sooner or later she would. Richard stood submissively still as the guards roughly seized him by his arms to subdue him. Others snatched his shirt from behind. What did it really matter? If he resisted, it would only hurt Kaelin. If they executed him, Nietzsche would let Kaelin live her life. But he didn't want to go back into that dark hole. Neil raced up, shaking a finger in Richard's face.
What is the meaning of this cipher? What did you think you were going to accomplish?
May I ask what you are talking about, Brother Neil? Neil's face was crimson.
The statue.
What, you don't like it? With all his might, Neil slammed his fist into Richard's middle. The guards holding him laughed. Richard had seen it coming and had tightened his muscles, but it still drove the wind from him. He finally managed to draw his breath. Neil found that he enjoyed administering punishment and did it again.
Oh, you're going to pay for your blasphemy, Cipher. You're going to pay the price this time. You'll confess to it all before we're done, but first you'll watch your wicked perversion destroyed.
Neil, his face twisted with superior, self-righteous indignation, gestured to the burly guards.
Let's get him down there, and don't be shy about making way through the crowd.
By mid-morning, Kaelin's hopes of the blacksmith showing up had all but vanished.
I'm sorry, Camille said, after looking glum as he watched her pace. I don't know why Victor isn't here. I thought he would be, I really did.
Kaelin finally halted and gave the worried lad a pat on the shoulder. I know you did, Camille. With the celebration today, and with what's going on down there with the statue, this is hardly a normal day around here, I'm sure.
Look, Kara said.
Kaelin saw she was peering down toward the palace. Guards with spears are moving the crowd off the plaza. Kaelin squinted off down at the hill. Your eyes are better than mine, I can't tell. She cast a frustrated glare at the closed blacksmith's shop. But it's doing us no good waiting up here. Let's see if we can make it down there and get a better look. Kaelin put a restraining hand on Kara's arm.
But let's not start a war with this crowd.
Kara's mouth twisted in exasperation. Kaelin turned to the young man, kicking a toe at the dirt, looking shamed by his failed plan to help them find Richard. Camille, will you do something for me?
Sure, what?
Will you wait up here in case Richard comes here, or even the blacksmith? If the blacksmith comes to his shop, he might know something. Camille stretched his neck and gazed down at the palace.
Well, all right. If Richard does come here, I wouldn't want him to miss you. What shall I tell him if I see him?
Kaelin smiled. That I love him, she thought, but said instead, Tell him I'm here with Kara, and we've gone down there looking for him. If he does show up, I don't want to miss him. Have him wait here. We'll come back. Kaelin thought they could make it down to the plaza to have a look, but everyone else seemed to have the same idea. It took forever just to make it down the hill to the grounds. The closer they got, the tighter the people were jammed together. Kaelin's progress ground to a halt. It was a struggle just to keep contact with Kara. Everyone in the crowd seemed intent on squeezing forward toward the plaza. More people crushed in all the time. Kaelin soon realized that she and Kara were trapped in the press of people. The conversation on everyone's lips was about only one thing, the statue. It was late in the day by the time Nietzsche had worked herself part way toward the plaza. Every inch gained had been a struggle. She was close enough to see the people up around the statue, but she could get no closer. Try as she might, she could not make any more headway. Just like her, everyone else wanted to get closer, too. They were pressing up against her, pinning her arms. It was at times a frightening, helpless feeling. She managed to pull one arm free so she could help herself maintain her balance. It came to her that to fall in such circumstances could be fatal. If only she had her power. Her own arrogance had driven her to trading it away. What she had gotten in return, though, was life.
but it had cost Richard and Kalin their freedom. Nietzsche couldn't simply withdraw her power from the Link in order to have use of her gift again, or Kalin would die. Nietzsche didn't want her life at the cost of another's. That was what she had come to understand was true evil. Nietzsche had searched for Richard. She hadn't found him. She hadn't been able to find the blacksmith, Mr. Casella, or Ishak either. As soon as she could find Richard, she could tell him that she had been wrong, and then they could leave all to her wrong. She wanted so much to see his face when she told him she was taking him back to Kalin, and that she was going to reverse the spell. Of all people, they were the last who should have to suffer for what Nietzsche had learned. The only place left that she could think to look for him was at the statue. He might be there. Try as she might, though, she couldn't get any closer. Now she realized that she probably couldn't even extract herself from the crush of hundreds of thousands of people around her.
There had to be well over 500,000 people in the huge throng around the palace.
And then Nietzsche saw Brother Narev and his disciples appear up on the plaza, all in their dark brown robes. Brother Narev, in his creased cap, the rest with their faces hidden in deeply cowled hoods. Crowding the rear of the plaza were a few hundred officials of the order who had traveled in to attend the palace dedication. Important men all. If only she had her power, she could have killed them where they stood. It was then that she caught a fleeting glimpse of Richard behind the officials, with guards surrounding him. The whole central area around the plaza was thick with the surly guards. Brother Narev stepped out to the edge of the plaza, all angles under dark robes. Beneath his creased cap, beneath his hooded brow, his dark gaze swept the assembly. The people were in a noisy, emotional state. Brother Narev did not look pleased, but then Brother Narev never looked pleased. Pleasure, he would say, was wicked. He raised his arms, commanding silence. When the crowd quieted, he began in that terrible, grating voice of his, a voice that had haunted her from that day in her house when she was little, that voice that she had allowed to rule her mind, that voice that, along with her mother's, had done her thinking for her. Fellow citizens of the Order, we have a special event planned for you today. Today we bring you the spectacle of temptation and more. His arm glided back toward the statue. His long, thin fingers opened. His voice rumbled with revulsion. Evil itself. The crowd murmured uneasily. Brother Narev smiled, the thin slash of his mouth pleating back his hollow cheeks as he grinned like death's own skull. His eyes were as dark as his robes. The setting sun was fleeing the scene, taking clarity, leaving behind the tremors of flickering light from the dozens of torches to cast their flickering orange light across the massive columns towering behind the plaza, and the weak light of the moon to wash the faces of the grim officials. The air, so cloying with the heavy sense of the crowd, had turned chill. Fellow citizens of the Order, Brother Narev said in a voice that Nietzsche thought might crack the stone walls. Today you will see what happens to evil when confronted by the virtue of the Order. He hooked a skeletal finger, signaling behind the heads of the officials. Guards muscled Richard forward. Nietzsche cried out, but her voice was lost in the clamor of tens of thousands of other voices. Brother Neil swaggered forward then, lugging with him a sledgehammer. Nietzsche checked to the sides and saw that there were several thousand armed guards at hand. More screened the plaza off from the people. Brother Narev had taken no chances. Neil, with a polite smile and a deferential bow, handed the sledgehammer to Brother Narev. Brother Narev lifted the sledgehammer above his head as if it were a sword held high in triumph.
Evil, wherever it is found, must be destroyed.
He aimed the weaving head of the sledgehammer toward the statue. This is a thing of evil created by an extremist who hates his fellow man, to victimize the weak. He contributes nothing to the advancement of his fellow man, nothing to the succor of his fellow man, nothing to the education or support of his fellow man. He offers only lewd and profane images to prey on the susceptible and feeble-minded among us. The crowd was silent in their bewildered disappointment. From what Nietzsche could tell as she had walked among them throughout the day, they had come to believe that this statue was some new offering by the Order to the people.
some grand thing for them to see at the Emperor's palace, some bright, shining hope. They were confused and stunned by what they were hearing. Brother Nariv lifted the sledgehammer. "Before this criminal's corpse is hung from a pole for his crimes against the order, he is to see his vile work destroyed to the cheers of virtuous people." As the sun's last ray fled below the horizon, Brother Nariv lifted the heavy sledgehammer high in the flickering light of smoking torches. The sledgehammer wobbled momentarily at the apex of its arc before descending in a heavy swing. The crowd sent up a collective gasp as the steel head rang out when it struck the male statue's leg. A few small chips fell away. It had done surprisingly little damage. In the absolute silence, Richard laughed derisively at Brother Nariv's impotent swing. Even from the distance, Nietzsche could see Brother Nariv's face turning crimson as Richard stood watching and chuckling. The crowd murmured, hardly able to believe any man would laugh at a brother of the order, at Brother Nariv himself. Brother Nariv could hardly believe it. The dozens of guards who had their spears leveled at Richard could hardly believe it. In the tense silence, Richard's laugh echoed off the semicircle of stone walls and soaring columns behind them. Death's grin returned. Brother Nariv lifted the sledgehammer by the head, its weight awkward in his bony hand, and held the handle out to Richard. "You will destroy your depraved work yourself." The words, "or you will die on the spot," were not spoken, but everyone heard them implied. Richard accepted the handle of the sledgehammer. He could have looked no more noble doing so if he had been taking a jewel-encrusted sword. Richard's raptor gaze left Brother Nariv and swept out over the crowd as he took several strides toward the steps. Brother Nariv lifted a finger, signaling the guards to hold their spears. By the smirk on the faces of Brother Nariv and Neil, they didn't think the crowd would care to hear anything a sinner had to say. "You are ruled," Richard said in a voice that rang out over the multitude, "by mean little men." The people gasped as one. To speak against a brother was treason, most likely, and heresy for sure. "My crime?" Richard asked aloud. "I have given you something beautiful to see, daring to hold the conviction that you have a right to see it if you wish. Worse, I have said that your lives are your own to live." A rolling murmur swept out through the multitude. Richard's voice rose in power, demanding in its clarity to be heard above the whispering. "Evil is not one large entity, but a collection of countless small depravities brought up from the muck by petty men. Living under the order, you have traded the enrichment of vision for a gray fog of mediocrity, the fertile inspiration of striving and growth for mindless stagnation and slow decay, the brave new ground of the attempt for the timid quagmire of apathy." With gazes riveted and lips still, the crowd listened. Richard gestured out over their heads with his sledgehammer, wielded with the effortless grace of a royal sword. "You have traded freedom, not even for a bowl of soup, but worse, for the spoken empty feelings of others who say that you deserve to have a full bowl of soup provided by someone else. Happiness, joy, accomplishment, achievement are not finite commodities to be divided up. Is a child's laughter to be divided up and allotted? No! Simply make more laughter." Laughter, pleased laughter, rippled through the crowd. Brother Nariv's scowl grew. "We've heard enough of your extremist rambling. Destroy your profane statue, now." Richard cocked his head. "Oh? The collective assembly of the order and of brothers fears to hear what one insignificant man could say? You fear mere words that much, Brother Nariv?" Dark eyes stole a quick glance at the crowd as they leaned forward, eager to hear his answer. "We fear no words. Virtue is on our side and will prevail. Speak your blasphemy so all may understand why moral people will side against you." Richard smiled out at the people, but he spoke with brutal honesty. "Every person's life is theirs by right. An individual's life can and must belong only to himself, not to any society or community, or he is then but a slave. No one can deny another person their right to their life, nor seize by force what is produced by someone else, because that is stealing their means to sustain their life. It is treason against mankind to hold a knife to a man's throat and dictate how he must live his life. No society can be more important than the individuals who compose it, or else you ascribe supreme importance not to man, but to any notion that strikes the fancy of that society, at a never-ending cost of lives. Reason and reality are the only means to just laws. Mindless wishes, if given sovereignty, become deadly masters. Surrendering reason to faith in these men sanctions their use of force to enslave you, to murder you. You have the power to decide how you will live your life. These mean little men up here are but cockroaches, if you say they are. They have no power to control you but that which you grant them. Richard pointed with the sledgehammer back at the statue. This is life. Your life. To live as you choose.
He swept the head of the sledgehammer in an arc, pointing out the carvings up on the walls.
This is what the Order offers you. Death. We've heard enough of your blasphemy, Brother Nariv shrieked. Destroy your evil creation now or die. The spears rose. Richard calmly swept a fearless glance around at the guards, then stepped to his statue. Nietzsche's heart was pounding against her ribs. She didn't want it destroyed. It was too good to destroy. This couldn't be happening. They couldn't take this away. Richard rested the sledgehammer across his shoulder. He lifted his other hand up to the statue as he addressed the crowd one last time. This is what the Order is taking from you. Your humanity, your individuality, your freedom to live your own life. Richard briefly touched the sledgehammer to his forehead. With a mighty swing, the steel head arced around. Nietzsche could hear the air whistle. The entire statue seemed to shudder as the sledgehammer struck the base with a thunderous boom. In a moment of brittle silence, she heard the faintest sound, the ripping, popping, crackling whisper of the stone itself. Then the entire statue crashed down in a roar of fragments and billowing white dust. The officials at the back of the plaza cheered. The guards hooted and hollered as they waved their weapons in the air. They were the only ones. The crowd was dead silent as dust rolled out across the plaza.
All their hope embodied in the statue had just been destroyed.
Nietzsche stared in a daze. Her throat constricted with the agony of it. Her eyes watered. They all watched, as if having just witnessed a tragic, pointless death. The guards moved toward Richard with their spears leveled, prodding him back to other guards waiting with heavy shackles. Down closer to the steps, a clear voice rang out from the stunned crowd. No! We'll not stand for it! In the gathering darkness, Nietzsche saw the man who had yelled. He was up close to the front, furiously trying to fight his way through the press of people to get to the plaza. It was the blacksmith, Mr. Casella. We'll not stand for it, he roared. I'll not let you enslave me any longer, do you hear? I'm a free man! A free man! The entire mass of people before the palace erupted in a deafening roar, and then, as one, they lunged forward. Fists in the air, voices raised in cries of rage, the mass of humanity avalanched toward the plaza. Ranks of heavily armed men marched down the steps to meet the advance. They vanished beneath the onslaught. Nietzsche screamed with all her might, trying to get Richard's attention, but her voice was lost in the hurricane. Chapter 68. Richard didn't know what stunned him more, to see his statue in rubble, or to see the crowd charging up the steps after Victor had declared himself a free man. The mob rolled without pause over armed guards descending the steps to meet them. A number of people fell wounded or killed. The bodies were trampled beneath the surge of people. Those in front couldn't stop if they wanted to. The weight of tens of thousands behind them propelled them onward, but they didn't want to stop. The roar was deafening. The brothers panicked. The officials in the rear panicked. The few thousand armed guards panicked. In that instant, the nature of the world transformed from the omnipotent power of the Order assembled on the plaza to every man for himself. Richard wanted Brother Nariv. He saw instead armed men rushing in at him. Richard swung and buried the head of the sledgehammer in the chest of a man who came at him with sword raised high. As the man flew past, the handle of the sledgehammer sticking from the crater in his chest, Richard snatched the sword from his fist, and then, blade in hand, he unleashed himself. A small group of guards saw fit to protect the brothers. Richard charged into them, cutting with every stroke. Every slash or thrust took a man down. But guards were not what Richard was mainly interested in. If he was to lose everything, he wanted Narev's head in the bargain. As he fought his way through the chaos of people crushing into the plaza, he couldn't find Brother Narev anywhere. Victor appeared out of the melee, gripping a brother by the hair. Other men had joined Victor, and each had a hand on the brother.
The burly blacksmith wore a scowl that would bend iron.
The brother's eyes were rolling around as if he'd been hit on the head and couldn't gather his senses. "Richard!" Victor called out. The men, some still grasping the brother's brown robes, rushed in around Richard. They stood in a sweep around him, 10 or 15 deep. "What should we do with him?" one man asked. Richard glanced around at all the people. He saw men he knew from the sight. Priska was among them, and Ishak, too. "Why ask me? It's your revolt." He met the eyes of the men with challenge. "What do you think you should do with him?"
"You tell us, Richard," one of the carvers said.
Richard shook his head. "No, you tell me what you intend to do with him. But you should know this man is a wizard. When he comes around, he's going to start killing people. This is a matter of life and death, and he knows it. Do you? This is about your lives. It is for you to decide what to do, not me." "We want you with us this time, Richard," Priska called out. "But if you still won't join us, then we're having our lives back, having this revolt without you. That's the way it's going to be." The men all shook their fists as they yelled their agreement. Victor hugged the groggy brother to his chest and wrenched his head until his neck broke. The limp body slipped to the floor. "And that's what we intend to do with him," Victor said. Richard held out his hand as he smiled. "Always glad to meet a free man." They clasped forearms. Richard looked into Victor's eyes. "I'm Richard Rahl." Victor blinked. Then his belly laugh rolled out. With his free hand, he clapped Richard on the side of his shoulder. "Sure you are. We all are. You had me going for a second there, Richard. You really did." The press of the crowd drove them back to the columns. Richard reached down and snatched the dead brother's robes, pulling the body along with him. The mass of towering stone walls and marble columns afforded some protection from the raging river of people. The ground shuddered. A blast from the inside blew a hole out through the wall. The darkness ignited with light. Stone fragments whistled through the air. Dozens of bloodied people were thrown back. "What was that?" Victor called out through the din of screaming, yelling, and the roar of the explosion. Ignoring the danger, the crowd continued to advance on the men who had enslaved them. Throngs swarmed over the spot where the statue had stood, scooping up shards of marble. They kissed their fingers, and as they swept past, planted those kisses on the words on the back of the fallen bronze ring. They were choosing life. Hordes of people had captured a number of the brothers and officials and were beating them to death with chunks of white marble from the rubble of the statue. "Brother Narev is a sorcerer," Richard said. "Victor, you have to organize some of these men. Get control of this mob. Narev can use powerful magic. I commend people's desire to be free, but we're going to have a great many killed and injured if we don't get this under control." "I understand," Victor said, as he fought to keep from being swept away.
A number of men who had been crowded around Richard, protecting him, heard what he said and nodded their agreement.
The commands to organize started to spread through the crowd. These people wanted to succeed. They were willing to work toward their goal and saw reason in the orders beginning to be called out. Many of these men were used to handling large groups of workers. They knew the business of organizing men. Richard started pulling off the dead brother's robes. "You men have to keep these people out of the palace. Narev is in there. Anyone who goes in could easily be killed. You have to keep people out. It will be a death trap in there with the brothers." "I understand," Victor said. "We'll keep them back," men called to Richard. Richard threw the dead brother's brown robes up over his head. Victor snatched him by the arm. "What are you doing?" Richard popped his head up through the neck opening. "I'm going in there. In the darkness, Narev will think I'm a brother, and I'll be able to get close to him." He poked his confiscated sword through the robes to hide the blade. He covered the hilt with his wrist. "Keep people out. Nariv commands dangerous magic. I have to stop him." "You watch yourself," Victor said. The men who had assumed command began fanning out, urging people to follow their orders. Some people did, and as they did, yet more followed. With all the officials who they'd captured now dead, the mob was slowly being brought to task, and not a moment too soon. The crushing weight of people flooding up onto the plaza was a danger to everyone. Passing people wept as they picked up pieces of marble from the statue, holding the tokens of freedom and beauty to their breast as they moved on to allow others to do the same. These were people who had been offered life and had taken it. They had proven themselves. Victor saw what everybody was doing. "Richard, I'm so sorry." A fiery blast exploded through the plaza, cutting down well over 100 people. Bodies were ripped apart in the violence of it. A huge stone column toppled, crushing people who couldn't get out of the way because of the press of the throng. "Later!" Richard yelled over the pandemonium. "I've got to stop Nariv. Keep these people out. They'll only die in there." Victor nodded before he rushed off with the other men he knew to try to gain control of the situation.
Richard put the tumult and confusion behind him and stepped through a gaping doorway between the columns into the darkness.
There were miles of unfinished corridors, some clogged with bodies. In the first crush, as the people swept up onto the plaza, they had chased brothers and officials into the labyrinth of the palace. Many of those people had been unfortunate enough to find Brother Nariv. The stench of burned flesh filled Richard's nostrils as he moved silently through the darkness. Richard had been a woods guide long before he became the Seeker, long before he became Lord Rahl. Darkness was his element. In his mind, he gathered that cloak of darkness around himself. Within the massive stone walls, under the heavy beams, partial wooden floors, and slate roofs overhead, the riot of the crowd was a distant, echoing rumble. Through the gaping openings of undressed doorways stood rooms without roofs or floors above, allowing in a flood of moonlight. It all created a tangled mesh of shadows and faint light that suggested every form of danger. Richard came across an older woman lying bleeding in the hall, whimpering in agony. He bent to one knee, putting a hand gently to her shoulder as he kept his eyes on the dark hall ahead and its sockets of blackness to each side. He could feel the woman trembling beneath his fingers. "Where are you hurt?" he whispered. He pushed the hood of the robe back so that in the moonlight coming between the unfinished beams above she could see his face. "I'm Richard." A smile of recognition overcame her. "Leg," she said. She pulled her dress up. In faint light, he saw a dark wound just above the knee. With his sword, he sliced off the hem of her dress to use as a bandage to close the wound. "I want to live. I wanted to help." She took the strip of cloth and pushed his hands away. "Thank you for cutting me the cloth. I can do it now." She clutched his robe, pulling him closer. "You've showed us life with your statue. Thank you." Richard smiled as he squeezed her shoulder. "I was trying to get that cockroach. Will you do it?" Richard kissed his finger and pressed the kiss to her forehead. "I will. Bandage up your leg and lie still until we have the situation under control. Then we'll send people in to help." Richard started moving again. From the distance came screams of rage and pain. Guards who had escaped into the maze of the unfinished palace were battling people who had gone in after them. Richard spotted a brother trembling behind a corner. It wasn't Nariv. There was a hood, not a cap. Playing the part of a brother, Richard pulled his hood up again and strode to the man. The brother looked relieved to see a comrade. "Who are you?" he whispered toward Richard, lifting his hand to use his magic to light a small flame above his palm. "Justice," Richard said to the wide eyes, as he drove his sword through the man's heart. Richard pulled his sword free and concealed it once more under his robes. Nietzsche would no doubt take her revenge. There seemed nothing he could do about it. Nietzsche had often enough made Richard's choices clear. He was bound and determined to at least lay waste to the order. If only there was a way to get Nietzsche to see reason, to get her to help him. At times, the look in her blue eyes seemed so tantalizingly close to comprehension. He knew Nietzsche had feelings for him. He wished he could use those feelings to get her to see reason, to help him, to cast off her chains, but he didn't know how. Richard stepped back into the blackness of a room as he heard guards running his way. As they turned into the hallway, Richard again drew his sword. When they were close, he burst out of the doorway and took off the first guard's head. The second swung his sword, missed, and lifted it for another strike. Richard ran his sword through the man's belly. The wounded guard pulled back off the blade. Before Richard could finish him, more men burst into the hall. The man with the gut wound wasn't going to be a problem anymore. It would take him hours of agony to die. Richard retreated through the dark doorway, tempting men in after him. He stood still in the dark, and as they rushed in, panting, crunching debris beneath the balls of their feet as they turned, Richard located them by sound alone and cut them down. 6 men died in the pitch-black room before the rest ran. Richard raced onward toward the sounds of explosions. Every time gouts of flame flashed through the morass of hallways, he hid his eyes with a hand in order to preserve his night vision. When the blinding flashes ceased, he quickly continued in the direction from which they had come. There were mile upon mile of halls in the palace. Some opened out into grounds where nothing had yet been built. Others went along between walls open overhead. Still others tunneled through the darkness, enclosed by upper floors or roofs. Richard descended stairs into blackness, into the palace underground, following the roar of conjured flames. Down below the main floor were networks of interconnected rooms made up of a confusing snarl of chambers and narrow halls. As he plunged through a labyrinth of shadowy rooms, going through holes in unfinished walls and empty doorways, he came suddenly upon a cloaked man with a sword. He knew none of the people were armed. The man spun around, his sword leading, but since Richard was disguised in robes, he knew the man might not be a true foe. In a flash of moonlight, Richard was stunned to see the sword of truth over the shoulder of the person. It was Kaelin. He froze in shock. She saw only a figure in brown robes, a brother, standing in a shaft of moonlight. The hood shadowed his face. In the same instant, before he could call her name, he saw over Kaelin's shoulder someone running their way. Nietzsche. In one terrible, blinding instant, Richard knew what he had to do. It was his only chance, Kaelin's only chance, to be free. In that crystal-clear instant of understanding, terror flashed through him. He didn't know if he could do it. He had to. Richard drew his sword and blocked Kaelin's thrust. And then he attacked her. He drove into her with controlled violence, careful not to hurt her. He knew how she fought. He knew because he had taught her. He played the role of a clumsy but lucky opponent. Nietzsche was getting closer. Richard couldn't drag it out. It had to be timed just right. He waited until Kaelin was slightly off balance, and then with a powerful clash caught her sword near the crossguard. She cried out with the shock as her sword flew from her hand, and the blow spun her around, just as he had intended. She didn't hesitate for an instant. Without pause, still spinning, her hand reached up and pulled free the sword of truth. The air rang with the unique sound of steel he knew so well. Kaelin whirled around, the blade leading. He saw for a split second the terrible, violent rage in her eyes. It hurt him to see that in Kaelin's beautiful eyes. He knew what it did to a person. Richard entered a numb world all his own. He knew what he had to do. He felt no emotion. He blocked high, controlling her attack and where he wanted her to go with the blade. He had to get her to put it where he intended, if there was to be any chance. Teeth gritted, Kaelin drove her sword for the opening he deliberately left her. Kaelin was in the realm of uncontrollable rage. The instant she seized the hilt, the sword of truth had inundated her with pounding fury. Nothing in the world felt better than knowing she was going to kill with it. The weapon, too, demanded blood. These people had Richard. These brothers had twisted their lives. These men had sent murderers to her homeland. These men had sent assassins to slaughter Warren. Now she had one of them. She screamed as she spun, screamed with the rage, screamed with the demand for blood. It was glorious to have the object of such perfect rage within reach. He made a mistake, leaving an opening. Without hesitation, she went for it with cold fury, the blade leading. He was hers. Richard felt the blade hit him. It was shocking. It felt unlike what he expected. It felt something like he imagined the mighty blow of the sledgehammer on the statue might feel. His mouth opened. Now was the time. He had to stop her, keep her from doing any more. He had to do it now. If She wrenched the blade through him, ripped him open any more. Nietzsche would never be able to heal him. Her power could only heal so much. Nietzsche would have to free Kalin from the spell in order to regain the use of her sorceress's magic, in order to heal him. He reasoned that she cared enough for him to do that. Richard's mouth was open as he felt the blade still driving through him. It was a sickening shock. Even expecting it as he had, it still seemed unreal. It still surprised him. He needed to tell her it was him, to stop. He needed at least to call out her name so she would stop without doing too much damage. His mouth was still open. He had no breath. He couldn't make himself say her name. As she searched frantically for Richard, Nietzsche saw the two people battling. One was a brother. The other she didn't recognize. Yet there was something deeply unsettling about it all. Nietzsche felt a strange stirring. The feeling was oddly familiar, but in all the confusion of emotion, she just didn't recognize it. They were a good distance away. The man in the cape lost his sword. It looked as if the brother had him. Nietzsche wanted to help, but how? She had to find Richard. Someone said they saw him go into the palace. She had to find him. She ran toward the pair. The man pulled free another sword strapped over his shoulder. The strange feeling welled up in Nietzsche. Something was terribly wrong, but she didn't know what. And then she saw the brother make a mistake. Nietzsche halted. With a cry of lethal fury, the man in the cape drove his sword through the brother. When the force of the blow drove the brother back a step, a shaft of moonlight fell across his face under in the cowl of the hood. And then the feeling slammed into her with full recognition. Nietzsche's eyes went wide. She screamed.
"Kalin, stop!" Kalin's eyes twitched up in shock. She saw his face in the moonlight. In that same instant, he heard Nietzsche scream. Kalin recoiled, her hand flying from the hilt of the sword of truth as if she had been struck by lightning. She fell back with a horrified shriek. Richard seized the blade of the sword, his sword, to keep the weight from twisting it in him. She had driven it through him almost up to the crossguard. Warm blood ran down the blade onto his fingers. "Richard!" Kalin cried. "No! No!" Richard felt his knees hit the stone floor. He was surprised it didn't hurt more to have a sword through him. It was the shock of it, mostly, that had scrambled his mind. It was hard to think. He struggled not to fall forward, fall on the blade and wrench it through his insides. The room seemed to be moving. "Pull it out," he whispered. He wanted it out. As if that would help. He wanted the awful thing out. He could feel the razor-sharp edges all the way through him. He could feel it sticking out his back. Kalin, nearly hysterical, scrambled to do as he asked. Richard saw Kara limping up out of the darkness. She seized his shoulders as Kalin drew out the blade in one swift, panicked yank, as if she hoped the action would somehow undo what she had done. "What happened?" Kara cried. "What did you do?" The world seemed to tip and whirl. Richard could feel the sickeningly wet warmth of his blood soaking down him. He could feel his weight against Kara. Kalin hovered close. "Richard! Oh, dear spirits, no! This can't be happening! It can't!" Panicked tears streamed down her beautiful face. He couldn't understand what she was doing here. Why was she in the old world? What was she doing in the Emperor's palace? He couldn't help smiling at seeing her. He wondered if she had seen his statue before he destroyed it. He wondered if he had made a terrible mistake. No, it was Kalin's only chance at freedom, his only chance to break Nietzsche's spell. Nietzsche was still running toward them. "Help me, Nietzsche," Richard called. It came out as little more than a whisper. "I need you to save me, Nietzsche, please." Even if it was no more than a whisper, Nietzsche heard his plea. Nietzsche had never run so fast. Terror had her in its fierce grip. Kalin had stabbed her sword through him. It was a terrible mistake. It was all such a terrible mistake. Nietzsche had brought such pain to them both. It was her fault. Even in her shock, Nietzsche knew with clarity what she must do. She could heal him. Kalin was there. Nietzsche couldn't begin to imagine why or how, but she was. With Kalin there, Nietzsche could break the spell. Once the spell was broken, Nietzsche could use her gift. She could heal Richard. It was all right. She could save him. It would be all right. She could fix it. She could. She could do something right and help, really help, for once. she could help them both. An arm swept out of the darkness and hooked her by the neck, taking her from her feet. She cried out as she was yanked into the blackness. She could feel the bulge of hard muscles as she clawed at the arm. The man stank. She could feel his lice ticking against her face as they sprang at her. Terror seized her. Such sudden and intense terror was an unfamiliar sensation, smothering her mind. She dug her heels into the stone as he drew her back into the black labyrinth. She kicked furiously at him. She tried to draw her dakra from her sleeve, but he seized her arm and twisted it behind her back. His forearm crushed against her exposed throat, choking off her air as he lifted her from her feet. Nietzsche couldn't breathe. He chortled with glee as he dragged her into the darker recesses of the rooms beneath Jagang's palace. Their eyes met just when she had been abruptly and violently snatched into the darkness. Richard saw in those eyes something important, saw that Nietzsche intended to help him, but she was gone. Kara desperately clutched his shoulders as he lay back against her. He was cold. She was warm. Kaelin fell back, writhing in the darkness. She clawed at her throat. He could hear her choking. "Mother Confessor! Mother Confessor, what's wrong?" Richard reached up and seized Kara behind her head. He pulled her face close. "Someone has Nietzsche. They're choking her. Kara, you have to go save Nietzsche, or Kaelin will die, and Nietzsche is the only one who can heal me. Go! Hurry!" He felt Kara nodding before he released her head. "I understand," was all she said, as she gently but swiftly laid him back on the cold stone, and then she was gone. It was wet. He didn't know if it was blood or water. They were underground in the nether reaches of the retreat. Through open beams where the flooring above hadn't been laid, moonlight flooded down to light Kaelin struggling not far away. He could see then, as she fought an invisible foe, that it was water. That's what it was, not blood. Water. The palace was next to the river. It was wet in the little rooms and halls down in the bottom. "Kaelin," he murmured. She didn't respond. "Hold on." Gripping his abdomen, holding the wound closed lest his insides burst out, he inched his way through the water across the cold stone. The pain had finally and firmly arrived. He could feel the terrible damage inside. He tried to blink away the tears of hot agony. He had to hold on. Icy sweat drenched his face. Kaelin had to hold on. His hand, covered in blood, reached out to her. His fingers found hers. She hardly responded, but at least her fingers moved. He was thankful beyond words that her fingers moved. It had been a good plan. He was sure it was. It would have worked if only someone hadn't snatched Nietzsche. Would have worked. It seemed a stupid way to die, really. He thought it should be somehow more grand. Not in a dark, cold, wet palace underground. He wished he could tell Kaelin that he loved her, and that she hadn't killed him, but that he had done it. It was his doing, not hers. He'd just used her in his plan. It would have worked. "Kaelin," he whispered, not knowing if in her stillness she could hear him any longer. "I love you. No one else. Just you. I'm glad we had our time together. I wouldn't trade it for anything." Richard opened his eyes and groaned in agony. He wanted it to end. It hurt too much. Now he just wanted it to end. It hadn't worked. He would have to pay the price. But he wanted the sickening, ripping, terrifying pain to end. He didn't know how much time had passed. He looked and saw Kaelin sprawled on the wet floor. She wasn't moving. A shadow fell across him. "Well, well, Richard Cypher," Neil chuckled. "Imagine that." He chuckled again as he glanced at Kaelin. "Who's the woman?" Richard could sense the sword of truth, sense its magic. It wasn't far from his fingers. "Don't know. She's killed me. Must be one of yours." Richard's fingers found the sword. They curled around the wire-wound hilt. Neil stepped on the blade. "Can't have any of that. You've caused enough trouble." A glow ignited around Neil's fingers. He was conjuring magic, lethal magic. Richard, in his barely conscious condition, despite his need, could not focus his mind, could not call forth his own ability to do anything to stop Neil. At least the pain would end. At least Kaelin wouldn't think it was she who had killed him. Richard heard a sudden, terrible, bone-snapping crack. Neil dropped heavily to his knees. Richard,
His hand already around the hilt, pulled the sword from underneath the man's legs, and in one mighty lunge ran it through Neil's heart. Neil looked up in surprise, his eyes glassy. Richard saw then that the man was as good as dead before the blade had run him through. Neil's eyes rolled back in his head, and he slumped to the side as Richard yanked the sword free. Standing behind Neil was the woman Richard had helped. She had bandaged her leg. In both hands, she held the marble hand of the woman Richard had carved. She had crushed Neil's skull with her keepsake of the statue. Chapter 69. Richard heard footfalls splashing toward him down the wet hallway. The woman had gone to find help. Maybe she had found it. In the rooms and hallways in the distance, Richard could hear occasional screams as blasts of magic exploded through the night as people were injured and killed. A woman appeared in the moonlight. "Richard? Richard?" Richard squinted in the darkness. "Who are you?" he managed to whisper. She rushed to his side and fell to her knees. She gasped at seeing Calen sprawled on the floor close to him. "What happened to the Mother Confessor?" Richard frowned. She knew Calen. "Who are you?"
She looked back at him. "I'm a sister, Sister Alessandra."
"I've been in the city for a while looking for Nietzsche and... Never mind. A woman found me just down the hall and said you were hurt. The man who carved the statue. I was trying desperately to get to you earlier, but I couldn't get near. There I go again. Tell me where you're hurt. I can try to heal you." "I was run through with a sword." She was still and silent for a moment. "Under my hands." She looked then and spoke a prayer under her breath. "I think I can help. I need Nietzsche to do it." Sister Alessandra glanced about. "Nietzsche? Where is she then? I've been searching for her. Anne sent me to find her." Richard's eyes fell on the still form of Calen. "Can you help her?" He could see the woman's eyes look away from his. "No, I can't. She's linked by magic to Nietzsche. I met her before, and she told me about it. I can do nothing through the shield of Nietzsche's link." Is she still?" The woman looked and then leaned back over him. "She's alive, Richard." He closed his eyes in relief and in pain. "Lie still," she said. "But I need Nietzsche to—" "You're bleeding. This is bad, Richard. In a short time more, you will have lost too much blood. If I wait, no one will be able to heal you. You will have slipped too far beyond this world for any gift to help you. I can't wait. Besides, I came to try to stop Nietzsche. I know her better than anyone. You can't put your life in her hands. You can't put your faith in her." "It's not faith. I know. She's a sister of the dark. I'm the one who led her down that dark road. I came to try to lead her back. Until and unless that time comes, you can't trust her. Now, you've not much time. Do you want to live or not?" It had all gone for nothing. He felt a tear run from the corner of his eye and across his cheek. "I choose life," he said. "I know," she whispered with a smile. "I saw the statue. Now move your hands for me. I need to have mine there." Richard let his hands slip to his sides as hers covered the wound. He felt helpless. He could focus on nothing but the searing pain. He felt magic tingle into him, following the damage down deep inside him. He clenched his teeth as he held in a cry. "Hold on," she whispered. "This is bad. It will hurt, but then in a while it will be all right." "I understand," he said. He gasped sharply. "Do it, then." The pain of her magic seared into him like white-hot coals thrown on bare flesh. He almost cried out, but then the pain abruptly ceased. Richard lay with his eyes closed, panting, waiting for it to start again. He felt her hands slip from him. Richard opened his eyes and saw that Sister Alessandra's eyes were opened wide. For an instant he wondered why. And then he saw a foot of steel jutting from her chest. Her fingers went to her throat as blood gushed from her open mouth. A silent scream formed on her lips. A bony hand shoved her aside. She had been impaled on the sword Richard had used to fight Calen. His hand blindly went for the hilt he knew was there, but a foot kicked the sword of truth aside. Death's own skull grinned down at him. "You are a troublesome man, Richard Cypher," came the grating voice from the darkness above. "But at last that trouble is ended." The tall, angular figure in robes and a creased cap towered above him as he lay helpless on the cold, wet floor. This little rebellion of yours will be crushed. I can promise you that much before you die. Their foolish little tantrum will be brought to an end. The people will soon come to their senses. Your kind appeals only to the extremist fringe. Most people see their duty to their fellow man. Your efforts have been for nothing. Brother Narev swept his arm around as if in introduction. An appropriate place for you to die, don't you think, Richard? These rooms are the future questioning chambers. You eluded the chambers once, but not this time. You will die in one as you should have died in one before. I, on the other hand, will live here a long, long time, and see the order bring morality to the world. Down here in these chambers, radicals like you will confess their wickedness. I just wanted you to know, before you are embraced in the Keeper's cold arms for all eternity. Brother Narev's skeletal hands clawed as he called forth his magic. Richard saw white-hot light blossom around the high priest's hands and expand downward. Richard squeezed Caelin's hand as he watched the white light of death come for him. The bloom of light turned a honey color. As if the air had thickened, the light slumped off to the sides. A howl of fury grew in Narev's throat. He shook his fists in rage. You have the gift of a wizard! Who are you? I am your worst nightmare. I am a thinking man who can't be deluded by your lies any more than I can be burned by your foul magic. Brother Narev tried to smash his foot down on Richard's face, but Richard was able to deflect the blow. He seized Narev's ankle. The man caught his balance and pulled madly to get free. The effort of holding on felt as if it ripped the wound through Richard's insides. He tried to hold on, but his fingers slipped from the wet leather. Once free and out of Richard's reach, Narev bent and seized the hilt of the sword lodged in the sister's back. He tugged, but it didn't come completely out. He growled in fury, his boots slipping on the slimy floor as he yanked on the sword. Richard knew that, once armed, Narev would be a swift executioner. With all his strength, Richard lunged at the man's legs. Brother Narev toppled back onto the wet floor. Richard, his middle wrenched in torture, threw himself atop Narev's legs to hold him down. Bony fingers clawed at Richard's face, trying to gouge his eyes. Richard turned his head away. With fierce effort, he clutched at the heavy robes, dragging himself up the man's body, ignoring the blows to his face as he did so. He seized Brother Narev by the throat. Brother Narev's bony fingers closed savagely around Richard's throat. Both men growled with the effort of trying to strangle each other to death. Richard twisted his head, trying to prevent Narev from getting a death grip, while at the same time trying to get his own thumbs over Narev's windpipe so he could choke off his air. Narev tried to roll, to throw Richard off. Richard spread his legs to make it harder for Narev to flip him over, and held tight as the man twisted and fought. He could feel his insides tearing. Richard had wielded a chisel and hammer for the order for months. He was stronger, but he was also losing a lot of blood, and that strength was fading. He squeezed with all his might. The fingers at his throat loosened a little. The man's eyes bulged as Richard finally managed to start to choke the life out of him. Bony hands thumped at Richard's shoulders. The hands suddenly and fiercely seized Richard by his hair. Narev freed a leg and brought his knee up into Richard's wound. The world went white with pain. Nietzsche woke, dazed, to the sound of a low, wicked laugh. She knew the voice. She knew the smell. Kadar Kardif. She heard a snapping, popping, hissing sound. A torch, she realized. He whipped it around in front of her face, so close she could feel the terrible heat against her flesh. Burning pitch dripped off, falling on her leg. Nietzsche screamed in pain as the pitch burned into the flesh of her thigh. What goes around comes around, Kadar said in her ear. I don't care what you do to me, Nietzsche cried in rage. I'm glad I burned you. I'm glad you've had to beg. Oh, you'll be begging too before long. You may not think so, but you'll be surprised what fire makes a person do. You will yet know what it was like. You will yet beg. With all her might, Nietzsche struggled against him. She could undo the spell, if only Caelin were closer. So near, but so far. The fire before her eyes sent terror scorching through her. She had only to snip the cord linking her to Caelin. She could break the link. She didn't have to undo it in order to have her power back. Nietzsche could escape then. It would cost Caelin her life, but Nietzsche would have her power,
and she could escape the flames. But she would have to kill Kalin to do it.
Shall I burn your face first, Nietzsche? Your lovely face. Or maybe I should start with your legs. Which shall it be? You pick.
Nietzsche panted as she struggled, trying to back away from the heat on her flesh. The hissing torch waved in front of her face. She knew she deserved such a fate, but she was driven to wild panic by the fear of it. She didn't want to snip the link, to kill Kalin. But she didn't want to die this way. She didn't want her flesh to burn.
I say we start at the bottom, so we can hear your screams.
Kadar brought the torch down and touched it to the hem of her dress. Nietzsche screamed as the black cloth caught flame. Such fear was a new sensation for her. For the first time since she was very small, she had something she cared about and didn't want to lose. Life. In a moment of stark terror, Nietzsche knew that no matter how much it was to hurt, no matter how frightening it was to be, she would not take Kalin's life. Richard had given her the answer she had sought. She had taken too much already. In return for that lesson, she could not now violate it. Even though Kalin linked to Nietzsche was to suffer the same fate, would die the same agonizing death, Nietzsche would not be the one who inflicted it. She would not take Kalin's life from her. Kadar would be bringing their death, but Nietzsche would not. She would not kill Kalin to save herself. Kadar Kardif laughed as he watched her dress ignite. He held her in a firm grip Nietzsche could not escape. Just then, a dark shape flew at her from midair, crashing into them both. They tumbled back, the air all around filled with fire. As Nietzsche rolled, it put the flaming dress out in the water. The one who had crashed into them was just getting up, shaking her head as if to clear it. Nietzsche recognized her. It was the moored Sith, Kara. Kadar sat up, saw the woman, and lunged at her with the torch. Nietzsche threw herself at Kadar, grabbing the torch in both hands as she pushed it into the big man's face. The pitch splashed against his mask of rags. The cloth on his chest and around his head ignited with a loud whoosh. Kadar screamed as the flames burned into his already melted flesh. Nietzsche had heard that heat to previously burned flesh was worse than the first burning. By the sound of his screams, it appeared to be true. Nietzsche snatched Kara's hand as the woman was regaining her feet. "Hurry! I must get to Richard!" Outside the room where Kadar's shrieks fell to strangled whimpers as the flames suffocated him, Kara seized Nietzsche by the hair and held her Aegil inches from her face. "Give me one reason why I should trust you with Lord Ral's life." Nietzsche gazed into Kara's eyes. "Because I saw his statue, and I understand now. How wrong I've been. Have you ever been wrong, Kara? Really wrong? Can you ever understand what it's like to realize you've been unthinkingly serving evil and hurting good people? Can you understand that Richard has shown me there is something to live for?" Nietzsche found Richard lying on his back, unconscious, or at least close to it. His head was pillowed on a marble hand. Kalin lay beside him, clinging to him, weeping as his life bled away. Nietzsche was shocked to see the bodies strewn on the floor around them. Sister Alessandra, Brother Neil, Brother Nariv. She knew by the way Richard looked that there was precious little time, if it was not already too late. Nietzsche knelt beside Kalin. The woman was in abject misery, hanging by the last threads of desperate hope over the black brink of despair. She had come all this way wanting to be with him, willing to suffer any end to do so, and here he lay, the life-blood draining out of the one she loved most in life, knowing it was by her hand. Nietzsche took Kalin by her shoulders and gently pulled her back. Kalin looked up in confusion, hatred, and hope. "Kalin, I need to remove the spell from you if I'm to help him. There's not much time." "I don't trust you. Why would you help?" "Because I owe it to him. To both of you. You have brought nothing but suffering and—" Kara took Kalin's arm. "Mother Confessor, you don't have to trust her. Trust me. I'm telling you that Nietzsche might be able to save him. I believe she will do her best. Please let her do it." "Why should I trust her with his last few minutes of his life?" "Please let Nietzsche have the chance Lord Ral once gave me." Kalin searched Kara's eyes for a moment, then turned to Nietzsche. "I know what it's like to be where he is now. I've been there. I chose life. Now he must. What do I need to do?" "You and Richard have already done enough. Nietzsche took Kalen's tear-stained face in her hands. "Just be still and let me do this." The woman was shivering in misery. Her long hair was matted and dripping wet. She was covered in Richard's blood. She could do no more for him, and she knew it. Nietzsche had to. As Kalen gazed into her eyes, Nietzsche reignited the connecting cord of magic, hoping that she had enough time. Kalen went rigid with the shock of pain it caused. Nietzsche knew exactly how it felt, because she felt the same pain. Milky light connected both women heart to heart. Its wavering glow grew to blinding brightness, taking the pain to a new level in intensity. Kalen's mouth opened in a silent cry. Her green eyes widened with the torment flooding through them both, as the root of magic embedded in every fiber of their two beings vibrated in response to the call of the light. Nietzsche placed her hands over her heart in that incandescent shaft of light and began to withdraw her power. Chapter 70. Richard pulled a shuddering breath as he opened his eyes. Somehow he was lying in a position that didn't hurt. He feared to move lest the crushing pain return. How could that be? He'd been run through with a sword. The darkness around him was still and quiet. In the distance he could hear the sounds of battle raging on. The ground beneath him shuddered with some great impact. There were people around him. Bodies lay on the wet floor. He realized he was on a board, keeping him up out of the water. He was covered in a warm cloak. He could see the dark, hunched shapes of people huddled around in the little room. Under his fingers lay the hilt of the sword of truth. Because the storm of magic was calmed, he knew the sword was in its scabbard. He looked up, and through the openings between beams, through broken stone and splintered wood, and could see the rosy blush of dawn. "Kalen," he whispered. 3 figures in the room sprang up, as if stone had suddenly come to life. The closest leaned in. "I'm here." She took up his hand. With his other hand he reluctantly probed for his wound. He couldn't find it. He felt no pain, only a lingering ache. Another figure leaned in. "Lord Ral, are you awake?" "What happened?" "Oh, Richard, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I stabbed you. It was all my fault. I should have taken an instant to be sure before I did it. I'm so sorry." Richard frowned. "Kalen, I let you win." Silence greeted him. "Richard," Kalen finally said, "you don't have to try to ease my guilt. I know it's my fault. I ran you through with the sword." "No," Richard insisted. "I let you win." Kara patted his shoulder. "Of course you did, Lord Ral. Of course you did." "No, really." When the third figure turned to him, Richard's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. "How do you feel?" Nietzsche asked in that silken voice he knew so well. "Did you remove the link to Kalen?" Nietzsche raised her hand and made a scissors motion with 2 fingers. "Gone for good." Richard let out a breath. "Then I feel fine." He tried to sit up, but Nietzsche's hand restrained him. "Richard, I can never ask your forgiveness, because I can never return what I stole from you. But I want you to know that I now understand how wrong I've been. My whole life, I have been blind. I'm not making an excuse. It's just that I want you to know that you have restored my vision. In giving me the answer I sought, you gave me my life. You gave me a reason to want to live." "And what did you see, Nietzsche?" "Life. You sculpted it so big that even someone who had so blindly served evil as I had done could see it. You must no longer prove yourself to me. Now it is for me, and those here you have inspired, to prove ourselves to you." "You and they have already begun, or I would not be alive." "So, you are a sister of the light again?" Kalen asked. Nietzsche shook her head. "No, I am Nietzsche. My ability as a sorceress is mine. It is who I am. My ability does not enslave me to others because they want it. It's my life. It does not belong to anyone, except maybe to you two. You both have shown me the value of life, the rationale of freedom. If I am to serve beside anyone now, it will be beside others who hold dear the same values." Richard placed his hand over Nietzsche's. "Thank you for saving my life. For a while there, I thought I'd made a mistake when I let Kalen run me through. Richard, Kalen objected, you don't have to try to assuage my guilt by saying that. Nietzsche was gazing into his eyes even as she addressed Kalen. He's not. He's telling you the truth. I saw him do it. He was forcing me to make a choice to save him, so that I would have to break the spell holding you. I'm sorry you had to endure such a thing, Richard. I'd already made the choice the moment I saw your statue. Richard tried to sit up again. Nietzsche restrained him again. It is going to take time for you to recover fully. You are still suffering the lingering effects of the injury. Just because you are alive, that doesn't mean it won't take some time before you are completely recovered. You have gone through a formidable ordeal. You lost a lot of blood. You will need to rebuild your strength. You could yet die if you don't go easy. All right, Richard conceded. He sat up carefully with Kalen's help. I'll keep your words in mind, but I still have to get up there. He turned to Kalen. By the way, what are you doing all the way down here? How did you know where I was? What's happening to the north in the New World? We'll talk about all that later, she said. I had to be with you. I decided that it was my life, and I wanted to be with you. You were right about the war in the New World. It took me a long time to come to understand that. I finally did. I came to be with you because that was all that was left for me. He looked to Kara. And you? I always wanted to see the world. Richard smirked as he rose with the help of Kalen and Kara both. He felt lightheaded, but was joyful to trade that for the way he had been before. Kalen handed him his sword. He slipped the baldric over his head, laying the leather across his shoulder and the scabbard at his hip. Knowing the weapon a little more intimately now, he had a new respect for it. I can't tell you how happy I am to return it to you, Kalen said. She smiled sheepishly. Like this, I mean. Farther down the hall, Camille was anxiously waiting in the darkness pierced by only a couple of candles. There were a number of people with him. Richard didn't know any of the people except Camille. He put a hand to the grinning young man's shoulder. Camille, good to see you. Richard, I saw it. I saw the statue. His smile faded. I'm sorry it was destroyed. It was only a piece of stone. It was the ideas it represented that were its true beauty. People in the dim hallway nodded. Richard saw then the woman with the wounded leg. He smiled at her. She returned a kiss on the end of her fingers to his forehead. Bless you for your bravery in carving that statue, she said. We are all joyful to know you survived the night, Richard. He thanked them all for their concern. The ground shook again. What is that? Richard asked. The walls, one of the men said. The people are pulling down the walls with those carvings of death on them. Even as some people were pulling down the walls, others were still engaged in pitched battle. Richard could see in the faint light of dawn the fighting on the distant hillsides. It appeared that many people were not happy about the ideas Richard's statue had represented. There were those who feared freedom and preferred the numb existence of not having to think for themselves. The palace grounds, though, were in secure hands. The fires of liberty were spreading outward, igniting a conflagration of change. In the plaza, the semicircle of walls and all the columns but one still stood. It felt somehow different here. This was the place where people had seen the statue and had chosen life. They weren't destroying this part of the palace. Richard dragged his boot through the marble dust. In the center of the plaza, the layer of white dust was all that remained. Every precious fragment had been saved as a reminder. From out on the grounds where several men were gathered, Victor spotted Richard, Camille, and Nietzsche, whom he knew. He called out as he and Ishak came running. Richard! Victor raced up the steps. Richard! Richard had Kara under one arm and Camille under the other, supporting him. He didn't have the strength to shout, so he simply waited until the two men were close, both panting from their run. Richard, we're winning, Victor said as he pointed at the hills. All those officials gone, and we... The blacksmith went silent as his eyes fell on Kalen. Ishak, too, stared at her, then swept his red hat off his head. Victor's mouth labored a moment before words finally worked their way out. His hand, usually so expressive, simply pointed at her, as if she could not be real flesh. You, he said to Kalen. You are Richard's love. Kalen smiled. How do you know that? I saw the statue. In the dawn light, Richard could see her face go red. It didn't look exactly like me, she protested graciously.
Not the way it looked, but the character. You have that quality.
Kalen smiled, pleased by his words. Victor, Ishak, this is Kalen, my wife. Both men blinked dumbly and looked as one to Nietzsche. As you know, Nietzsche said, I am not a very good person. I am a sorceress. I used my power to force Richard to come here with me. Richard has shown me, along with many other people, the nobility of life.
Then you're the one who saved his life? Victor asked.
Camille told us you were hurt, Richard, Ishak said, and that a sorceress was healing you. Nietzsche healed me, Richard confirmed. Victor gestured expansively, at last.
Well, I guess that has to count for something, saving Richard Cipher.
Richard Rahl, Richard said. Victor's rolling laugh rumbled up from deep inside.
Right. This day we are all Richard Rahl.
Nietzsche leaned in. It really is Richard Rahl, Mr. Casella. Richard Rahl, Kalen said, adding her nod. Lord Rahl, Kara said in ill humor. Show the proper respect to the seeker of truth, the master of the Daharan Empire, war wizard, and the husband to the Mother Confessor herself. Kara lifted her hand in graceful, regal introduction. Lord Rahl. Richard shrugged. He lifted the gleaming, silver-wound hilt of his sword, showing them the word truth in gold, and then let it drop back into its scabbard. What a beauty! Camille shouted. Victor and Ishak both blinked again and then dropped to a knee. They bowed their heads deeply. Richard rolled his eyes. Will you two stop it? He shot Kara a scowl. Victor peered up cautiously.
But we never knew. I'm sorry. You're not angry I made fun of you.
Victor, it's me, Richard. How many times have we eaten your lardo together? Lardo? Kalen asked. You know how to make lardo, Victor? Victor rose up, a grin growing across his face as he peered at her.
You know of lardo?
Of course. The men who used to come to work on the white marble at the Confessor's Palace used to eat lardo they made themselves in big marble tubs. I used to sit and eat it with them when I was little. They used to say I would grow up to wear the white dress of the Mother Confessor one day because I ate their lardo and would grow strong from it. Victor thumped his chest with a big thumb.
I make lardo in marble tubs, too.
Do you let it age for a year? Kalen asked. You have to let proper lardo age for a year.
Of course a year. I make only proper lardo.
Kalen gave him her most beautiful green-eyed smile. I would love to taste it sometime. Victor draped his massive arm around Kalen's shoulders.
Come, Richard's wife. I will give you a taste of my lardo.
Kara, a dark look on her face, put a hand to the blacksmith's chest to stop him. She lifted his arm from Kalen's shoulders. No one but Lord Rahl touches the Mother Confessor. Victor gave Kara a quizzical look.
Have you ever had lardo?
No. Victor slapped Kara on the back as he laughed.
Come then, and I will give you lardo too. Then you will see. Anyone who eats lardo with me is my friend for life.
Kalen took Camille's place under one of Richard's arms, Victor under the other, and they made their way across newly free ground up to the blacksmith's shop to have some lardo. Chapter 71. Verna pulled the candle close. She warmed her hands over it a moment, then laid the journey book on the table. The sounds of the army camp outside her small tent were by now so familiar she almost didn't hear them. It was a cold Daharan winter night, but at least they and all the people they had helped were safely over the mountains. Verna understood their quiet anxiety. It was a new and mysterious place, Dahara, a land once only a source of nightmares. At least they were safe for the time being. In the distance, the wolves' long, plaintive howls echoed through the frigid mountains, off the moonlit snow blanketing the seemingly endless, desolate, colossal slopes. It was the proper phase of the moon, even if it was the moon in a new land, a strange and unknown land. Verna had checked for months, but there was never a message. She didn't really expect one, since Kalen had thrown Anne's twinned journey book in the fire. But still, it was a journey book, an ancient thing of magic, and Anne was a resourceful woman. It didn't hurt to look. Verna opened the little book with no real hope. There, on the first page, was a message. All it said was, Verna, I am waiting, if you are there. Verna drew the stylus from the spine and immediately began writing. Prelate, you have been able to fix the damaged journey book? That's wonderful. Where are you? Are you well? Have you found Nathan? Verna waited. Shortly, the reply began to appear. Verna, I am well. I was able to restore the journey book with the help of some people. Strange people. But the important part is that it is restored for the most part. I am still searching for the prophet. I have some good clues on Nathan's whereabouts, and I am looking into them. But how are you, Verna? How goes the war? Warren? Kalen? Is Zed giving you much trouble? That man can try the patience of stone. Have you had word of Richard? Verna stared at words on the page. A tear fell near Warren's name. She picked up the stylus once more and slowly began her reply. Oh, Prelate, some terrible things have happened. I am sorry, Verna, came the reply. Verna, I am here. I am going nowhere for the night. Take all the time you need. Tell me what happened. Tell me how you are first. I worry so for you, Verna. I love you like a daughter. You know I do. Verna nodded to the book. She did know it. And I love you too, Prelate, Verna began. I fear my heart is broken. Kalen stood silently beside him in the warm midday breeze as Richard looked out over the river at the city beyond. The city was peaceful now. Battle had raged for weeks, various factions struggling for power, lusting to be the new local incarnation of the Order, each faction swearing that they had the best interest of the people at heart, each promising that they would be compassionate in their rule, each pledging that life would be easier under their mandate because they would see to it that everyone of means contributed to the common good. After decades of such altruistic tyranny, decay and death had been the only product of the business of the common good. Despite graveyards full of evidence and a people left impoverished, these aspirants to power offered only more of the same, and yet many still believed them simply because they uttered such good intentions. While a great number of brothers and officials had been killed, some had escaped. Some of those who had not fled thought to take advantage of the confusion and establish control, thinking they could rein in the hunger for freedom. The ideas loosed and put things back to the way they were. The free people of Alturang, their numbers growing daily, eradicated each of these factions as they emerged from under their rocks. Nietzsche had been no small aid in the bloody battles. She knew the methods of such people, where they went aground, and pounced on them like a wolf on vermin. The forces lusting to oversee the welfare and betterment of mankind came to greatly fear that which they had in fact created, death's mistress. There was no telling yet if freedom's flame, now ignited, would spread through the old world. It was still a very small flame in a vast and dark place, but Richard knew that such a flame burned brightly. To the north, matters were not nearly so auspicious. With Nietzsche's magic withdrawn, Richard supposed that the Daharans would know where he was and send him messages. Kara was immensely relieved to be able to sense his location again through her bond. He had listened quietly as Kalen and Kara had told him all the details of the war, and how they had sent the people of Adendril on a long and difficult journey to Dahara before Jagang could march into the city in the spring. It would give them heart to know that Lord Rahl had struck a mighty blow against the old world, to know that the Mother Confessor was with him, and that they were well. A number of men had requested the job of carrying that invaluable news north. Soon the Daharan Empire and the people they were protecting who had fled their homes would know of the victory to the south. The messengers would actually be carrying a more precious commodity than that news. They would in reality be carrying hope. Richard had also sent his grandfather the same word. Richard could hardly believe that Warren, his friend, was gone. The terrible anguish he knew would be slow to fade. Richard had sent one other thing north. Nietzsche had told him of Brother Narev's importance to Emperor Jagang, of their long history together, and of their shared vision of the future of mankind. In the spring, when Jagang finally, triumphantly rode in to seize the Confessor's palace, waiting for him there, before his empty victory, would be his mentor's head on a pike, topped by his creased brown cap. Nietzsche had woven a spell around it, to preserve it, to keep scavengers away. Richard wanted to be sure that when Jagang finally saw it, he would not mistake who it was. In the teeming city of Alturang, peace had returned, along with freedom. Life had returned. People had begun to open new businesses. In a matter of weeks, there was already a variety of bread available. New enterprises were starting every day. Ishak was making a fortune hauling goods, but already had competitors vying for the business. Nabi had gone to work for him. Ishak had begged Richard to come work for him when he was strong enough. Richard had only laughed. Fauvel, the charcoal maker, had beseeched Ishak to ask Richard to come to visit and have dinner with him and his family. Fauvel had bought a cart, and his sons now delivered charcoal. Richard leaned with his forearms on the railing at the edge of the pier and gazed down over the edge to the swirling water below, as if trying to divine what the future held. The piers out into the river and the walkway atop them, along with the plaza, were about all that remained of the palace. Richard had seen to it that the spell forms were removed from the tops of the columns around the grounds, and had Priska melt them down. Richard had regained most of his strength. Kaelin was strong and as beautiful as he remembered her. She had changed, though. Her face had grown more mature in the year they had been apart. When he gazed at her, he hungered for a piece of marble and his chisels, so he could carve her face in stone. Flesh in stone. He turned and looked back along the pier toward the plaza with its semicircle of columns behind it. The fallen column had been restored. The plaza had been renamed Liberty Square, Victor's idea. Richard asked if it shouldn't be called Liberty Circle, since it was round and not square. Victor thought it sounded better as Liberty Square, so Richard called it Liberty Square. After all, the first man to declare himself free there had been Victor. Kaelin gazed with him back toward the plaza. "What do you think?" Richard asked her. She shook her head, looking at best a little uneasy. "I don't know, Richard. It just seems so strange to see it so big, so white." "You don't like it?" She quickly put a hand on his arm to dispel the notion. "No, it isn't that. It's just that it's so..." Her uncertain gaze returned down the pier. "Big." The center of the plaza, where the statue Richard had carved had briefly stood, now held a towering marble statue being worked on by a number of stone carvers who used to work at the site, carving misery and death. Camille was down there, learning the craft of stone carving from masters. His education started with a broom. Richard had hired the carvers. With the fortune he had made helping the order build its palace, he could easily afford it. The carvers were glad for such work, to exchange value for value. The expert carvers were working on scaling up the small statue of Spirit, which Richard had carved for Kaelin, way back in their mountain home when she needed to witness vitality, courage, and indomitable spirit. It emerged anew in the best white Cavatura marble. The bronze ring of the sundial had survived intact and was being added to the piece. The statue rising in the center would cast its shadow on the curved dial plane. The words so many had touched that day would be there for all to see now. Kaelin had been enthusiastic about the concept, but had spent so many months with the carving Richard had done that it was disorienting for her to see it on such a massive scale. She was eager for the day when the carvers were finished scaling it up, and she could have her own statue of Spirit back. "I hope you don't mind sharing it with the world," he said. Kaelin smiled wistfully. "No, not at all." "Everyone loves it," he assured her. Her wonderful lilting laugh drifted out across the warm afternoon air. "I'll just have to get used to you showing people my body and soul." Together they watched as the carvers working on the flowing robes checked their work with calipers against the statue Richard had carved, and the reference points from wooden braces used to scale up the work. Kaelin rubbed his lower back. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine. Now that you're with me, I couldn't feel better." Kaelin laughed then. "As long as I don't run you through?" Richard's laugh fell in easily with hers. "You know, when we tell our children how their mother ran their father through with a sword, it's going to look pretty bad for you." "Are we going to have children, Richard?" "Yes, we are." "Then I'll risk the tale." As the warm breeze ruffled her hair, he kissed her brow. Glancing along the line of trees, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight, Richard watched birds cavort above the riverbank, sweep into a group, and then soar together up over the semicircle of white marble columns standing in the expanse of green grass. Kaelin leaned contentedly against his shoulder as they watched men, filled with pride, smiling while they worked on the statue standing before those columns. In all Tuarong there was a new spirit. In the former heart of the order beat freedom. End of Faith of the Fallen, The Sword of Truth, Book 6, by Terry Goodkind.